Nani, what's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you for the last time from not so sunny California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the official first day, the chapter, the new chapter, the new arc. Japanuary is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to have some fun. But of course, before then, we're going to be talking about Hell World. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, and what has happened in my life, my personal life, for all of the parasocialists out there. Okay? Ohayo gozaimasu, I think. What do you ask for when you get a haircut? Well, I have a trusted hair stylist. Konnichiwa. Babe, I love the tabbies today. Thank you. I had to be in that Japanese mindset. I'm not even going to be bringing the tabbies to Japan, but because it's just like too much of a hassle to trek all of that over there. But what's your barber's normal job? My barber's normal job is being a hairstylist to the stars. Anyway, it's super weird at Parasocial that I love the Japan streams because you was so happy. Every stream was great. Yeah. Anyway, tabbies aren't even Japanese. Well, tabbies are technically Japanese, but it's Margielas that have popularized it in the Western world and as far as like big fashion houses goes. But in any case, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, I ended the broadcast after another banger 8-9 hour stream, I would say. And of course, that in and of itself is basically a half day. Just a big heads up, they don't have zins in Japan, just cigarettes. Definitely pack a few. Excuse me, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing trash taste again, yes. Did you say they don't have zins in Japan? Oh, don't worry. I got that shit on lock. Because I am an actual crackhead, I went and I purchased a shit ton of zins. Don't worry, fear not. Okay? Sleeves upon sleeves upon sleeves. There's supposed to be 4 of these. I don't know where the 4th one went, but there's supposed to be 4 of these. God damn it, I already lost one. Anyway. But yeah, we're gonna be in Tokyo. Will and March are there already. They've already started having the fun. Kaya is not here. Kaya, as of this morning, officially Kaya is on her journey to boarding school, where she learned how to be a good girl, and she will continue her education at boarding school, at training, with all of her friends for the next 2 weeks while I am in Japan. Boarding school, the sequel for Kaya. So she's a scholarly dog, as you guys know. But as far as personal news goes, ended the broadcast last night. And what did I do? Pretty much nothing. Just hung out with Kaya our last night together. And other than that, watched Mashal, set up my Steam Deck, set up my Netflix and HBO accounts to make sure that I have set up my HBO account and Netflix account to make sure I have stuff that I can watch. Okay. On the flight. Put the Balatro on the Steam Deck. Put the Balatro in the bag. Is Mashal good? I like it. It's funny. It's stupid. You might not. But yeah. Don Da Don. Oh, that's another good call, chatter. I should probably upload all the Don Da Dons as well. Download all the Don Da Don episodes as well. Okay. In any case, do you want to log into my Voodoo Fandango account? I got over 1,700 movies, including Nosferatu. No, I'm good. Thank you. But yeah, that's personal news wise. That's all I did. I went to bed and I've been on a drinking a lot of water before I go to sleep arc. Okay. I've been a hydrated girly and dude, I keep waking up at like 4:43 every night to piss. Okay. Like 4:43. And when I wake up, I'm so sweaty. It's crazy. And the house is so goddamn cold. And it's just like, I don't know. It makes it hard for me to go back to sleep. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Basically, did that, worked out. Workout videos are back. Okay. I'm going to try to also stay on my workout arc. I'm going to try to stay on my workout grind when I'm out in Japan as well. This is from yesterday. The boys shooting buckets. This is Kaya before she goes to school. Getting her workout in, and this is me getting my workout in. Hitting nice little depth, you know, full depth for those. I think it was like 285. It's no big deal. It's not like that crazy. Full exhaustion. Depth is borderline at best. You're delulu. Dude, depth is borderline at best. This is after I've gone back up. If you think that this is not good depth, you're out of your mind. Like, I think TikTok and Instagram and like fitness influencers that have that you've been watching have like broken your brains. As long as it's 90 degrees and this is sub 90, as long as this crease right here is 90, that's a full squat. Okay. But it goes beneath 90 for the most part. So yeah, I'm not doing ass to grass squatting. Okay. I have incredibly long legs. I don't know why we always do this. Like, I'm 6'4". Okay. Incredibly long legs. I'm not going to do ass to grass with obviously knee problems too. It's not adequate depth for powerlifting. Its hip crease should be below knees. But if you're not powerlifting, you're good. Honestly, depth looks fine, but your whole posture is fucked, especially your feet position. I know nothing about weightlifting. Great. But yeah. Teabag the ground or it doesn't count. Cole pulled a HasanAbi Classic meme in Shibuya midway. Yeah.
メイドカフェか
Okay, well, Meido Cafe Ka, we're going to be working in a maid cafe in Japan. I can release that one. I'm going to leak that one. Because chat thinks they know what they're talking about, but most of them don't, especially peanut gallery types. Anyway, yeah. Actually, I should hit up Cole to see if he'd want to be working with us at the maid cafe too. Let me see. Dude, what the hell is in my DMs right now? My DMs are busted currently. What the frick? Um, wait, do you have heads? I don't know what that is. You're lifting more than 99% of the world because you're our streamer. You're actually dog shit at lifting. Chat crazy. Yeah. Where was I? What was I going to talk about? That's it, actually. There's nothing much else going on in my life, personal news wise. I had to say bye-bye to Kaya, and that's it. And today's fit pick, yeah, inmate outfits. Yes, Maid Cafe, inmate outfits. We'll be doing the damn thing. You know, stuff that's illegal in America now. Okay. Cole lore. Wait, is Cole from Philadelphia? I don't know. I didn't know that. I need to hear from the king himself. Do I spend $90 on your hoodie? If you say yes, I will get it because I'm too indecisive. I mean, it's up to you. You got 90 extra dollars and you want a fucking comfortable hoodie that also is comfortable hoodie that's also made in the United States of America in a union shop that'll look dope, then yeah, do it. Pull the trigger. If you think $90 is too much, then don't. I will most likely release the Japan schedule later as well, but for the time being, this is all I got. Do you have any hot takes for Trash Taste? Your Luffy take is their top 10 most viewed clips of all time. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of blew up that whole Luffy is a playlist. Luffy is a playlist. Luffy is a terrorist stuff. So I got to come back hot with some. I'm probably peaked though. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Any wrestling in the schedule? Yes. Here's the link for later. Bernie asking the budget director if healthcare is a human right from today. Yeah, that's in there. Don't worry, we'll do it. I heard that someone on LinkedIn was defending Elon Musk's sig heiling so hard. She also sig heiled aggressively, and I think that's awesome. You know, we're really breaking collective consciousness right now. I think we've hit the peak. We've hit the peak of mania. Great start to the Burger Reich. Okay. All right. Let me blast off. Second day of the Burger Reich. Is TikTok censorship upon us? Trump's plans for Gaza. Your YouTube channel's been popping off. Trump's awful policies already causing harm. More scandals. More hogwatch for Gaza. And more. Japanuary officially begins. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. All right. We got the Skibbity toilet one. I'm just going to use that one. I saw Taste doing it. Ironically, they're trying to make it the next. What? Oh, yeah. Andrew Tate is doing the Nazi salute. Ironically. I saw that. Yeah. Will Japanuary be EST friendly perchance? So my goal in Japan, I'll just briefly bring this up. My goal in Japan is to hopefully stream like approximately at like right now. I start at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Pacific. Now 11 a.m. Pacific, unfortunately, is what? Let's look at the time in Tokyo right now. Let's look at the Tokyo time right now. Okay, Tokyo time right now is 4 a.m. So 4 a.m. is a little too rich for my blood. It might be a little too early for me. Okay, so I'm probably gonna start at 5 a.m. Okay, which means I'm probably gonna start at 12 p.m. Pacific time, which means it's gonna be at 3 p.m. EST. Okay, that's the problem. It's my problem, but don't worry, I won't make it your problem. And for the people who are saying you're crazy, you're nuts, I did this. I literally did this last time. Hello? I straight up did this last time. That's like exactly what I did. So, I'm gonna do 3 to 4 hours of regular desktop commentary content, as I usually do when I'm out there. Okay. And then afterwards, we're gonna do an IRL. You did it twice, actually. Yeah, I've done it twice. I've been to Japan twice. Both times, I planted my ass, I sat my white ass down, and I listened and I streamed. Okay. And last time I did that, there was a lot of drama happening in America. And I suspect this time when I'm in Japan, there will probably also, once again, be a lot of drama happening in America. And I suspect that nothing will change in terms of my like regular stream, regular broadcasting, all that stuff. Like I'll probably, do my very best to, continue doing my regular ass streams. As I would have done if I was sitting here in Los Angeles, sunny Los Angeles, California. The only difference being that my vibes will be immaculate. Significantly better than if they would be if I was stuck in LA. Now, the only reason for that is because, as many of you know, when I'm in Japan, I'm in a much better mood. Were you in Japan when Queen Elizabeth died or somewhere else? I was at shit camp when Queen Elizabeth died. New wildfire in LA, above LA just broke out. I won't, that's not gonna be my problem. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be out of here. What shirt are you wearing? A buddy of mine gave this to me. My TikTok interview explaining we didn't need Elon doing that. Wow, this one did go viral. Look at that. In succession. Damn. My TikTok interview explaining we didn't need Elon doing that salute to know he's a Nazi is popping off. Elon Musk hit it, okay? Twice. In succession, enthusiastically, and dare I say belligerently. He even hit the chest while hitting it, okay? You want to know why it's funny? Because you don't need that to know that Elon Musk is a fucking Nazi. Like, what are we talking about? Context here is that Musk supports AfD, the far-right party in Germany. Not only that, but also Elon Musk has talked with the leadership of the AfD, the neo-Nazi party in Germany, about how Hitler was actually a socialist doing historical revisionism surrounding the Holocaust, okay? Elon Musk has also unbanned every single Nazi in North America and around the globe after purchasing Twitter. Elon Musk in that process has also personally followed neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk has highlighted neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk famously responded to a person doing the classic neo-Nazi fascist anti-Semitic statement that like Jews are doing unlimited immigration from the third world of like lower status people specifically to destroy Western civilization. Elon Musk responded to that person and said, "You have said the absolute truth." That ideology was echoed initially by the synagogue shooter that's responsible for the worst anti-Semitic hate crime in the United States of America in modern American history. Yep. Did you get a haircut? Yeah, I did. I logged on to IG today. My first reel was Andrew Tate doing the salute too. My feed going right. everything is going right. Okay? Everything is going right. I'm not going to lie to you. Everything is going right. I see no reason to deny this. I see no reason to avoid speaking on it. Virtually everything is going right. There are a lot of people who are going to feel more comfortable openly stating their stupid perspectives in their belligerent reactionary perspectives. And there's going to be a lot of people also people who are already on the far right are going to be more open about their neo-Nazi their neo-Nazi tendencies. People who are center right are going to become more far right, and people who had previously masked their true silly political perspective will be more open about it. They'll be more open about their political perspectives. And also, the third category is that a lot of content creators that look at the sphere of influence online will also personally fake it like they're right wing, specifically so that they can get clout. Okay? That is the case. That is what's going to happen. It's been happening already. And to a certain degree, I think that has also led to, the Trump victory, or at least like a lot of the people who, normally wouldn't care about politics found themselves in the throes of right-wing politics. And that is where we are. That is where we're at. The reality of the matter is, all you got is one another. Community organizing, labor organizing, because the Democratic Party has also kind of dropped the ball, okay? Democratic Party's dropped the ball. There is no leftist momentum. There is no coalition of ideologically minded, pro-labor focused, truly resistant people in this country. And the institutions are also not going to hold up a strong fight. Okay? That is the problem. That is the issue. That has been the issue, but it's going to become a much larger issue now that Trump is in power and all of his cronies are actively working to ruin the world, not just the country. So, can leftists take advantage of these next 4 years? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, but it's not because I'm being pessimistic. It's because there is no underlying structural help that people can rely on. So we're just going to keep building it. Okay? We're going to keep building it. A lot of people keep asking me, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What can we do, Hasan? What can we do, Hasan? What can we do, Hasan? And right now, we just have to be in a holding pattern. We have to try and protect our marginalized neighbors, whether they're undocumented, whether they're trans. That's what we have to do. We have to hold the line. And eventually, I think, through that process, we will be able to figure out a way out of this situation. Okay? Question mark, question mark. There hasn't been a better time to build legitimacy for a third option. In the upcoming months, I will talk more extensively about what these defensive measures will look like, to the best of my ability, within the legal structure. A legal structure that is obviously getting increasingly more restrictive as time goes on. Okay? But we'll figure it out. Together, we will figure it out. So, on that note, Let's get started. Can you talk about the trans executive order today? I got my gender marker changed on all my government docs and now I'm really scared. Yeah. I will talk about that in a little bit. Okay. So first and foremost, okay. First and foremost, there is the contradictions will inherently worsen. Okay. The contradictions will worsen in this time. And I think a lot of people will be agitated. I'll just say this much before I go into January 6th defendants are being released from custody and talking about liberal media and what they're choosing to pay attention to and what they're not necessarily offering a lot of coverage to. One thing I will say is this. Last time around in 2016, everyone was trying to organize. Everyone was excited. They even brunchified the hashtag liberal resistance. But the problem then was that hashtag liberal resistance that was also backed by institutions as well oftentimes fell short of what was necessary because that kind of resistance was inherently commodified and worked to basically filter back into the Democratic Party and whatever their interests were. And that kind of resistance also almost entirely revolved around the boundaries that the Democratic Party had presented. And what I mean by this is that it was not inherently anti-capitalist, and it was maybe at most, in its most radical form, was usually revolving around identity markers, okay? It rarely ever had class analysis. It was not a real resistance against the proto-fascist administration of Donald Trump, okay? Stop hating Dems, bro. That's not what I'm not hating on Democrats right now. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The Democratic Party is separate from the Democratic Party's base of support. I have a firm and committed belief that many liberals that, vote for the Democratic Party and never really think about it is many of these liberals, I think, they would be easily on board with significantly more quote unquote radical politics if they were presented with it. Okay? That's it. Like, with the exception of certain things, with the exception of certain initiatives that were taken in this time frame, most of the resistance, or the broad majority of the resistance, came from liberal media, which commodified said resistance against proto-fascism, but also pacified it. Okay? I don't think it's going to happen this time around because people are inevitably going to look for alternatives. They're going to look for alternative ways of thinking. They're going to look for alternative ways of organizing. And it does kind of seem like the media apparatus and the organizations that previously were tasked with like defending some of the marginalized people and the processes that the Trump administration will enact, the awful cruelty that the Trump administration will enact, they've kind of also dropped the ball, right? Can you provide an example of commodification? Yes. A great example of commodification is what happened with Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter movement was a radical one. It was a decentralized movement. It was built out of activists on the streets who truly were being impacted by the disproportionate targeting of police. Okay? And their demands were seen as far too radical, far too disruptive. And under the Obama administration, Black Lives Matter was kind of like the Gaza situation under Joe Biden. Liberals hated Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Obama straight up said that, the Black Lives Matter people were thugs. Okay. I still remember the Pod Johns apologizing under the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, that Black Lives Matter was actually a good thing, and they were wrong initially in their assessment of BLM. But what happened under the Trump administration? This inherently radical, decentralized movement basically got packaged up and commodified, where you had Walmart and numerous other mega corporations offering aesthetic support to BLM. TikTokers who would vote for Donald Trump later down the line were throwing up the black fist on their TikTok profiles. It became a commodity. It became a thing that everyone could say. It became a thing that everyone was on board with, and it was substanceless. Ultimately, the demands being made by these activists were valid. They were moral, they were valid, they made sense. They wanted to spend more money on their communities. They wanted to make sure that these communities got more funds to avoid further violence, to deal with the socioeconomic conditions that they were facing. But a lot of those funds, especially in the local taxing structure and the local budget allotment, was going directly back to the police that were harming them. Okay? And what ended up happening in that process is not only did the quote unquote international BLM organization basically was run by grifters, a bunch of the other people that were tasked with being the spokesperson for Black Lives Matter ended up working underneath the Democratic Party, or at least doing their own thing. And there was a lot of mismanagement of funds in the process as well. And the other people who were activists, like the actual street level activists of Black Lives Matter, all died under mysterious circumstances. Like 6 of them. And the ones that didn't die became spokespeople for the Democratic Party or had their own fallout internally. And the international organization of BLM basically turned into, the International Organization of Black Lives Matter turned into this meme that you, mismanagement of funds, that's funny. Yeah, no, I'm being very charitable here. No, it was grift. It was grifting. Okay, people took funds and spent it on their own personal nonsense. And the International Black Lives Matter organization is basically a grift operation that's like pro-Israel now, but also simultaneously constantly under, constantly getting cooked by regulators for also doing charity fraud. So my point is, that's a perfect example of the commodification of a otherwise initially radical movement. That's number one. Number two, what else happened? What else happened in that process? Not only was it diluted, but the entire movement was turned into a joke ultimately, even though the demands initially were just. Okay? Even though the initial demands were just. But it turned into a joke. And it turned into a call sign for the reactionary right to basically say, you guys are bad. You like BLM? Look at BLM. All the corporations love BLM. Right? And in that process, millions of Americans, especially young Americans, that had their first foray into radical politics and protesting the government, learned a very sad lesson. That lesson that they learned was that no matter what you do, you go out and you take it to the streets, you protest, and then you go out and you vote. You hold your nose and you go and you vote for Joe Biden because he's the only option that can defeat Donald Trump, it seems, right? And what did these people get in return for that? The lesson that they learned is nothing. You get nothing. You will shut up, and the Democratic Party won't even give you the already neutered 8 can't wait bill that they said that they were going to pass once they are in power. So for a lot of people, they were like, okay, well, that's the lesson I learned. I take it to the streets. I do all the right things. I do all the right things that they wrote in books. They told me I'm supposed to protest in the streets, okay, within the confines of the First Amendment. They told me I'm supposed to go out and vote for my politicians. I did both of those things, and then I got nothing in return. None of these demands came to fruition. So for a lot of people, that's the very sad lesson that they learned in their first foray into radical politics. And I suspect this is part of the reason why some of them actually turned right-wing and reactionary, okay? And I suspect this is also the reason why many of them didn't vote for the Democrats at all, just didn't vote at all. And last but not least, I think that this ultimately, like the nihilism that kicked in that process, ultimately created this ground for the reactionary right to come back stronger than before. Now, having said that, we also obviously saw the Democratic administration, that's supposed to be the adults in the room, that are supposed to be supposed to be the adults that are focused on maintaining the rule-based international order, completely cast that aside. Numerous wars broke out, and our competent leadership was woefully incompetent in the face of all of that. Okay? Now, you have to fight back against this kind of nihilistic attitude. You have to fight back against it no matter what, because if you actually succumb to the whims of nihilism, well, you might find yourself in the throes of reactionary politics, just like all these other people. So that's why I always point out that change does not happen overnight, and that it's marginal, and it takes a very long time, and that you're supposed to do these things not because you want immediate gratification, but you're supposed to do these things because you want to leave a better future for the next generation. So you have to keep going no matter what. And I will do the same. That's it. So, on that note, let's get to the January 6th defendants emerged from custody after Trump issues pardons, and the police, the Brotherhood of the Police, the unions are very upset, it seems, that Donald Trump pardoned people who beat the shit out of cops.
It's now President Trump. After he pardoned and commuted the sentences of the January 6 rioters, some of the most high-profile defendants have already been released from prison. It's drawn angry responses from police. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott has the story. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And the officers there that defended this Capitol on January 6 told me they started receiving these automated courtesy phone calls from the Department of Justice, letting them know that the rioters who they testified against, the ones who were convicted for assaulting and attacking them, were now being released from prison.
This morning, hundreds of rioters, including those who assaulted police officers on January 6th, released from prison. President Donald Trump asked why he commuted the sentences of people like Stewart Rhodes, founder of the Oath Keepers militia, charged with sedition and sentenced to 18 years.
I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive.
Trump previously said he would look at individual cases, but the president, within hours of taking the oath, pardoned nearly all of the 1,600 people charged in the attack. 140 officers were injured as the mob stormed the Capitol. Officer Daniel Hodges screaming for help, crushed by surging rioters. Those rioters pardoned, or their sentences were commuted by Trump. In an interview, Officer Hodges, who is still on the force, telling me it's a miscarriage of justice. Former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn testified about facing off against the mob.
I told them to just leave the Capitol, and in response they yelled, "No, man, this is our house."
He says
oh yeah, he did pardon Ross Ulbricht, or whatever his name is, the Silk Road guy, and I will be talking about that. I have covered it in the past, the history of the Silk Road and like what happened to Silk Road, and also I will do that today again. I remember watching like a documentary on it on stream before, and I will do that as well. Yeah, he did. And he did that as a gimme to the libertarians too. Because once again, no matter what, this man understands. Yeah, here's me reacting to the dark side of the Silk Road. So, yeah, I will probably react to like another long and convoluted documentary about what happened with Silk Road and where it went. But that's it. Trump doesn't care. He does not give a heck. He does not give a damn. Okay? He does not care. He will give you that delicious, juicy, W that you crave, okay? Do you think Ross is as rich as Elon given his crypto wallets? I don't know. He does not care if his most loyal hogs actually beat up cops. He will, he will unban them. If there is a vote to gain, or if there is some level of confidence that he can get from people, if there's some kind of confidence that he can get from a key constituency, no matter how small, he's gonna unban them. He's gonna unban those people. Okay, January 6th rioter already arrested on gun charges. That's amazing. My man said, Shawshank Redemption, put me back in, Chief. I don't know how to live. Any other way. Put me back in. The wonderful nature of the American criminal justice system. He said, put me back in, please.
President is trying to rewrite history.
The officers feel hurt and betrayed, and it's a slap in the face.
In an internal memo obtained by ABC News, the chief of Capitol Police saying, when there is no price to pay for violence against law enforcement, it sends a message that politics matter more than our first responders. The president's pardons include more than 600 people charged with assaulting or resisting law enforcement. On Capitol Hill, many Republicans not pushing back.
I think like the annoying part of all of this, to me at least, is that one, this is unpopular, but it still doesn't matter because like he's giving his most active base of support, his biggest sycophants, a major W. He's saying like, listen, you stood by me and I'm going to stand by you. Okay. That's important. That's important for Trump, especially because if he wants to have like some semblance of brown shirts who will do his bidding in ways that like even the police or the military might not be able to do within the existing legal confines, these guys will now feel emboldened. Okay, that's really important to understand. They will feel emboldened. They will feel like Donald Trump has their back. So that's really important for him. But the thing that's really frustrating to me about this is that like you can go to jail for a million different stupid things in this country. Okay, if you go to jail, if you're poor, you have a very high likelihood of finding yourself within the throes of the criminal justice system. And unfortunately for many, the American criminal justice system is not exactly open-minded. They will cook you. They will ruin your life for the rest of your life. Okay? So that double standard here is probably frustrating for many Americans who are like, well, my dad got a resisting arrest charge for speaking back to a police officer at a regular traffic stop. Okay. And he had to spend time in prison for that. But these guys actually literally beat the shit out of cops in an insurrection. And now they're walking free and pardoned and have their records expunged. Like, that's crazy, right? My buddy spit on a cop and got 3 years. Yeah, that's considered assault on a peace officer. And straight up, judges will throw the book at you, okay? It's crazy.
2021, Texas Senator John Cornyn said those who planned and participated in the violence that day should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
It's the president's prerogative.
Are you comfortable with that, though? Does that send the right message from your party?
That's not the question. The question is who has the authority, and the president has the authority.
As I've said before, we're looking forward to the next 4 years, not the last 4.
Others suggested the pardons went too far.
I do not support the pardons if they were given to people who committed violent crimes, including assaulting police officers or breaking windows.
But Alabama,
I hate these people so much. I just think it's all aesthetics. They behave, the Republicans that are at the edge of the party, and this is like an especially dying breed, okay, Republicans at the edge of the party that are an especially dying breed like Susan Collins, okay, are so annoying because they always hit that Democrat line where they're like, we are looking at this. I am very concerned. I'm very concerned. It's like, oh, really? You're concerned, Susan Collins? Great. Thank you. I hadn't heard that 700,000 times the last time Donald Trump was president. And then you always go out of your way to vote alongside Donald Trump 90+% of the time. I'm always looking into it. I'm Susan. I'm always looking into it. And I'm always feeling very concerned. Okay. Also, here's the other part of this. Look at that. Truth bomb, baby. Biden pardoning Hunter is more unpopular than Trump pardoning the January 6 rioters per Wall Street Journal poll. Hunter pardon, 22% support, 74% oppose. January 6 pardons, 43% support, 54% oppose. Okay? That's a truth nuke for you. Okay? There you go. There you go. How is that possible? What are you talking about? One is read as a spoiled Nepo baby who was presented as like the worst villain of the Biden administration. In many instances, unjustifiably, because he was just a crackhead fail son, okay? And they greatly overemphasized his crimes and routinely lied about it. They said that he was like doing crazy wheeling and dealing at the behest of the Biden crime family or whatever. The January 6th, the January 6th political hostages was presented as like a group of, political hostages that were unfairly maligned and unjustifiably prosecuted by the big, scary Brandon administration. In some instances, you have to remember, media is very powerful, okay? And in other circumstances, you have to remember, January 6 jet ski dealership owners and numerous other people are closer, both aesthetically and also through their class position, to the random hogs that are living in these random neighborhoods, as opposed to the fail son of a deeply unpopular, decrepit old man. The fail son of a deeply unpopular, decrepit old man who was the president, okay? But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Popularity and popular support for these actions don't matter. That is the point I wanted to make, okay? That is the point I wanted to make. It does not matter. Do you see what I'm saying? When is the last time, with the exception of Trump actually pushing a stay of execution for TikTok, or with the exception of Donald Trump before he came into office, pushing Israel to at least follow through on the ceasefire in the interim period as they light the West Bank on fire, obviously. With those two exceptions, and also, I guess, like swapping out Joe Biden 100 days out from the election, when have you ever seen the American government in all of its different units, right? Not just like the legislative body, but the judiciary, all the way up to the Supreme Court. When is the last time you've seen the American government respond to popular sentiment with, we hear you, we see you, we're going to enact this agenda? I ask you seriously. I ask you sincerely. When is the last time you've seen any member of the government successfully push for, in our lifetimes, successfully push for something that virtually everybody wanted? Minimum wage rage in like 2007. Not to mention that leftists are also anti-establishment and would join with anti-establishment hogs to hold rich Nepo drug addicts is pretty bipartisan. I guess stimmy checks is one of them. Stimmy checks would be a good example of this. Okay. But even then, that was like a necessity. Even Obamacare was like gutted and destroyed. It was supposed to have the public option, and they cooked it and they destroyed it and lied about it actively, as the Democratic Party did the classic move of like trying to find bipartisan compromise with a party that was not interested in compromising with them at all, and were getting rewarded for behaving in an obstructionist manner and lying about everything related to Obamacare in general. But the stimmy checks was a necessity, you know? It was a necessity. So my point is, I guess you could also say same-sex marriage, maybe. Was that? I mean, I guess that's another one. Fair. That's a good one. Okay. That's another good one. So the point is that the American government does not necessarily care about popular sentiment. You know what I mean? They just don't care. They don't really care at all. And I don't think that gay marriage was at the time seen as like a bipartisan thing that the entirety of the country wanted. If we're being real, if we're being really real. People are saying cannabis, but that's another great example. Like, this is federal level decriminalization of marijuana has been like 90% popular in perpetuity. Okay. Universal background checks, 90% popularity in perpetuity. 75% of NRA card-carrying members want universal background checks. That would be a federal piece of legislation. So, like, even when you think about all of the most popular policies, it's always just like, it's always something that the government has to neuter effectively. Okay, but I can give you a million examples of the government, whether it be the Supreme Court or whether it be the legislative body, actively working against the overwhelming majority's wishes time and time again, whether it be enforcing a ceasefire in Gaza by denying weapons transfers. Like, this was objectively a popular concept. Or even if the denying weapons transfers was not, even if that wasn't a popular part of this idea, okay, the ceasefire was a popular concept. And obviously, the only way to do that would be by forcing Israel to, concede. And if they didn't, you just refuse to give them weapons. They didn't do that. Okay? Universal health care, not happening. Like, there are plenty of popular things that can only pass through ballot measures on a state-by-state basis because the national parties don't actually care to do anything. They don't actually care to enforce the popular agenda of the people. Donald Trump, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily care about the overarching popular sentiment, and neither do the Democrats. But when Democrats actually do something that's like objectively unpopular, like, finding bipartisan compromise for the TikTok ban that the Democratic president signs into law, they're doing that at the behest of their corporate benefactors. Now, does Donald Trump do that as well? Of course. And he does it in even worse ways than the Democrats do, like the tax cuts for the super wealthy, right? That he passed in 2017, 2018. Having said that, every now and then, Donald Trump loves to get a good W in the corner. Okay? Donald Trump loves to get a good W in his corner. And that's what's going on here. Okay? That's what's happening here.
Was Tommy Tuberville, who once said rioters who broke in should, quote, pay the price, now says he fully backs Trump's call.
With Ross Ulbricht.
But we're talking about people that were beating officers with fire hydrants, with metal batons. Is that acceptable to you?
No.
Those people were pardoned.
No, that's not acceptable, but I didn't see it. So.
What do you mean?
It's on video.
I didn't see it.
And of course, Trump going back on his own words after the attack, he once said that those committed violent acts would pay the price, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much. Let's also get a question about Pete Hegseth. He's the president's pick for defense secretary, facing new allegations now.
Yeah, senators on the Armed Services Committee, George, have obtained a sworn affidavit from the former sister-in-law of Pete Hegseth, who claims that he was abusive to his second wife, so much so that she had to hide in the closet and that they had a code word in case she needed help. Now, she does acknowledge that she never personally witnessed any sexual or physical abuse, and an attorney for Hegseth is denying these allegations, including those allegations of abuse, flat out. His nomination, though, is moving forward with the vote expected as early as this week, George.
Mr. Scott, thanks very much.
Republicans have long said you guys back the blue. How do you justifiably say that when Trump just pardoned a bunch of violent January 6 rioters who attacked Capitol?
Like, this is, I'm going to be honest with you. On the one hand, this is a newsworthy thing that Donald Trump did. And it is kind of wild that he did blanket pardons. Okay. On the other hand, the media is back to doing hypocrisy baiting and hypocrisy fishing. And I think at a certain point, we all got to take a deep breath and recognize that, number one, January 6th stuff clearly doesn't play well to the broader audience, and they just don't care about it as much as, liberals do, like hyper invested, media obsessed liberals do. Okay. And last but not least, and this is perhaps the most important point that I want to address. Okay. Nobody cares about hypocrisy. Like no Republican is ever going to turn around and be like, oh man, you really caught me here. Donald Trump pardoned police beaters. Oh, I'm really going to reconsider my position here. It is not going to happen. You will never, ever get a Republican to turn around and say, you know what? This is a bridge too far for me. If that was the case, then the Democrats would have won the last election because this is what they ran on. Okay? This is what they ran on. They constantly ran on this, the January 6th stuff, over and over and over again. And I think it melted the minds of a lot of liberals who are basically just slammed to their televisions, like hyper focusing on what they see from the TV. And they just could not contend. Okay? They just could not comprehend the reality that, like, people outside of people that are, watching MSNBC and CNN that are like perma stuck in that little media ecosystem, an increasingly smaller audience of people, mind you. Outside of that, no one really cared about it. Okay? Police beaters is far from the truth, but you know that? Are you telling me that on January 6th, there weren't people who actually, one, pepper sprayed cops, and two, beat the shit out of cops? Because I'm not talking about like the cops that killed themselves a day after or whatever. I'm not talking about that at all. Okay? I'm talking about what I saw, like, on video. I was basically there. We were there, dude. Come on, dude. Like, there's a lot of beat the shit out of, I disagree with. Chatter. That's crazy. No, come on, dude. Come on. And that's insane. They just showed it in the tapes. Though you're going to make me, oh Lord, you're going to turn me into a silly little annoying little lib here. Okay, if you keep this up. We were basically at the Capitol, partially because all the people thought there would be no repercussions for this. So they filmed themselves and actively talked about how awesome it was that they were doing the things that they were doing. So we got deep access to everything that was going on. Part of the problem, from my perspective, I think, part of the problem was that there was so much footage readily available that it took thousands of man hours from the FBI to investigate all of that thoroughly, because everybody was like, what? We will never get in trouble for this. This is crazy. Why are you trying so hard to make the police as victims here? They are class traitors. Don't you know? Okay, shut up, Ismail. My point is, you can't even talk back to a cop in broad daylight in the normal world without possibly getting some criminal penalties for it. But you can apparently beat the shit out of a cop when you're storming the fucking Capitol, and it's fine. Trump will pardon you. Excuse me, I didn't know it was like that. Bro, in the United States of America, you can't even protest Israel. Okay? You get 3,100 students were arrested for protesting against Israel's apartheid and genocide in this country under the Democratic leadership. Thousands more are permanently in jail for their participation in the Black Lives Matter protests. Thousands of people. Okay? 1,000 plus people that were arrested, prosecuted, and went to jail for their participation in an insurrection where they did beat the shit out of cops, even though the cops were seemingly pretty much on their side, okay? And guess what? It's fine. You can do all of that. They were tactical love taps, bro. Chill. They were hitting the cops with respect and patriotism as they calmly enter the premises. Stop your revisionism. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Like, look at this, bro. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I guess he just slipped and fell, dude, and nothing else, you know?
And if those rioters come to the Capitol, will you welcome them back here?
So look, everybody can describe this however they want. The president has the pardon and commutation authority. It's his decision, and I think what was made clear all along is that peaceful protests and people who engage in that should never be punished. There was a weaponization of the Justice Department. There was a weaponization of the events. The following, the prosecutions that happened after January 6th. It was a terrible time and a terrible chapter in America's history. The president's made his decision. I don't second guess those. And yes, it's kind of my ethos, my worldview. We believe in redemption. We believe in second chances. If you would argue that those people didn't pay a heavy penalty.
Bro, that's awesome. Like, they're talking like prison abolitionists right now, man. They're like, hey, man, we have to have a focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration. I think it's been far too long in this nation's dark past where we have decided that that the draconian nature of the criminal justice system must be as torturous as possible. This is clearly not a successful method. These people have paid the ultimate price for being law-abiding, peaceful citizens as they peacefully beat the shit out of cops on the Capitol Rotunda. Okay? I wouldn't dare. But if I was, I wouldn't have liked it. But I've totally forgotten about it now. Because my Lord King Savior, Donald Trump, decided that they're going to get pardoned.
Penalty, having been incarcerated and all of that's up to you. But the president's made a decision. We move forward.
These guys will straight up say that, like, the overwhelming majority of Black Lives Matter protests did not turn into riots. The ones that did turn into riots because cops were brutalizing the protesters. Okay, they always escalate. And given the anti-cop nature of the Black Lives Matter protests, of course, cops were going to always escalate and be brutal. And they act like every city was burned to the goddamn ground. Meanwhile, these dudes straight up in broad daylight were like, we love rioting and going into we love rioting and going into the Capitol building. Okay, we love it. I can't wait to apprehend physically and violently Nancy Pelosi and do a citizen's arrest on Nancy Pelosi. Here, I brought my zip ties with me. I can't wait to do that. My name is such and such. They've literally did this in broad daylight, and these guys are like, these were just peaceful people that wanted to see the inside of the people's house, right? I didn't realize that it was illegal for the people of the United States of America to enter the people's house.
There are better days ahead of us. That's what we're excited about. We're not looking backwards, we're looking forward. Just second row.
The leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were freed following their pardons yesterday. At the time, back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see they've been given a pardon. I thought.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This journalist basically is like, hey, are you going to utilize the Proud Boys to do your to do your most violent bidding? And he's like, we'll see. We'll see.
Their sentences were ridiculous and excessive.
We'll have to see. Today, Tarrio spoke to Alex Jones and told him, quote, the people who did this, they need to feel the heat, they need to be put behind bars, and they need to be prosecuted. More now on all this from CNN's Donny O'Sullivan, who was outside the D.C. jail last night when all this went down and spoke today with some of the pardoned inmates.
You're a true patriot. I don't even know what to feel. I mean, I guess I should feel joy. Maybe I'm just shocked.
The end of a long road for Rachel Powell, pardoned by President Trump and released Tuesday from a jail here in Washington, D.C.
Patriots are in control.
The Pink Hat
Patriots
lady
are
when
in
footage
control.
emerged
They're
of her
razzing up.
breaking
Patriots,
a window
razz
at
up.
the Capitol with an ice axe during the January 6 attack. A mom to 8 and a grandmother to 7, I interviewed Rachel before she began what was supposed to be a years-long prison sentence last year.
How'd I have time to plan an insurrection when my life is busy like this?
On her release on Tuesday, she was met by activists who gave her new clothes, new
gotta
boots, and a new pink hat.
Woo! Glory! Hallelujah! Thank you, Lord! This man came from the Philadelphia jail. He got out at 3 a.m. That doesn't make sense. He's wearing prison shoes and Philadelphia's finest prison gear.
Pardoned January 6ers from elsewhere began arriving in Washington, like William Patrick Sarsfield III, who was convicted of a felony offense of obstruction of law enforcement during a civil disorder.
Well, I was heard through different apps and different programs and different phone calls from people that we still had brothers and sisters that were still locked up and haven't been released. And being somebody that's been in D.C., that everybody should be released. If it's a pardon for J6ers, it's for all of us.
You got out of prison last night?
Well, I was locked up for 3.5 years, and I was taken to the halfway house on August 29th.
Robert Morse says he was released from a halfway house in Pittsburgh late last night and came to D.C. to celebrate.
Back up!
Morse, a former Army Ranger, was found guilty of assaulting police officers, among other crimes, on January 6.
I had no intention of going anywhere near the Capitol that day. That's how crazy this got. So a lot of people were taken advantage of, and we were lured into a lobster trap that January 6th was designed to be.
In terms of personal responsibility, do you regret?
Completely, without a doubt. I said that in my sentencing speech. I said the words, Donald Trump did not force me or coerce me to do what I did that day. I did it on my own accord.
What's your message to people watching this who say, she shouldn't have been pardoned, none of these people should have got out of prison, they're criminals?
Okay, you know what? It's time to stop worrying about that. And
Dude, that's the peak, okay? That's the most awesome way to be, to just be like, you don't understand, okay? No matter what, I will go to jail on my own. Please do not harm my president, who said I was bad right after it became politically unpopular. Like, dude, being that cucked is crazy. No, I'm not going to go back. There's no obligatory go back. You know, there's no go back policies here, okay? He called it a lobster trap and then proceeded to say how he fell for the lobster trap. Yeah. Attacking the seat. Yeah. Here's the latest standing. Attacking the seat of the U.S. government, beating the shit out of cops, saying you're going to arrest and possibly hang the Republican vice president of the party that you are a supporter of is peaceful. 18-year-olds camping and playing guitar on their own university campus. Worse terror attack than 9/11. They're all Hamas. They're all actually being brainwashed by the Iranian mullahs. Okay, the Ayatollah is basically on college campuses, and we have to bring in the terror squad. incredible. Now, of course, make no mistake, these guys are also simultaneously Antifa, okay? They're simultaneously agents of the FBI and Antifa at the same time, because initially they were like, oh, it's Antifa that did this. When they were like, oh, this is violent and unacceptable, and that's because Antifa did this, okay? It's Antifa. Except they didn't prosecute the Antifa. They only prosecuted the brave patriots that were political prisoners. And also, it wasn't even violent at all, okay? It wasn't even violent at all. It was just a peaceful day at the Rotunda.
Move forward in this country.
And Donnie joins us now. What's happening at the...
Aren't we doing hypocrisy baiting, or is this just entertainment? I don't know. I'm high. No. I come at this with the understanding that virtually no one cares about this. Like, the broad majorities of the American public are not as invested in the story as the way that the media presents it. It's just funny. It's entertainment. Okay? This is one of the least impactful aspects of the Trump administration. Okay? It's one of the least impactful aspects of the Trump administration. And it is, it's not something that I think a lot of people truly care about. But the ones that do really care about it, okay? The ones that care about January 6th really care about it. What I mean by this is, on the Republican side, the ones that are like the immediate family members, with the exception of the HasanAbi head, who has to now go into hiding because his dad is out of prison. The Republicans that really care about it are elated. They're super excited that Trump actually pardoned these guys and emboldened them, okay? On the liberal side, the ones who care about it really care about it as well. But the number of people, especially on the liberal side, that really care about this are obviously super marginal. And even if they say, even if they respond to a poll and they say like, oh, I think this is like really disrespectful or whatever, it ultimately does not matter, because the American government, Democratic control, Republican control, doesn't really matter. The American government doesn't really do things that people have a lot of negative feelings about anyway, or a lot of positive feelings about anyway. Like, the American government doesn't really abide by the democratic wishes of the broad majorities of the public, right?
The jail tonight, what are you seeing?
Hey, Anderson, yeah, just in the past few minutes, 3 more January 6ers were just released.
I think it's pretty impactful to essentially give Americans immunity for any crimes in the name of the president, right? No, that will have really important implications down the line, for sure. I think that especially when you factor in like organized militias that have only grown in size and influence in the time frame that these guys went to jail, it definitely is a terrifying precedent later down the line. But that's usually not what people are talking about in this situation. Most people are just looking at this and talking about how hypocritical it is that Trump is doing this, myself included. But make no mistake, I'm just, I'm talking about it from the aspect of like entertainment and hogwatch. And the hypocrisy baiting is not like the major point that I'm trying to address here at all.
From the DC jail here, you can see they're giving interviews to local media and international.
Yeah. I also want to once again address the broader point here, which is that you cannot try to catch Republicans in hypocrisy. It didn't work the last election cycle, and it didn't work the election cycle in the past as well. Like, when Trump was president, this is all liberals did, okay? This is all the hashtag resistance liberalism was about. Oh, now we think it's okay when Trump does it. It's like, yeah, no, they just genuinely don't care, and they genuinely do think it's okay when Trump does it. And they will act like they care when the Democrats actually do something that comes across as hypocritical. It's the strategy. It's the game plan. If anything, I think liberals should learn from that. This is something that I have advocated for quite a bit. Most famously on the Pod Save America interview that I had, that went viral in a lot of liberal circles, where I said, I want the Democrats to fight. I want a competent Democratic Party that is willing to fight, okay? Willing to fight for good things, willing to fight for the common good, even if it doesn't come across as inherently popular or immediately popular. And I want them to expend social and political capital on things that actually do materially improve people's lives, okay? I want him to do that in the same way that Trump does, right? Because Trump does that. This is one of the things that I wouldn't say necessarily admire about Donald Trump, but this is one of the things that I think Donald Trump does very well. If there is something that he can get an easy W off of, okay? If there's something that will return. Like if there are a group of people out there that are genuinely passionate about a particular issue, even if it's like, you know, kind of unpopular or whatever in the eyes of the broad majority, like these are low-hanging fruit things for him. He just will go and you know, he'll secure those votes. This is one of those instances. He also will. He also has obviously a tendency to be very telegenic and knows how to draw in a crowd and make people pay attention to him. And he did precisely that with his executive order signatures that he conducted on his first day, right? On the day of the inauguration. Like he knows how to keep people paying attention to what he's doing and present it as a positive. It's one of the, I would say, worst aspects of the Joe Biden administration was the fact that it was led by a guy who was a crippled old man who genuinely couldn't do that. He could not even actively communicate some of the good things that they were doing, albeit marginal, but they still could have done a better job of conveying that message to the public, to be like, see, these are the things that we're doing. Donald Trump is a great marketer. Problem is, the things he's marketing are usually very bad, right? Why is Charlie Kirk such a Trump cock gobbler on Twitter? It's insufferable. There's no analysis, just dick riding at the likes the world has never seen before. I mean, come on, dude. Let him do his victory dances, you know? They won, and he played a big role in it, you know? This guy actively was door knocking in Arizona. He is in Trump's orbit. That's his job. His job is to gobble Trump's penis. So, legitimate question. Legally, doesn't that mean that storming the Capitol should be legal as a takeaway here? No, dude, it doesn't work that way. That is actually what I was trying to explain with the hypocrisy here, which is that both the hypocrisy baiting from liberals don't work, and that Donald Trump actually making it functionally legal to storm the Capitol, that doesn't apply to you, okay? If you tried to do that, you would get killed. Do you understand? If you try to do that, you get killed. When Republicans tried to do that, they basically walked in, cops basically led them in, and got their ass beat in the process. And then Trump came back and pardoned all of them. But that doesn't extend to you, is my point. This is why whenever liberals talk about like, oh, if we violate these norms, then the Republicans will violate it down the line. My response always has been, hello, they already do violate all the norms. What are you talking about? The only precedent that this is setting is that as long as you do it at the behest of Trump, you'll be protected from legal scrutiny. That's it. It doesn't work for you. It doesn't work in the opposite direction. Okay? Yeah, apparently a lot of people are losing their minds over the church service that took place, and I think it's really funny, so I will obviously cover that as well. The difference is Democrats will say things like, oh no, Trump revoked XYZ Act instead of saying Trump had defunded your bridges and roads. Yep.
Press also gathered, but also a lot of MAGA media here. And one person who's just speaking over there, who I think we're showing on screen at the moment, is Jake Lang. He's a prisoner who has really built up a big social media following while he has been in prison over the past while. He's speaking there. So really, you can see just how emboldened these folks are. A lot of them are kind of going off and planning basically MAGA media careers. But what we've also seen here over the past few hours today is different groups and people, obviously big fans of us here, Anderson, groups gathering throughout the day, including the Proud Boys here. So really gives you a sense of the types of folks who are celebrating, at least here at the DC jail.
All right, Tony O'Sullivan, appreciate it.
Many of the president's allies would like to stop talking about the deadly assault on the Capitol, but Trump's sweeping pardons making that difficult, as the president himself was pressed by reporters on the issue when he spoke to them yesterday.
Aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is okay with these pardons?
No, the opposite. You know, I am the friend of police more than any president that's ever been in this office.
Donald Trump insisting that despite his decision to pardon hundreds of people convicted of violent felonies and a power that he alone wields, insisting he supports law enforcement more than any president ever. When asked about specific cases, including that of Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, who was attacked and injured while defending the Capitol 4 years ago, the president seemed to be unaware of the details of the convictions that he chose to wipe away.
You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything.
Was it a pardon, he asks? Yes, one that only he has the power to deliver. Joining us now, Stephen Collinson, CNN senior politics reporter, Elliot Williams, CNN legal analyst, a former federal prosecutor, Congressman Jay Auchincloss, Democrat of Maryland, Massachusetts, and Kristen Soltis Anderson, CNN political commentator and Republican strategist and pollster. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. Congressman, this, of course, a return to the original first Trump administration, where members of the body in which you serve often repeatedly asked to defend what Donald Trump has done. This, what happened on January 6th, was something that was an absolute cataclysm for the institution. Many of your colleagues were trapped in the House chamber, had to be escorted out by law enforcement as rioters tried to breach the doors. What do you have to say to your colleagues there, as some of them are trying, not all of them are defending what Trump has done, but what goes through your mind when you watch that?
Congressional Republicans are all ducking and dodging, and I never want to hear them say back the blue ever again after providing political cover for this abomination. These are people who violently assaulted officers of the law while trying to insurrect our democracy. It's not just these pardons, by the way. Last Congress, the Republicans tried to defund the FBI. This term, they're seeking to undermine the ATF's ability to regulate ghost guns. These are weapons that can pass through a metal detector without being detected. All of these things make officers of the law less safe and undermine our ability to enforce the law in this country. And yet they try to claim that they're the law and order party. It's no longer supportable.
Dude, this is, you know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of before we move on to some other stuff here? This reminds me of the endless need for the Democratic Party to run patriotic candidates. Okay? Like, this reminds me of when Donald Trump came out and was like, John McCain is a loser. I like my war heroes who weren't captured. And everyone was like, this is surely going to take him down. Last election. Last time Trump won the election, if you remember. And the Democrats were like, finally, we can be the patriotic party. Okay? Finally, let's keep running the most boring, annoying, technocratic, smarmy veterans and try to maintain this position that in the South, we are the actual party that cares about patriotism. Look at all our veterans that we're posting. Look at all our veterans that we're putting forward, not realizing that no one cares. Okay? No one cares. And this is what this is what the Democrats have always done. They've always done this. And now they think they're going to be like, well, it's obvious that the Republicans are not the law and order party. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? They don't care, man. I don't know how to describe this to you. You cannot outflank the Republicans on patriotism. They own it, okay? It's not in the United States of America. The collective consciousness surrounding patriotism is not what you think it is, okay? It's not what you think it is. Patriotism in America is not represented by, actually respecting the veterans and showing reverence or whatever. It's actually about how racist you can be about Muslim people or whoever America's enemies are at that time. Okay? It is completely and entirely dominated by the right wing. They control that narrative. They control the standards of patriotism. If you think that you have any say in reframing patriotism from a liberal perspective, you are delusional. Okay? It's almost as delusional as thinking that people care about the civility and the optics of it all. No one cares. It's almost as delusional as thinking that the incredibly divisive and sectarian nature of simply hyper focusing on identity markers as a mechanism of undermining progressive people within the ranks of your own party. Just a major own. No one cares. Okay? Republicans do it all the time too. No one actually cares. The cancel culture stuff is just so stupid. Hyper focusing on that and thinking that this is a reasonable way to do politics is so bad. It just makes you look like a freaking HR manager, okay? It's so dumb. Just do things that help people. Please, for the love of Christ, do things that help people and actively talk about how you're doing those things and market them. But it seems like the Democratic Party has decided, no, we're just going to be the gay, smarmy version of the Republicans. Okay? That's it. You will never be able to decouple reactionary right-wing politics from law and order messaging, okay? It does not matter because the entirety of the right-wing messaging is about dominating the field of law and order in the way that they think is law and order. The same goes for free speech, okay? When Americans talk about free speech, the way that they understand free speech is basically when Americans talk about free speech, they're talking about slurs, being able to say slurs and not having any repercussions for being able to say slurs. They're not talking about actual speech that undermines the pre-existing hierarchies. They're not talking about free speech as saying, Israel sucks or whatever. They're talking about the freedom to say slurs without repercussions. That's the way that they talk about free speech. And it's not about the government actually coming in and offering legal penalties for you saying whatever. It's actually just private companies and private organizations not deboosting you or shadow banning you or whatever people believe is happening. Okay? That's what this is about. And there is no greater indication of this inherent silliness, okay, than the way that Marco Rubio and many other Republicans have talked about what they're going to do, what their mandate is going forward. On the one hand, as the leaked State Department memo that came out from Ken Klippenstein that we covered yesterday, Marco Rubio said they're going to go after DEI, okay? One of the scariest things that Marco Rubio also mentioned was in the bullet points in the memo that he was sending to the State Department, okay? The new Secretary of State that was voted in unanimously, including by the likes of Bernard Sanders, by the way. Big L for Bernard there. was that he was going to combat anyone that tries to dare tarnish free speech, but also simultaneously go after people for un-American sentiment. Those two things are, if you understand the theoretical concept of what free speech represents, those two things are inherently at odds with one another. You can't on the one hand say, we are going to be the defenders of the free speech, and then simultaneously say, and we're going to make sure that people are adequately punished for supporting terrorism or for, not being in line with American values and common sense. That means you're going to go after speech. That's what that means. But that is precisely the way that they're going to go about this, where they're just be like, we're the free speech defenders, and also simultaneously, we are going to take out any kind of political opposition.
See President Donald Trump's immigration.
Anyway, but, one funny moment from the pardoned January 6 rioters is that one of them already got arrested on gun charges. Trump granted clemency to hundreds of alleged or convicted violent criminals. One is back behind bars because a man accused of assaulting a law enforcement officer and tossing an explosive device into a Capitol tunnel on January 6 was rearrested just days after receiving a pardon. His name is Daniel Ball of Homosassa, Florida. That's awesome name. Homosassa, Florida. On May 2023, was indicted on 12 counts related to his participation in the attack on the Capitol. Charges against him included assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers with a deadly or dangerous weapon, using fire and explosive to commit any felony, and knowingly engaging in any act of physical violence while carrying or using a deadly or dangerous weapon. Okay? Ball was accused of throwing an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers in the Capitol's Lower West Terrace tunnel, injuring law enforcement personnel. On Tuesday, Ball's case was dismissed following President Trump's blanket pardon to over 1,500 defendants charged with offenses related to the attempted insurrection. Less than a day later, the Department of Justice rearrested Ball on a separate pending charge related to the unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. This sassy-ass homo is going back to jail, baby. Homo Sassy's very own. He couldn't make it. He couldn't make it out in the real world, chat. He's done. January 6th was nowhere near Ball's first brush with law enforcement. 3 previous felony convictions, including 4 domestic violence, battery by strangulation, resisting law enforcement with violence, and battery against a law enforcement officer, are listed in the charging documents. While Ball was nabbed on a pending charge unrelated to January 6th, the president's widespread amnesty for January 6 offenders let hundreds of individuals charged or convicted of violence during the attack off the hook. Look at that. Ball, any relation to LaMelo? Yeah, this is the lost Ball brother. That's what happened. Can liberals not concede just once? I hate Marco Rubio on a personal. I mean, he has a globe emoji on his account. Of course, he's going to say he likes Marco Rubio. He's doing the thing that I said he was going to do. He's doing the thing that I said liberals were going to say, which is that Marco Rubio is far from the worst option as the Secretary of State because he's a competent, pro-American empire person with a long-standing track record within Congress. He is an establishment elite politician. So, of course, Democrats are perfectly on board with this. They could have had someone like Tulsi Gabbard be the Secretary of State. You know, that's the calculation that they're making. I hate Marco Rubio on a personal and policy level, but he's a perfectly acceptable Secretary of State nomination for a Republican president. No reason for Senate Dems to die on that hill when there's a whole mountain range of terrible nominees. There it is. Yes, this is the constant conciliatory calculation that liberals engage with. First of all, Homosassa is a native name like Mikasuki. Yeah, I suspected. I want to explain something here. Democrats, as a party, regardless of, my disagreements with them, should operate like the Republicans. And what that means is you should just block regardless. You should block and push regardless. What are you doing? It literally does not matter. In this day and age, obstructionism is not actually something that comes along with a penalty. It comes with rewards. Obviously, that's what the Republicans have proven time and time again. Just fucking obstruct. Who cares? It takes $0 to be annoying and obstruct. It doesn't make any sense. Just obstruct and craft a reasonable narrative as to why you're doing so. Because Republicans operate as though every Democratic leadership is supposed to hire Republicans for these positions, and they do obstruct on that basis. Whereas the Democrats don't do that. The Democrats are like, well, let's be the adults here. This is a reasonable calculation that we're making. Marco Rubio is far more sane than the other candidates, and there's truth to that. There is truth to that. But just obstruct. Who cares? Who cares? Unless you personally also like Marco Rubio to be in that position. And many Democrats do like Marco Rubio in that position, for the record. But Republicans, on the other hand, even if they actually like a Democratic candidate who might even be a Republican or might be incredibly conservative, will still obstruct because they understand how partisan politics works in this country. You should not be operating on the standard that he's better overall and that we must be adults, please. You should be operating on the standard of fuck the Republicans. Fuck them. Okay? Fuck them. And I don't mean literally have sex with them, because many Democrats want to do that. They want to get their backs blown out by the Republican Party in general. Okay? It's very frustrating. Very, very, very frustrating. Okay? I mean, fuck them. No. We're not doing anything. Even if you like a guy, even if they turn around and actually put forth a Democrat in a position of power, you should be like, nah, we don't want it. We're going to obstruct anyway. That's what the Republicans do. But if they obstruct and somehow Republicans place someone worse, then what? Wait, what a great question. First of all, it doesn't matter. Marco Rubio was going to pass regardless whether they obstruct or not. Why are you aesthetically offering a victory of hollow bipartisanship to the Republican Party for no reason? What do you mean, a worse person? Okay, obstruct that too. If you have the capacity to obstruct Marco Rubio, you have the capacity to obstruct against whoever the other candidates are too. What are you talking about? Pop Crave is doing better anti-Trump work than the Democratic Party. Yeah. Donald Trump is now allowing ICE agents to make arrests in and near schools and churches, by the way, which was previously a bridge too far. If you recall, there was famous stories of undocumented migrants sheltering inside of a church in order to avoid ICE raids. They remember that. And so this time around, they're like, nope, you're going into schools and churches too. And medical places as well, hospitals. It was just a question. I am not a meritard. My bad. No, I wasn't being No, it was just a question, dude. I am not a meritard. What the fuck? I have not heard this term before. I wasn't even mad at you. I'm just heated in general. Sorry if it came across like I was yelling at you. I'm just yelling, chatter. Oh, by the way, here's Trump ally Charlie Kirk going on an unhinged rant about Martin Luther King again.
In our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. and Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. As we note in the piece, Kirk has previously described Kirk as a hero and a civil rights icon. It's true. I used to be wrong. What inspired Kirk to shift his view on MLK? Why does Kirk think that MLK is a bad guy? When Kirk says that MLK says, quote, one good thing he didn't believe, what does he mean by that? Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right? Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
That's an insane... Dude, that is insane, dude. You called this? Look at how much anti-Semitism is in the replies. Ha ha ha, holy fuck. TikTok must have got an APAC guy. I guess it swung the other way, and that's why it's back. What do you mean? Your thoughts on this? I guess people should use red now. Oh, look, it's Eastern Standard Time again. Maybe I was wrong about TikTok. Seems based. No, most of the people are just like dunking on the stupid liberals who are pro-Palestine. Tim Pool is not necessary. Tim Pool will entertain anti-Semitic conspiracies, but he's not exactly a supporter of Palestine or even a critic of Israel. I don't know if you guys have realized that. He actually is pro-Israel, and that's kind of a heated point of contention in his community as well, because like his fan base, some of his fans are obviously anti-Israel for, you know, sometimes good reasons and in many instances bad reasons. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. So this is not surprising that most of the people are just going, yeah, this kind of censorship is awesome, actually. Yeah. What is this? Radlibs have gone dangerously close to anti-MLK takes. What is this? Wasn't MLK assassinated in a motel room during an orgy with white prostitutes? I were pleased. No. Stop. I'm not entertaining that shit. Okay? I'm not even remotely entertaining. Dude, I've done this already. I've had a foray into this before. Stop. Okay? It's crazy to me that Azealia Banks is doing the propaganda that the FBI tried to do. Like, that's crazy, man. Radical liberalism is so brain rot. Also, Azealia Banks is like insane. Please stop. Stop. She has no motion. Please don't do that. Oh, yeah, there's this part that I'm going to talk about today as well. Breaking. Donald Trump has ordered communications blackout on America's federal health agencies per Washington Post. The CDC, FDA, HHS, and NIH have all been told to pause external communications, including publishing scientific reports, updating websites, or issuing health advisories. One of them was supposed to be about the potential bird flu. Okay, that's kind of been ripping through the poultry and egg supply, for the record. Yeah. Good thing that we don't need to know about that. Yeah. How the U.S. lost control of bird flu, setting the stage for another pandemic. As the bird flu virus moved on to cows and people, sluggish federal action, deference to industry, and neglect for worker safety put the country at risk. Yeah. Plandemic 2, baby. It's a double... It's a double whammy. It's a double whammy because this also actually contributes to the cost of living crisis. Okay? It actually contributes to the cost of living crisis as well, because if you rip through the poultry or even the meat stock in general, like beef stock as well, because it's like skipping in, it's actually made its way into the cows as well. It's not only devastating for the population if it jumps to humans, but it also is devastating in general because it basically cooks the existing poultry stock and egg stock. Now, that will increase the prices for eggs. It'll increase the price for chicken. having said that, okay, it's great because not only will the federal government be ill-equipped to deal with this now, even worse than under the Brandon regime, but also now the FDA might not actually, in an effort to keep up with the demands of the people that want to eat chicken and eat eggs, maybe the FDA will be forced to look the other way. Maybe the FDA will be forced to look the other way in terms of bird flu ripping through the population by way of the chickens that they're eating, by way of the eggs that they're consuming. I don't know. Great stuff. But hey, fear not. We have the World Health Organization that can help. Oh, shit. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah. From the people that brought you no vaccine mandates will now come mandated holistic medicine for your bird flu as you're dying. RFK Jr. will come visit you and give you and shove colloidal silver pills down your throat to save your life. Your fault eating pig ass full of antibiotics and other fun shit. Lamau, enjoy your disease, meat eaters. Yeah. Famously, bird flu jumping over to humans and having an incredibly high lethality rate will never actually end up impacting vegans. So, yeah. Dude, everything goes back to why the fire department has to be a social service that's publicly funded. You understand? There is a reason why a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is controlled by the federal government. There's a reason why the fire department has to be local and public as a public service. You understand? Because fire skips. And you know what else skips? Diseases. Okay? Fire jumps from house to house, structure to structure, burning everything in its everything and anything in its way. Okay? Just like diseases don't care if you're vegan or not. Also, anyway, I'm not even going to get into it. Dude, it's legit about to be 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Yeah. I'm not like a super genius Hasan, but I think the point the chatter was making might have been that if more people go vegan, there will be less reliance on meat consumption, which would help not exacerbate the issue. Okay, dude. Yeah, you're right. That's what we should have done. We should have just like magically got people to be on board with this. Please stop. I don't want to get into this. Vegans are right. Vegans are morally right. I'm a morally repugnant person who can't control himself, and I still love consuming animal products. Let's just not get into it, please. I'm not going to do a vegan debate right now in the midst of like the Burger Reich. Okay? Please, eyes on the prize, okay? One of the things that I've always consistently been an advocate for also is like, one, making the meat production and poultry production more ethical as you possibly can, and greatly limiting it by the federal regulatory agencies, while also simultaneously looking for and investing greatly in alternative non-meat substitutes that taste and look and feel exactly like the meat products. This is a thing that I advocate for all the time because I understand that these kinds of changes can only happen at the systemic level, and it's not going to work in a decentralized movement. Okay? Especially in a country like the United States of America where treats are supreme. We care about treats more than anything else. Okay? One of the most popular ways in which people have actually criticized the Green New Deal has been the false association with AOC trying to take your burger away. Americans are cheeseburger people. They're hamburger people. And even the fake lie that your hamburgers are going to be taken away created so much controversy for a bill that actually wasn't going to do that anyway. Okay. Anyway. Hamburger. U.S. military orders. I digress. Let's get back to the issue at hand. U.S. military orders thousands more troops to the southern border.
Policies go into effect. Officials tell CNN that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional troops to the southern U.S. border. This comes just 2 days after President Trump ordered the military to step up its presence there. About 2,200 active duty forces are already at the border as part of Joint Task Force North. They're mostly performing support roles for Customs and Border Patrol. Officials say the new arrivals will be doing much of the same, as they're not authorized to perform any sort of law enforcement role. Let's bring in Natasha Bertrand, who's at the Pentagon for us. So Natasha, what more do we know at this point?
Yeah, Zane, so we know at this point that the U.S. military is ordering thousands of additional active duty troops to the border to augment Customs and Border Patrol activities and mission operations down there. But they're not going to be engaged in any kind of law enforcement role, because that is actually banned by a law, by a centuries-old law called Posse Comitatus, which prevents the U.S. military from being used domestically for law enforcement purposes. So they're primarily going to be, doing things like data entry, transportation of migrants around different facilities, intelligence support, as well as some additional support in air operations. But they're not going to be engaging extensively.
I know you're talking about a different topic, but at some point I think it's important to touch on the Southern halt on federal funding's agency communications that has basically put a stop on the proceedings to provide funding for scientific research. Multiple research study panels have been suddenly canceled due to the executive orders recently passed. Also, all EDI initiatives have been wiped from the funding agency websites. What is EDI initiatives? Is that a different way of saying DEI? I know that, yeah, they're taking out DEI. They're taking it out back and killing it.
In the day-to-day with migrants. But still, this is significant because it does make good on President Trump's promise just earlier this week that he is going to augment the presence of the U.S. military at.
They're taking away electronic data interchange. I don't know what that. I don't know what you're talking about.
The border. Now, as you said, there are roughly 2,200 active duty troops already at the border, and they are supported by Texas National Guard contingent there. And so what this is going to do is essentially lay the groundwork, we're told, for an even bigger military footprint to be sent in the coming weeks and months to the border. This is not, something that the president can, just in terms of ordering them to engage in law enforcement functions. This is something that the president has the authority to do under the Insurrection Act. And he has said, in an executive order issued Monday, that if within 90 days he and the Secretary of Defense determine that the border is not under control and that more resources need to be used to control the flow of migrants across the border, then he can invoke the Insurrection Act, which would then allow the U.S. military to perform those law enforcement functions like arrests, searches, and seizures, as well as seizing drugs. And so this is something that we need to watch for. But for now, this is really just President Trump and the Department of Defense making good on their promise to augment, Customs and Border Patrol, as well as DHS more broadly, their resources at the southern border, as they have been stretched thin in recent years with the ongoing flow of migrants across the U.S.-Mexico border, Zane.
All right, Natasha Bertrand, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, Donald Trump's new border czar says that deportation operations have actually already begun. Tom Homan told Fox News earlier that ICE agents arrested 308 serious criminals in the past 24 hours. The president says that ICE agents can now make arrests at churches and at schools, which were previously considered off limits because they are sensitive places. Julius Vargas Jones joins us live now from the U.S.-Mexican border in California, which is, of course, ground zero for the immigration battle. So, Julia, just the fact that these raids, this rounding up of undocumented immigrants, these arrests have actually already begun. Just talk us through what the reaction is where you are, especially because California is a sanctuary state.
Yeah, exactly, Zane. Look, people are scared. We're talking to folks who are saying it's fear and uncertainty. That's what's being brought here, both for people who are in the...
By the way, did you see IG automatically following JD Vance from people's accounts without them knowing? I thought it was BS, but then I looked it up and had a few people I know who had never followed him on mutuals list. No, dude, it's because JD Vance's account swaps over, just like on Twitter. You were following at VP when it was Kamala Harris or something, most likely. And then that happens with every administration. If you were following the vice presidential account, thinking you were following Kamala Harris, it swapped over to JD Vance. I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe Meta is doing that. Maybe Meta is also forcing people to follow the VP account or something. And I wouldn't put it past them at all. But I think a lot of this stuff is, POTUS account or VP accounts that people follow. And a lot of the... What is this? No, it refollows you. It's new, not the old one. Supposedly, even if you 100% were not following the VP or POTUS accounts, they make you follow them. Let's take a look. I don't even know if I follow the VP or POTUS accounts, if we're being real. But let's see. I'm not following the VP account. Instagram has not made me follow the POTUS account, nor has it made me follow the VP account. This is the Meta spokesperson's statement. People were not made to automatically follow any of the official Facebook or Instagram accounts for the president, vice president, or first lady. Those accounts are managed by the White House. So with the new administration, the content on those pages changes. This is the same procedure we followed during the last presidential transition. It may take some time for follow and unfollow requests to go through as these accounts change hands. Now look at Donald Trump and JD Vance. I might have actually already followed Donald Trump, but I definitely wasn't following JD Vance. And I'm still not following JD Vance. Was Donald Trump real Donald Trump? I guess I wasn't following Donald Trump either. What is it? It's a brand new account? Yeah, I'm saying that Meta might have a policy in place where they auto-follow the new POTUS account, okay, and the previous account turns into an archive account. Like, so you automatically now auto-follow the brand new account. Unless it's an account that gets wiped. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but I could see it being two different things. We're going to talk about the DEI stuff in a second. Let's continue with this.
Immigration system. So folks who are already in the process, who have a piece of paper saying that says that they can stay in the United States through their immigration process, they are quite fearful at this point because they don't know what will happen. There's just been so many changes. And yes, California is a sanctuary state. It's also home to dozens of sanctuary cities. But at this point, people don't know, and officials here don't know. People who work with migrants don't know what will come of this. There's just been too much so quickly. We spoke yesterday with a family from Venezuela who came over and who said, look, yes, we got our appointment for asylum. We had our initial interview, but we don't know if this program will even be standing by the time that we get to the end of this process. And another thing that happened that I think is important to note is that these organizations along here, the southern border in California, who have been working in partnership with federal authorities like Catholic Charities, which we visited yesterday, and we spoke with the CEO, who told us, look, they're saying they're not going to release migrants to our care any longer. So it raises a lot of questions of what will happen to these people. He said to us, they've since 2021, once the Remain in Mexico policy was lifted and migrants started to be able to stay in the United States while they waited for their date in court, they have been key to helping about 400,000 people to get on their way in the United States to make it to their date in court. And now where will they go? Will they be held in detention centers here in the United States? Will they be dropped off in these cities across the U.S. border to be on their own, or will they be told to stay in Mexico? All of this just adding to the uncertainty, Zane, that we're feeling here at the U.S.-Mexico border.
President Donald Trump's promise of mass deportations in the U.S. is causing panic and anxiety among immigrant communities. His administration issuing new directives, including one that allows immigration authorities to arrest people near and inside places previously considered off limits, and that includes schools and churches. CNN's Ed Lavandera visited one Texas city that's now preparing for raids.
Good morning, Cactus Elementary!
Every school day at Cactus Elementary starts like this. Moments of patriotism and reflection with a high-energy dose of inspiration from Principal T.J. Funderburg. You do that every morning?
Yes, sir.
When I looked out on the student body this morning, I mean, it's quite something to think that we're in the Texas Panhandle, and that's what your student body looks like.
It's always very eye-opening to people that come here. We've got 13, 14 different languages, all these different cultures represented. And yeah, we're up here in the heart of the Texas Panhandle. Everybody think it'd be farm and ranching country and kids in cowboy hats, and we've got just about a little bit of everything.
The population in Cactus, Texas is about 3,000 people, but the diversity is staggering. There's an African restaurant, safari restaurant and halal meat. There's an Asian grocery store. There's a Mexican butcher shop. There's a Guatemalan grocery. There's also an Islamic center. What draws so many immigrants and migrants here to a community like this is the work, and it is brutal, backbreaking work. There is a meat processing plant that runs 24 hours a day. There are dairy farms that run nonstop.
You got to mention a 3-minute on Will Minnicker's episode of Doom Scroll. We'll look at this later.
These are the kinds of jobs that the United States economy and food supply rely on.
That's crazy, man. It's like the humanization of migrants, specifically migrant workers, that are the backbone of American produce, American agribusiness, and many other sectors, okay, who are hyper exploited, and their workplace conditions should be brought up to the standards of documented labor forces. It almost feels like these pieces could have been consistently talked about since, I don't know, February of 2021, when Joe Biden was the president and had promised that in his first 100 days, he was going to do wide sweeping legislation in terms of offering amnesty to a lot of these people that have been in the country for extended periods of time, for example. All this stuff that Biden ran on and was very, and definitely all these things that were definitely very popular, was cast aside in the first month of the administration. And it's not an afterthought. It's not hindsight to say that it would have been devastating. It was going to become much worse the situation was going to become much more dire if they didn't actively communicate that these people are just regular old people, okay? Just like anybody else, and in much worse conditions in general. If only this kind of framing could have been brought in by mainstream media and pushed for by the Democratic Party in general. Now, before people say, Hasan, hindsight is 2020, it wasn't hindsight in the month of February when I was saying this, routinely warning the incoming administration that if they don't do this, okay, if they don't do this at all, if the Democrats don't actually put a front-facing, pro-immigrant agenda, that inevitably Republicans would captivate the population with no counterbalance and would completely dominate the messaging on the issue of immigration. I said this in February of 2021 when right out of the gates, one of the first things the Customs and Border Patrol did under the Brandon regime was like whip Haitian migrants, okay, with their reins on horseback, invoking some of the darkest chapters of American history, okay? And I'm sure, I mean, someone can link this. Someone can link the video. I've done so many throughout the entire administration. That wasn't Brandon. That was the Texas sheriff's dude. It was still under the watchful gaze of the Joe Biden Democratic administration, and it was entirely against his first 100 days agenda. Please, someone sent me that video. I don't know where Little Bear is, but I need to show it to you. Just so you understand where I was at in my commentary all the way back then and where we arrived at. So let's circle right on the Gen Pacific. Imagine, dude. Oh my God. Every show would be like, this is not. No, this isn't what I'm looking for specifically. This is not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is my commentary on immigration. There's a video that we always go back to, that we always post in the chat. Not AI voice? Yes, real voice. Okay. Little Bear came in clutch as always. This border crisis narrative is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. This is from March 15th, 2021. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitation as they have done. Just covering it as, Many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. Yeah. Just like that, administration changes hands and CNN starts humanizing migrants. And the problem here is that the media is going to be antagonistic because they want to drive clicks. The media is going to behave in a reactionary manner. Okay? They straight up turned around and started covering the border crisis as not like something incredibly violent that the Republican Party was pushing for and the apprehension methods that were scary. But as soon as Joe Biden took over the reins, they were like, oh, there's a massive crisis. Joe Biden is letting in migrants by the millions. This is unacceptable. Okay? And at the time I said, if the Biden administration doesn't actively communicate alongside the popular mandate that they got from the election that they just won, okay, once in office, if they don't actively communicate the humanity of migrants, the Republicans are going to dominate this. The Republicans are going to dominate the conversation and just lie about it. And that's precisely what they did for 4 years. They kept hitting that button over and over again. It's not an accident that every time there is a general election or anytime there is a midterm election, that suspiciously there are caravans abound. Okay? Caravans, they're coming. You think there's only caravans coming every time an election is about to happen? Doesn't that kind of strike you as odd? It's the one thing that the Republicans love talking about all the time is that migrants are coming in and they're coming here to do crimes. They're coming here to rape your daughters. They're coming here to steal your jobs, but also simultaneously steal your welfare and also simultaneously steal your properties that you could rent. Okay? So if I can figure this out, and I'm some random Twitch streamer, how can the Democratic Party not recognize that this is what was going to happen? How? That's bad politics, and it should not be rewarded. Republicans never stop. Republicans never, ever stop doing propaganda year round. They never stop campaigning. Okay? Democrats, on the other hand, barely do a decent job of campaigning to begin with. They don't. They're actually bad at campaigning. And they only do it every 4 years or every 2 years. It's very frustrating. Bro, Dems are the worst at what you describe? What do you mean? When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as Democrats ready immigration bills. So, Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now, and the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, is decided he's going to do a news. I think Dems are okay, but not great. Debate me. What? Dude, what are you talking about? Conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one, and has decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys that laughed at AOC when she went to the border camps and. Anyway, my point is, this was all foreseeable, and that's precisely what happened, okay? And I never stopped talking about this stuff. I never stopped covering this stuff. But the issue is, the Democrats never actively communicated the humanity of migrants. The Democrats never took any sort of actionable legislation that they promised they were going to go after. And here we are, 4 years of unimaginably slanted right-wing propaganda that is just filled to the brim with lies about migrants doing crimes, when the exact opposite is true, that undocumented and documented migrants are responsible for significantly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are, okay? And yet, if you ask the average American, they literally think undocumented migrants are doing incredible amounts of crimes. This is a crisis of misinformation, and the Democrats played a significant role in allowing this crisis of communication to manifest by not actively positioning themselves against the Republican Party. And they did this when they had all the power. And here we are. Now, the sentiment from the public has broadly swung in the worst direction possible. In a nation comprised entirely of immigrants and also descendants of slaves and descendants of those who we did not completely genocide, okay, but overwhelming majority being descendants of migrants that came here from all around the world, Americans are officially the most anti-immigrant they've ever been throughout any point in American history. Okay? European-style anti-immigrant sentiment is now very commonplace in this country. It's crazy. What is your source? Trust me, bro. In terms of what? The migrant crime thing that I just said? My source is the Customs and Border Patrol. My source is Department of Homeland Security. There's also numerous studies that have been conducted on this as well in Texas jails and all around the country, as a matter of fact, that show time and time again that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than documented natural-born U.S. citizens. You can look up the crime data yourself if you don't believe me. I mean, I've shown it a million times over, so I'm not going to do that right now. But my YouTube videos are almost always my YouTube videos are edited after the fact with the corresponding data points. If you wanna fact check me, you can do so. But then also, I have probably upwards of 200, 300 videos talking extensively on the subject matter on my YouTube channel. What should the Democrats campaign on? Immigration on humanitarian grounds. Let them in however they want. What would be a popular message that they should go on? Great question. Democrats should actually actively communicate that this is a nation comprised of migrants and do this, show this reality over and over again, that these guys, the real solution to this issue is to actually document and process these people so they can, one, get amnesty as long as they have not done any heinous crimes or whatever, right? And then be allowed to work in the workplace with the proper modes of legal restitution if they are harmed. You can showcase examples of historically important immigrants in this country that have greatly advanced technology. You can show current examples of immigrants that are incredibly important to the American agribusiness or construction or numerous other sectors where migrants are basically working, both documented and undocumented migrants are basically working away from your gaze, but they're still working to keep this entire thing together.
On every day. It's also the kind of work that only immigrants, by and large, are willing to do. There are towns like Cactus, Texas, all over the country. And with President Donald Trump promising to carry out mass deportations, a sense of fear and uncertainty looms over these streets. What are you hearing specifically from people?
They're scared. They don't know if they're gonna be able to stay here. A lot of them have been here for decades. They've built their lives here, their kids are here, everyone they know is here.
Elizabeth Oliveros grew up in Cactus, the daughter of immigrants who became citizens and earned their living working in the city's meat processing plant. She went away to college, became a lawyer, and moved back to Cactus to work as an immigration attorney. And if there were to be mass deportations here, in this city, what would happen to it?
It'd be quite empty. I think there's a lot of people here that don't have status, that keep a lot of the businesses, the smaller businesses around here running. So if immigrants leave, I don't know where they're gonna find workers as hardworking as some of the immigrants.
As we walked the streets of Cactus, it was clear.
But you countries that were pro-immigration in like 2014 are now super reactionary too. I feel like there's just inherently a right-wing swing when you get an influx of immigration. I don't know what you can do about it. Noam Chomsky famously talked about this with respect to Sweden, that the right-wing shift against refugees came before refugees even started coming into Sweden. It actually predates refugees coming into Sweden. It started not because refugees were coming into Sweden. It started because austerity measures were kicking in. And this is the classic phenomena all around the Western world. Okay? You cut back with austerity measures, the social safety nets that people took for granted throughout their entire lives. Okay? You remove all semblance of hope that they can have a better future than the one that the previous generation had. Okay? Everything starts sucking, basically. All the public transit is no longer as good because it's underfunded. Public education is no longer good because it's underfunded. Okay? The reason why a lot of the governments in Western liberal capitalist nations, in Europe, for example, do this is because they want to implement privatization measures. But you can't just privatize it overnight. A lot of people would revolt against that sort of thing. So the way to do that is a long and convoluted, sometimes complicated process of crippling the structures that exist and then presenting privatization as the only option going forward, and then presenting it as a tax cut as well. This is the Reagan-style neoliberalism that took place in the United States of America and obviously by Thatcher in the UK as well. And it has made its way to some of the most supposedly resilient social democratic governments in even Nordic nations now. Okay? It's never about migrants coming in, and it's almost always about the fact that people's material conditions are getting worse and they're angry, and right-wing parties will often redirect that anger, just like we do here in the United States, at marginalized people, at people that have less than them, the poor, homeless, the infirm, but also, of course, in Europe, refugees. This is virtually a universal way to approach politics from the right. Constantly engage in cost-cutting initiatives and then justify tax cuts that way, starving the beast, if you will. All of the social safety nets are crippled. They no longer can cover the growing population that has, and then an aging population, especially in developed nations, that have even more needs, right? And in that process, when people get angry, use that anger and resentment to further beef up your support by claiming that the anger should be directed back at the newcomers that don't look like you, that might not even speak your language, that are scary and dangerous, that actually are doing crimes all the time. Okay? And that's precisely what has happened in many other parts of Western Europe, especially. And that's what's happening in America as well. Look no further than the media story cycle that took place in Springfield, Ohio. This is a direct example of what happened. Like, it was so perfectly captured in that little sliver of time, right? Springfield, Ohio. A town that has been completely gutted by neoliberalism, manufacturing moved away, people are becoming poorer and poorer, the exact same issues that American workers face anywhere around the country, they're certainly facing in Springfield, Ohio. Manufacturing still has needs, right? The manufacturing and the jobs that still exist need working hands. Okay? Haitians that now have temporary protected status will go to Springfield, Ohio. Once a couple Haitians with temporary protected status go there, they're like, oh, there's a lot of jobs here. So a bunch more come. Okay? They start working and revitalizing the economy of the town, just like undocumented and documented migrants had done in places like Hazleton in Pennsylvania, completely revitalizing the town's economy. Okay? But the people that already were there, the people that already lived there, are angry and resentful. They feel like these guys cut the line. They feel like they're getting a better shake. They feel like they're getting a better a deal than they did, that the government has undermined them. If you listen to the people in Springfield, Ohio, so much of the anger and frustration was born out of their social safety nets withering away, perishing, and them thinking that those social safety nets went away and they no longer get the same service from like the welfare the welfare office in time in a reasonable manner, because there's too many Haitians in line in front of them, right? The real problem in that situation is that Springfield, Ohio did not have their needs met, basically. They didn't have enough finances to make up for the extra people that came into the offices. So if you don't solve that problem, a competent government is supposed to solve that problem. They're supposed to say, okay, we need more translators, for example. We need to figure out what will make this process more efficient so people don't wait in fucking line all day, every day to get their welfare check, right? But they didn't do that because they never do that. The American government never does that, okay? So the people are left thinking these scary foreigners who are black that came into this town are actually taking not only the jobs that I could have been doing, but also on top of that, they're taking away my welfare. All right? There in America, though, speak English. It's so funny to say this about Haitian people who also do have the capacity to speak English, but on top of that, they literally speak more languages than you, dumb fuck. What are you talking about? That's so funny to be like, oh, you came to America, speak English. These guys are refugees with temporary protected status coming in from a country that we have destroyed, by the way, okay, actively. And many Republicans remember that we actively destroyed this country because Hillary Clinton played a role in the destruction of Haiti, at least in contemporary Haitian history. And that's precisely the reason why they used to love talking about how the Democrats ruined Haiti. Hillary Clinton ruined Haiti. But they forgot about that when the Haitians are eating, cats and dog stuff was popping off. Anyway, Haitians do usually know both French and English. Exactly. So, my point is, Springfield, Ohio was a perfect example of people that recognized that their material conditions were worse, that their social safety nets were not expanding and keeping up with the needs of the population that was getting poorer and poorer. And then they just redirected that anger and frustration to people that were coming into the town. That's it. That's a great example. Now, am I silly enough to suggest that if all of these people's needs were met, that there would be no racism? Of course not. There would still be plenty of people who are like, I still don't want black people in my neighborhood, okay? Of course. But a big chunk of the population would not be so angry and so resentful about their own circumstances that they would also jump on the hatred train. That's it. Politics is about managing, politics is in many instances about managing the broadest subsect of society and their attitudes, okay? And people are very malleable. You can convince people that their neighbors are not evil. But in order to do so, you have to also make sure that their needs are met.
That most residents, regardless of their immigration status, didn't want to speak with us on camera, and especially didn't want to talk about President Trump's deportation dreams.
You know, I don't like politics. I don't like.
The fear among many in this town and other agricultural communities across the country is that vital food production would be paralyzed and communities torn apart. The meat processing plant here says it only hires people authorized to work. Under different management in 2006, the plant was raided by immigration authorities. About 300 people suspected of identity theft or being in the country illegally were detained, many of them deported. Elizabeth Oliveros remembers the day clearly.
I was in elementary school, and I remember they had to keep us because they didn't know how many of us, our parents were gone, and a lot of my friends.
Hatred is like alcohol. It makes you feel better temporarily, but it doesn't improve your situation. It enables you to do horrible things, and it's more socially acceptable when you do it as a group instead of alone. That's a cool quote.
Their parents were gone. Wow. They got deported. 9.
The children at Cactus Elementary are mostly oblivious to the political storms brewing outside.
Yeah, a lot of those companies self-report themselves to ICE, by the way. At least, the famous case that I always bring up is the Purdue Chicken Factory. The Purdue Chicken Factory that had a lot of issues with sexual harassment on the assembly line, and were refusing to engage with back pay. So they were basically stealing from the already hyper-exploited undocumented migrants that they had brought to that area. Okay, knowing full well that they were undocumented migrants, like they actively hired them. Okay, and then when it became too problematic that these workers were actually looking for, their wages to be paid back to them, the company realized that calling ICE on its own facility and then paying a minor penalty for hiring undocumented migrants would be far better than simply paying the undocumented migrants what they actually had earned. So they did that. They called ICE and they got a slap on the wrist for hiring undocumented migrants, as is the law. And then they turned around and went back to the same neighborhoods to hire a new crop of undocumented migrants. And they put them directly in the same trailer parks that they had set up. This is a part of the business strategy in the United States of America. Okay?
These school walls. Principal TJ Funderburg is bracing for whatever comes next.
It's just the unknown that scares me to death.
He says as many as half the kids in the school could have undocumented family members. These are the kinds of places where the reality of mass deportations could play out. To the people who are going to be making these decisions about deportations, whether it's mass deportation.
If you can find the Fast Food Nation Richard Linklater cycle, that would be fantastic. If there's like a brief cycle that we can use as a summarization of that.
Just broad or targeted. What's your message to them?
Just, I mean, come talk to me. come meet these kids. I know there has to be rules, there has to be checks, there has to be balances, but it can't just be paper. This community of people that have come together, that are here now from all these different countries, all these different places, we can do amazing things.
We're going to get more now on President Trump's latest moves. There are many, and we turn to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, for more on that. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Rebecca. Well, President Trump is moving swiftly and aggressively to enact his agenda, including his promised crackdown on immigration. But this morning, his efforts are already being challenged in court.
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
One of President Trump's executive orders will face its first legal test tomorrow. A judge in Seattle considering a temporary restraining order against Trump's directive ending birthright citizenship, which is protected under the 14th Amendment, and declares that any person born on U.S. soil is an American citizen. 22 states from Connecticut to California have now filed lawsuits to block the move, estimating that some 150,000 children would be impacted each year, born disenfranchised.
I have one message for President Trump. I'll see you in court.
Trump has promised historic mass deportations, his administration revoking a policy that barred arrests in sensitive areas like schools and churches.
They're pretty scared. Lots of questions about, are they safe here at school? Are they safe riding a school bus? Can they be just walking down the street and picked up? Lots and lots of fear.
Denver schools are now instructing staff on what steps to take if they're contacted by agents about a student. And at Washington's National Cathedral yesterday, with Trump there in the pews, Mary Ann Buddy, the Bishop of Washington, confronting him on his immigration crackdown.
The people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors.
Making a plea to the president.
I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here.
I listened to this speech. It's actually pretty good. Like, I mean, it's not the intended target of the message is not going to reach that target, obviously, but it's actually pretty good. It's not like, it's not like lib shit or whatever. It's actually pretty solid. And we'll cover that in a second. Hold on.
Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger. For we were all once strangers in this land.
But that didn't sit well with the president, overnight calling the bishop a radical left hardline Trump hater, saying her statements were inappropriate. And the president continues to dismantle.
Yeah. Fake Christians, when they see an actual Christian push for, Christianity. Like, dude, American Christians, when they actually face a real Christian message, go, oh, what is this woke nonsense? Okay. Oh, what is this woke DEI commie nonsense? So that's what I'm going to talk about as well. Okay. I'm gonna get to that right now. So a couple things took place here. Number one, I want to show you during the sermon, I want to show you Trump's and J.D. Vance's reactions.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
Come on, JD. I thought JD was a real Christian, a real born again Catholic. What happened? You don't like it? You don't like it when someone is preaching to you about, like, some of the best tenets, some of the most consistently good tenets of religion, which is like, be kind to your neighbor, turn the other cheek, that sort of stuff is so funny, man. These guys hate quote unquote Christians when you hear about some of the good stuff in religion, immediately are like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean be kind to your neighbor? Well, I'm sorry, love thy neighbor? Not on my watch, brother. I swear to God, if Jesus came back to earth, if Jesus Christ came back to earth and he was, like, unfortunately born in, like, Texas, okay, they would kill him with hammers. Okay? The evangelicals would capture him and beat him to death with fucking hammers. Okay? They would literally be like, oh, we should crucify this fucking asshole. What is this? What is this piece of shit talking about? Curing, feeding the hungry and curing the lepers? Get the fuck out of here, dude. How about we don't do that? Okay? Yeah, what is this woke commie nonsense you're talking about? Jesus. What is this woke Mexican style communism you're talking about, Jesus? Come over here, boy.
Some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens.
They're so uncomfortable. They're like, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear about the humanity of the people that I have actively campaigned to kill, okay? I don't like this. I don't like this one bit.
Or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples.
So they hated that. And I love that Representative Mike Collins, okay, proudly serving Georgia 10, said the person giving this sermon should be added to the deportation list. Brother, that is so insane. Like what? How do you not realize you are a villain, man? Goddamn villain, dude. Like, what is going on? What is happening? This guy is talking about an American pastor giving a sermon on, some of the decent tenets of Christianity. And this guy's like, I don't want to, what are you talking about? You should be killed. Jail or deportation for you immediately. Excuse me. It's psychotic. Yeah. Christians, when you tell them to love thy neighbor, actual Christian stuff. It's just so incredibly cooked, dude. It's so unimaginably cooked. Anyway, here's what Donald Trump said about the woke DEI pastor. And here's how, for the record, just understand, Mike Collins' take about deporting this person got 43,000 likes. Okay? And N Wokeness' tweet celebrating Trump's insane ramblings of the pastor got 166,000 likes. The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left-wing hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. Now, I need to say something here. There has never been a moment Why are people saying T? Why is everybody spamming T? Now everyone's spamming it. Oh, because he said it in the end. Okay. Is that his call sign now? Hey, it's Big T coming at you. Okay. Dude, no. Hold on. I'm not done with this. Because the thing that I find very funny about this is a Republican president who hugs and kisses the Bible, okay, who won big with the evangelicals, talking about how this person brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. Dude, if churches were not allowed to be political, the Republican Party would never win an election ever again. Okay? What are you talking about? Once again, it's the hypocrisy baiting doesn't work, okay? Because these guys are just straight up stating what they mean. They're saying it's only political if the church is actually abiding by religious doctrine and telling you to love thy neighbor, okay? That's political. If the evangelical church sermon revolves around killing trans people, okay, and then, voting for our God, King, Savior, Donald Trump, then that's not political. That's not political at all. That's not politics. That's good. That's the only type of politics that should be allowed. You understand? It is fucking insane to state this. Anyway, she was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and killed people. Can you imagine? Like, the expectation from Trump is, no, that's the only allowed sermon, okay? That's the only thing you're allowed to say in a sermon. How dare you not say that non-citizens were responsible for 29 murders in the fiscal year 2024. That's what he wants her to say. He is just straight up the Antichrist, dude. Straight up. Like, what was the expectation that he just sits in church and the pastor is like, I hate immigrants, man. I hate them. We need to deport them all. Thank you for our Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, God King Trump. Thank you. Please kill all of the Guatemalans, please. Amen. The church has gone woke, folks. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. He's like, why is this woke pastor not just repeating a Trump rally, repeating some of my finest lies from the Trump rally? How dare this pastor actually go against me? This is some straight up monarch shit, dude. Like, this is history book stuff, okay? This is just literally the king being like, excuse me, I was ordained by God. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? This kind of speech is not allowed. It is a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. And to cap it off, T. Yeah. And of course, predictably, people are just like, let's get one thing straight. This is not a minister of God, and her church, in air quotes, is not a Christian church. Yeah. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, my Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Fantastic stuff from Donald Trump. And also fantastic stuff from Representative Mike Collins, who wants to deport this person. who apparently was born in the state of New Jersey. So I guess they're trying to deport her back to New Jersey. Anyway, here was her response on CNN.
And your tone there, so serious and genuine. You see him, he's stone-faced, he then looks down, but he's listening to every word you say. As you made that personal plea to him, what were you looking at him in that moment? What kind of response were you perhaps hoping for in that moment?
I was looking at the president because I was speaking directly to him. I was also, frankly, as you do in every sermon, speaking to everyone who was listening through that one-on-one conversation with the president, reminding us all that in the people that are frightened in our country, the two groups of people that I mentioned are our fellow human beings, and that they have been portrayed in all throughout the political campaign in the harshest of lights that I wanted to counter as gently as I could with a reminder of their humanity and their place in our wider community. And I was speaking to the president because I felt that he has this moment now where he feels charged and empowered to do what he feels called to do. And I wanted to say, you know, there is room for mercy. There's room for a broader compassion. We don't need to portray with a broad cloth in the harshest of terms some of the most vulnerable people in our society who are, in fact, our neighbors, our friends, our children, our friends' children, and so forth.
So you spoke, I like how you use the word gently, because it was gentle. I mean, it was intense and passionate, but yet it was gentle. It was not ugly or confrontational. Wouldn't expect it to be, but you know, these are hard things to talk about in that context. You spoke obviously about undocumented.
Nothing pisses off conservative Christians more than like a real ass Christian. Okay, like a pastor, a bishop that abides by, you know, the good things in the Bible. Nothing pisses them off. That's why they also hated Jimmy Carter too, right? Jimmy Carter as president did a whole bunch of awful stuff. But I have always maintained the position that, like, Jimmy Carter, I think, was spiritually a very frustrating person for a lot of evangelical Christians who hated the fact that he was doing the Christ-like shit, you know, the stuff that you're supposed to do if you're a Christian, you know? Build houses, help feed the hungry. Like, it's just so frustrating to them. It's kind of like the way the Democratic Party despises the likes of Bernie Sanders, because, like, Bernie Sanders shows the rest of the population of Democratic voters, like, how you could be a competent and progressive leader. You know, they hate that. They're like, whoa, you're not supposed to actually want to walk the walk. You're supposed to just talk the talk, you know, and then do nothing. It's the same thing. It just, like, kind of exposes them as the frauds that they are. So they just despise it. They hate that. They absolutely despise a Christian person who actually abides by the good standards set forth in religious doctrine. Okay?
Migrants, also the LGBT community, the two communities you're talking about. I wanted to play a little bit more of what you said, and also, again, the president's reaction at that moment.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. The vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away.
What made you decide to say all that today?
Well, these are the people that I know. These are not abstract people for me. These are actual people that I know. So I wanted to speak on their behalf. I wanted to present a vision of what unity can look like in this country that is transcending of differences and viewpoints and acknowledging our common humanity.
Yes.
I wanted to speak in such a way that reflected that dignity and respect, but I also wanted...
Disgusting. Woke nonsense. How dare you? Christianity is supposed to be about killing thy neighbor if I suspect thy neighbor of being Guatemalan, okay? That's what Christianity is about. Excuse me. What the hell are you talking about? Evangelical Christians operate in the exact way that Reddit atheists claim Christians are like all the time. They operate in the cartoonishly evil, villainous ways in which Reddit atheists, like militant atheists, depict them as all the time, like all day, every day. They're like, whoa, what do you mean? What do you mean about love thy neighbor? How dare you? I'm not loving anybody except for Donald Trump, my Lord and Savior. Fuck you.
To bring into that space the real humanity of the people of
American Christianity is satanic. It's prosperity gospel is such an obvious satanic interpretation of Christianity. It is hilarious to me. Okay. It is like the most evil thing that masquerades as being godly. It is crazy. And it's the most popular form of Christianity in America. It is nutty to me. What do you mean a rich man has the same likelihood of getting into heaven that a camel does through the eye of a needle? That's stupid gay shit. That's woke DEI. Sounds like Marxism to me. Fuck you. How dare you say shit like that? Heaven is woke now. Anyway.
that I was referencing.
What is this? This is funny. Coming from a Christian household, we went to the same church my whole life. When I turned 18, my pastor gave a positive stance on abortion and started a clinic to aid immigrants in southern Arizona, and my family left the church. That's amazing. Nope. They just noped. They pieced out of God, dude. Hasan, Republican coming out today? What do you mean? Yeah. The house of God has gone woke, folks. We need to put an end to this nonsense, okay? The liberal activist, by the way, here's Colin Rugg. The liberal activist bishop who told Trump to show mercy to LGBT kids says she called out the president because it was her responsibility to counter him. Your responsibility is not to turn a sermon into a political debate. Wait, what? Dude, these people have not gone to any churches, right? Because I've been inside of churches, okay? I've been inside of churches. Let me tell you, there is not a single church that does not engage in political commentary. It's either political commentary like this one, okay? And there are plenty of wonderful churches that do this, okay? Or if you go to or if you want to hear infinitely more radical commentary, go to a black church, specifically African Methodist Church. The African Methodist Church I went to in LA was like all about how, all about fuck the government. Any church that presents liberation and preaches liberation theology will obviously always have some incredibly radical and awesome takes as well. Jeremiah Wright comes to mind. But the rest of the churches, the overwhelming majority of churches, as a matter of fact, in the United States of America, are unimaginably right-wing and incredibly political. There's so many MAGA pastors. One of them that was at the inauguration even did a rug pull. She was given a great honor today, a chance to unify America around a Christian message at the dawn of a new administration. Instead, she disgraced herself with a lecture you'd hear on CNN or an episode of The View. What an embarrassment. Dude, they can't understand that is a unifying Christian message. Like, it does not read in the same vein for them. They're so bludgeoned in the head, both literally and figuratively, with right-wing reactionary propaganda that, like, a person saying it's godly and Christian-like to love thy neighbor is seen as a woke message that has no place in the church. It's the fucking Bible. That's in the Bible. God damn America. That's in the Bible. Oh my God. I'm losing my mind. Here, all right, well.
Where governments lie, God does not lie. Where governments change, God does not change. And I'm through now. But let me leave you with one more thing. Governments fail. The government in this text, comprised of Caesar, Quirinius, Pontius Pilate, Pontius Pilate. The Roman government failed. The British government used to rule from east to west. The British government had a Union Jack. She colonized Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Hong Kong. Her navies ruled the 7 seas all the way down to the tip of Argentina in the Falklands. But the British government failed. The Russian government failed. The Japanese government failed. The German government failed. And the United States of America government, when it came to treating her citizens of Indian descent fairly, she failed. She put them on reservations. When it came to treating her citizens of Japanese descent fairly, she failed. She put them in internment prison camps. When it came to treating the citizens of African descent fairly, America failed. She put them in chains. The government put them on slave quarters, put them on auction blocks, put them in cotton fields, put them in inferior schools, put them in substandard housing, put them in scientific experiments, put them in the lowest paying jobs, put them outside the equal protection of the law, kept them out of their racist bastions of higher education, and locked them into positions of hopelessness and helplessness. The government gives them the drugs, builds bigger prisons, passes a 3-strike law, and then wants us to sing God Bless America? No, no, no. Not God Bless America. God damn America. That's in the Bible for killing innocent people. God damn America for treating her citizens as less than human. God damn America as long as she tries to act like she is God and she is supreme.
I love that. It's one of my favorite takes of all time. Straight up. That was Obama's pastor, by the way. And because of that, obviously the Republicans immediately went after Obama and were like, Obama is the Antichrist who hates America, all this stuff. And Obama had to, of course, no longer associate himself with Jeremiah Wright, and he canceled him. And of course, this is the Boondocks, famous Boondocks clip.
Motherfuck America, motherfuck America's mother, motherfuck America's daddy. America can eat a dick. America can lick the balls.
This is a hilarious, no notes, you know? Not even paraphrasing. I mean, basically the same exact one. Basically the same exact thing he said. Anyway, so yeah, that's the that's the case right there. All right, so the notion that like obviously these guys or churches are supposed to be apolitical is a very funny one coming from the Republican Party, but of course, as is the case with reactionary dipshits, all the way from the silliness that comes from the wokeness ruined video game right-wing political commentators, all the way to the top of the party ticket, the president. Politics is when woke. Politics is not when right-wing politics is happening. That's normal. That's common sense. Okay, that's why video games like Call of Duty are not political, but video games where there's a woman in it are political. Okay, just remember that. Let's hear what the Fox News, Fox and Friends has to say about this woke, gay-ass bishop.
Yesterday, the presidential party and members of Congress and whatnot, the hoi polloi of Washington for the most part, went up to Washington's National Cathedral for a national prayer event. And there at the lectern was Bishop Marianne Edgar Bood, and she gave a sermon that, you know, it's described as a sermon, but really it was a lecture where she told the new president, go easy on migrants and refugees and members of the LGBTQ community. If you missed it, it's gotten a lot of support in some quarters and a lot of criticism. Here she is.
I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear.
Dude, JD Vance's face here is so gross. He's like, oh, I can't believe I'm getting lectured at a sermon. What are you, a preacher? What am I, sitting in a church pew? What is this, a sermon? What the hell's going on here? Oh, that's awesome. I know I didn't cover this yesterday, but it is so funny how angry this got Republicans, dude. And how angry they got in the funniest ways possible.
For their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
Oh my God! It's always good to learn. What was that, John, or was that Paul?
I don't know. She didn't go through scripture. Okay,
Right.
and she gave a political speech.
Absolutely.
And as someone that comes from generations of preachers, I would have walked out. I commend the president for being graceful, but I'm JD Vance. I'm looking crazy. Like, what is she talking about doing a sermon? I don't think it was appropriate time. If you had something to say to the president that may be a little political, if you wanted to talk about the president exercising mercy, then you could have asked for the president for a few minutes of his time and said, Mr.
Dude, this is amazing. Dude, yeah, wait till they find out about this gay ass Jesus guy, okay? Fucking lame ass, communist ass, brown dude who was, you know, preaching very similar things, doing very similar things, you know? Wait till you get a load of this Jesus dude, bro. He will be pissed, okay? What are they? I don't understand. Like, do they just rewrite the Bible in evangelical churches? Like, what's going on? I actually don't. I legitimately don't know, because I don't, you know, I'm not a very religious person in general, and I obviously am not Christian either. Is it just like made up stuff? Like, what's happening? You open the Donald Trump Bible at your the Southern Baptist Church, and in it is like, you should actually kill poor people, and to be rich is to be glorious. Deng Xiaoping. Is that what's going on? Like, there's just no takeaway. There's no positive takeaways from their Bible, I guess. I mean, there's like hundreds of different versions, so yeah. I mean, I know, but like, the basic tenets are supposed to still be there. Love thy neighbor is a basic tenet, okay? It is a basic tenet. It's not like an advanced level Bible course. That's like Bible 101, right? That's Christianity 101. If you couldn't figure that out, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what are you looking at? What the fuck are you reading? Are you reading at all? You probably don't know how to read because you were homeschooled, I assume. But like, this is not like really difficult to comprehend stuff. This is not difficult. This is just like super simple stuff. Okay? Leviticus 19:34, when a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong unless he ain't from around here, in parentheses. The stranger who sojourns with you shall be to you as the native among you, on a reserve far away, in parentheses. You shall love him as yourself. If you are a gay lib unless you are a gay lib who hates freedom, or in which case you shouldn't. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt, which was, in parentheses, which was filled with rapists and illegals. I just don't get it. As someone who grew up with this, my parents are MAGA evangelicals. What they do is insidious. They take the verses they deem acceptable and create sermons around it. Most don't actually read the Bible and rely entirely on what the preacher is telling them. And even if they do read the Bible themselves, they somehow twist it to fit their narrative in it. You know what's really crazy about this? What you're describing is the historical interpretation of Christianity in the original Latin, as a matter of fact. The Bible was quite inaccessible to the regular peasant folk who also believed in it. And you know what solved that problem? The fucking printing press. What are we doing? We have literally devolved back to the Dark Ages. What the fuck? It's crazy. It is crazy. I thought we had advanced past this point where people could be like, I don't know if what this preacher is saying is correct about me potentially going to heaven if I give him enough money. Because it says here that there's a lot of good stuff in here that I actually don't agree with the priest's interpretation of. I thought that's how it happened in the most reductive way possible. How the fuck did we get back to a place where information is readily accessible and people are somehow fucking stupider? It's crazy. The hilarious part about this is that love thy neighbor is not even, like I said, an advanced version of the Bible. It's not like you have to, dig deep to try to figure this out. It's like one of the more popular, I would say, tenets of Christianity. Super basic stuff. Veggie Tales. Exactly. Veggie Tales shit, man. Chatter is correct. Preachers will take one sentence and will craft a narrative around it with the final message being, let's thank Jesus for inventing spaghetti. Meanwhile, the sentences before and after, the one they chose, lays out in great detail how we should feed the poor. Yeah, also, what you're describing is literally how that psychotic Moonies adjacent gun fucking cult was created in the Christian church in the United States of America, initially in Pennsylvania, and now I believe they have a compound in either Tennessee or Texas. One or the other, I can't remember. They call the Church of Iron because of one singular passage. The gun cult. Like one word out of a passage and a false interpretation is enough for someone to be like, yeah, actually, the Rod of Iron Ministries is the name of the fucking church. We've covered it extensively on this broadcast. Like the guys that go get married to their guns and stuff. It's super basic shit.
Mr. President, this is the issue that I feel. But don't get up there and try to preach a sermon that you cite no scripture for.
Well, she's not going to talk to him because during the George Floyd riots back in 2020, she said she'd given up trying to speak to Trump and said that he needed to be replaced. So, you know,
look at the children. There's children there, too, that are hearing this message.
Well, here's the thing. You know, the president's team should have known that she could have said things that were inappropriate for, or, you know, stuff that they didn't need to hear or was not appropriate.
Just Google her.
That's all they would have to do. But instead, they put him in that position.
Oh, yeah, this is a old meme, but pretty funny still. Every lifelong Catholic I've ever met is like, I think we're supposed to give this food to poor people. And every adult convert is like, the archon of Constantinople's epistle on the Pentecostine rites of the Eucharist clearly states women shouldn't have driver's licenses. Pronounced archon. No, I love the Catholic converts. What is this? Can't get enough of these guys? Nighttime erection data from my 19-year-old son and me. His duration is 2 minutes longer than mine. Raise children to stand tall, be firm, and be upright. Did your son give you permission to share these? This is very sensitive and private information. I excitedly proposed it. Dude, I'm going to be honest. White people have evolved in a very dangerous way, okay? Thank you, M. Hunt, for showing me this wonderful, wonderful thing. I don't know what happened here, but somewhere along the line, this is it. This is the... This is dangerous stuff, man. This must not be... You cannot try to copy this, okay? Please. I will never forgive Dr. Yakub for his crimes. Never, ever.
Position where he's in the front row.
Why was she selected? Is
she's the bishop,
rector of
that bishop of that particular national cathedral. Here she is last night on CNN explaining what she wanted to do.
I was speaking to the president because I felt that he...
Oh, they're so mad.
She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal immigrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It's a giant crime wave that is taking part in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was very...
Can you imagine how insane that sermon would look like if she said that? Like, also, they deleted the T part. What's happening? No, they deleted T. Big T.
Inspiring. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. You got this historic moment. She decides to give a lecture.
Wait, they're not going to talk about the T? They left out the T. That's Big T. That's his new call sign.
A self-important person who probably had AOC jot some notes down before.
You know what? I mean, she has every right to her opinion. We all have an opinion on this issue.
Right.
But I don't like it when ministers bring politics into the pulpit and try to lecture you. So I agree with you. Maybe pull him aside after the service and say, Mr. President, may I talk to you for a little bit? There's something in my community that bothers me that I need to tell you about, and just have an adult conversation, but do it privately. Because now everyone's talking about this.
The issue that she's asking for mercy on when it comes to the border, did you go and speak to any of the families that were killed by illegals? How about coming into New York and talk to the cops that had fire shot at them? Did you ask for mercy for the cops? I mean, that's why you don't get involved in this. She could have said, let's bring the country together. Let's have the spirit of Christ. But she went into some political...
She did say that. That's what she did say. That's literally what she said. That was the whole point. The entire point of her message was, let's unite and recognize the humanity of people that work tirelessly to keep this country going. That is the message. What is going on? She said it In plain English, she used the English language to say the thing that you're claiming she wasn't saying. English, do you speak it? What is going on? That's precisely what she said. And she didn't like come across in the most like radical ways or whatever. She didn't do like liberation theology or anything like that. She didn't say, "Goddamn America." Okay. She just simply said, it would be nice if you could be merciful to those who are tired, hungry, and poor and work to serve the American nation in very meaningful ways. That's in the Bible, she said. Love thy neighbor. You know? That's crazy. These guys they hate the Bible. This is officially the last stage of American conservatism where virtually every part of the project is about vice signaling. Okay? No virtues, vices only. If you have a position of virtue, you must be virtue signaling, and it's bad. If you have an opinion where you're like, can we be kind to people? Fuck you. You also should get deported, which is what that one representative from Georgia said, as a matter of fact. It is so crazy. It's not even like there's no room for, hold on. There's no room for like, oh, well, what this person simply doesn't understand is that like sometimes cruelty must be conducted by the right-wing government or whatever. None of that. You know what I mean? No, like, hey, the reality is much more complicated. None of that. Just straight up like, no, we're bad people and we like to do bad. And if you tell us to not do bad things, that means you're wrong and gay and woke and DEI and fuck you. That's why I said earlier, like, that's why I said earlier, like, if Jesus came back to earth today, they would kill him. They would literally kill him. Okay? They would just kill him with hammers. They would hold him down and probably crucify him. Okay?
Radical leftists. Right. I don't know that church. I don't know the.
This whole channel is constantly negative Nancy. Are you talking about Fox News? Because if you are, I agree with you. A lot of negative things are happening in the world. If you think that I'm in the wrong for covering it, and instead I should just leave it in the dark, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're saying Fox News is negative Nancy, oh, you do. Okay, then yeah, you're
structure. Right. But whoever is in command should have a look at this.
Well,
this is not biblical doctrine that she's speaking from the pulpit.
Back in the day, I used to have a bit. Some of the old heads will remember, where I would joke about how like PragerU is going to start making children's books where they literally say like sharing is caring is communist propaganda. And I think we've arrived at that reality. You know what I mean? Like, you know, basic stuff that you teach children, like sharing is caring. Like, nope, that's communist propaganda. You know, don't fight. Don't bully other people. They're gonna be like, nope, that's woke and gay. You should bully other people as long as they are less fortunate than you. Please bully people. What are you, some woke Marxist? That's DEI. Officially, the Bible is woke. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible is too woke. We don't need any of that communist nonsense. We don't want our children learning about this communist garbanzo, okay? Get it out of our schools.
What denomination is this? Is it Episcopal?
I think Episcopalian, I think. Here's the thing. If she's going to be the bishop and she's going to lecture the president every time he goes to events like that, maybe it's time for the president and Washington in general to stop going to the National Cathedral.
I'm for that too.
Listen, not far from the White House is St. Matthew's, where we baptized my son Peter, or go to the Basilica at Catholic University. It's referred to as America's Catholic Church. I doubt that they would ever make anything political. And if you remember, at the inaugural, who gave one of the opening prayers? Cardinal Dolan. Was he political? Absolutely not. He was looking to the future. So listen, just don't go back.
Donald Trump said he's non-denominational now, and so go to a non-denominational church. You're not going to get a lecture like that.
Well, put it this way: I wouldn't be. Why doesn't he just say, if you don't, get rid of her or change your tone? If the president,
no, that's not true either. What are you talking about? Just don't go back there. Mr. President, please, I beg you, do not read the Bible. Oh, I really don't like that my preacher is preaching to me from the lectern where she is delivering a lecture. What has the church come to? Please go to a church where they don't actually teach any of the teachings of Christianity, even super basic ones, sir. This way you'll be able to avoid this dangerous brain rot, woke DEI. Republicans arriving at defunding the churches because they're doing too much politics is funny. Goes to show you that, once again, if most churches actually operated in a Christ-like fashion, we probably would have defunded the churches a long time ago. Yes, I said the keyword avoid. Just like you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Also, my alerts are not working right now. I don't know why. I see people subscribing and I don't see the alerts. We're working on it. Fear not. Subscribe to test it out, though. Or subscribe to support the broadcast, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Smash the fash. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. The gifted subs show up still, it seems, but the main alerts don't. Are the ads back? No, they're not back. I'm just memeing. I'm messing with you. Okay, 16.47. Got it. Your boy X Bob, News Train. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Mr. President, please don't go back to the woke church. Please, I beg of you. Like, as though Trump cares about any church, really. Like, as though Trump is going to go to church. I'm just shocked that he didn't catch on fire the moment he walked in, okay? Did you just fucking drop a fear not? We gonna have to pull up Sodom and Gomorrah on those that tweet your thirst traps? What? The sermon Fox News wanted. Give a man a fish and he will eat for a day. Deport a man and you will never have to feed him again. Trump 2020. Hell yeah, baby. These guys are awesome.
United States decides not to go to the National Cathedral. That would be Titanic news.
It would be.
And it would really put pressure on her to start doing the whole bishop thing. I don't know what form she filled out and how many interviews she went through, but you realize for her to get that job and do that and to do that mass, how many people had to sign off on it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't just like, it's not like she's like, oh.
Yeah, burn the church down, I think. He's like, we should kill her. And burn the church to the ground, I think.
Sure, he is.
I was just a hole in the schedule. I'm filling in for somebody.
She's had that job for a while. She absolutely, to your point, Ainsley, she is absolutely protected by the First Amendment.
Course.
And she can say anything she wants, but just, the Trump team probably should have looked a little into her background. Is she going to go ahead
She can say
and
whatever
sandbag
she wants,
him?
but she's supposed to be representing the great book, okay?
Right.
And nothing that she said there was representative of that. She's saying mercy, but it says nothing about obeying the laws of the land.
I think people who have her opinion are reading the whole border situation in the wrong way. It's not that he doesn't have compassion. Of course he has compassion on every single person. Everyone's God's child. It's not about that. It's about taxpayers paying so much for other people. We're pouring into the tax base.
That's right.
And they're giving that money to people who are not here legally and are not contributing. That's all it is. And the crime, the people that are murdering Lake and Riley, you know, yes, you're right. She should have a conversation with their parents and have mercy on those families.
Which just passed. Lake and Riley, the Lake and Riley bill, and had over 40 votes in the House alone.
Right, goes back to the House today.
But she wants to be
to
famous.
Trump.
That's why she hops on CNN. That's why she sat there. And there's video of her in 2020 with her.
Yeah, that's why she showed compassion, which is unexpected from a fucking bishop, dude. These people are insane. Demanding mercy for people that live on God's soil, all children of God, is an unacceptable position for the supposed Christ lovers over at Fox News. What a time to be alive. What a world to live in, man. Great. These are the real Christ lovers that your parents watch, by the way. And then, you know, when you're wondering where they're getting these like insane points from, these are the real Christ lovers that they hear from, okay? The real followers of Christ.
A ridiculous mask on, outdoors, with the little vent on the side, screaming about Donald Trump and what he should be, and the George Floyd riots. That's not somebody that wants to be a leader for everybody.
No, she shouldn't be in clergy.
Okay,
Anyway.
so that's something
More Al Sharpton.
A lot of people, both sides, talking about today. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Amazing.
Turning now to Washington. That's where.
Wait. Yo, this is an old Al Franken bit, by the way. Supply side Jesus.
A large crowd was following Republican Jesus, and as the days passed, his disciples came and said to him, "Republican Jesus, these people have been following you for 3 days, and they've become very hungry, and we only have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish." And Republican Jesus said, "Bring the fish and the bread to me." And his disciples did. And Republican Jesus took 99% of the bread and the fish and gave the 1% back for the disciples to spread amongst the followers evenly. And the disciples said, "But how shall we feed all these people with only 1% of the bread and the fish?" And Republican Jesus said, "Why are these people always looking for a handout? They should just go out and get a job." And the disciples were in awe at Republican Jesus' wisdom. When walking down the streets, Republican Jesus was approached by an old blind man. "Have mercy on me, Republican Jesus," said the blind man. And
sorry, this is the Al Franken
The
one.
Gospel of Supply Side Jesus.
This is even funnier. It was actually funny.
Pontius Pilate summons our hero.
Bring me this king of the Jews that I might meet him, this supply side Jesus.
Supply Side Jesus arrives.
So you are the supply side Jesus. What a magnificent robe you have.
Because of this robe, 10 craftsmen were able to feed their families. The goldsmith who made the trim and the filigree was able to hire an apprentice because I paid him so handsomely.
And what a beautiful haircut you have, supply side Jesus.
The barber who gave me this haircut was able to hire a manicurist. She had been a prostitute, but because I needed a pedicure, She is now able to fulfill her true potential.
Yes, the cuticles are absolutely perfect. But there are those in Jerusalem who are not happy with your radical new teaching, Supply-Side Jesus. Watch yourself.
Supply-Side Jesus leads his disciples past a leper colony on his way to the Sermon on the Mount.
Should you feed the lepers, Supply-Side Jesus?
No, Thomas. That would just make them lazy. Then shouldn't you at least heal them, Supply-Side Jesus? No, James. Leprosy is a matter of personal responsibility. If people knew I was healing the lepers, there would be no incentive to avoid leprosy. Supply-Side Jesus, I think I've got a great line for your Sermon on the Mount. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. For shame, Peter. That's class warfare. But it does give me an idea. It is easier for a rich man to enter heaven seated comfortably on the back of a camel than it is for a poor man to pass through the eye of a needle. If you are prosperous on earth, that means that God is rewarding your rugged individualism. If you are poor, it is a sign that God frowns on your reliance on handouts.
Okay, this part is literally prosperity gospel.
The only way to gain entrance into God's kingdom of abundance is to show your faith by giving to him through his only Son, me, Supply-Side Jesus. My disciples will now pass among you, and he who gives more than 1,000 shekels will become a Supply-Side Jesus pioneer and have access to me at our annual Yom Kippur Break the Fast dinner. The word of the Lord. The Last Supper. This very night, one of you will betray me to pay off a gambling debt. No, said Simon the Canaanite. I don't believe it, said James the Greater. Not I, said Philip of Bethesda. Not us, said James the Lesser. Oh boy, thought William Bennett Iscariot. Supply-Side Jesus was arrested that very night and brought before Pontius Pilate.
Supply-Side Jesus, the Pharisees are angry. They say you're cutting into their action.
That's the marketplace of ideas, Pilate.
But your ideas are misleading, and you're making the poor even poorer. What do you say to that, Supply-Side Jesus?
Average income is going up, and social mobility within the Roman Empire is greater than ever. Look at me. I came from the humblest of roots, and yet now I am one of the richest men in all.
It's also kind of interesting because this is also damning about what liberals now represent and how conservative liberals have become in terms of like promoting neoliberal economics and like looking at economic markers. Like people that 20 years ago would be considered like cretins of the market are now absolutely at the heart of the Democratic Party. Like, think about that. This is Al Franken, guys. Like, he is currently making fun of conservatives. Okay? He's making fun of conservatives talking about like the GDP or KPIs, like key performance indicators, or the fact that like there's upward social mobility. Like, look at the economic factors. And it's interesting to think that like nowadays, this is exactly what you hear. This is exactly what you hear from Democrats and liberals in general.
Judea.
That's because you're a huckster, Supply-Side Jesus. I sentence you to death by crucifixion.
It was Passover custom to release a condemned prisoner. Pilate decided to let the people choose Supply-Side Jesus's fate.
Who would you have me release? This man, supply-side Jesus, who claims to be your king and insists you stand on your own 2 feet, or in the case of you lepers, your good foot and stump. Or this man, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who also claims to be your king and preaches a gospel of compassion, generosity, and good works.
20 shekels for anyone who votes for me, supply-side Jesus said.
Give us supply-side Jesus!
The next day, supply-side Jesus passed by Calvary on his way out of town. Forgive them, Father. Supply-side Jesus knew just what to do. Romans! Tax cuts will double our revenues and ensure that the empire never declines or falls. And I will stop these environmentalists who claim that lead is poisoning our water system. And I will eliminate the threat from Mesopotamia once and for all by invading Iraq.
Oh, man. Here's Prager U.
Was Jesus a socialist? Well, if socialism is nothing more than being kind to other people, then you might think the answer is yes.
I mean, yeah. HasanAbi reacts to was Jesus a socialist 4 years ago? 5 years ago now. I've watched this before. Is Prager finally dead? No, dude. They're teaching this stuff in schools now. They're using this as teachable material for children. All right, I want to see what Will had to say about the end of the left plus liberal
to be
alliance.
like their candidate, and then replacing him with Kamala Harris, who
genocide that's being committed now.
Oh.
Who I think got a brief honeymoon of people just being like, oh, we don't have to vote for Joe Biden.
She got about a meme news cycle.
Yeah. She's Brad, but then it was just. I mean, I think what it comes down to, the easiest explanation is her and the Democratic Party, that the infrastructure around her, don't actually believe in anything. I mean, well, they do believe in certain things, like, supporting Israel and Wall Street and their donors, but they essentially don't believe in anything. And you see a lot of that now in the sort of postmortems where people are they're stuck on this idea of messaging. We got our messaging is better, or we need 10,000 Hasan Pikers. And the message follows the policy. And if you don't have
10,000 Hasan Pikers.
Yeah, let 1,000 Hasan Pikers bloom. They just think if we can only have Hasan Piker with our politics, then we'd have the perfect vessel for our message. And the answer is Hasan wouldn't be Hasan if he had the politics of, Pod Save America.
Right.
They essentially ran this election as a campaign.
I mean, he's right. Which is ironic because, that's kind of the point I made as well. That it's simply not a matter of, flooding the market with pro-liberal sentiment. And although those interviews were blasted virtually everywhere, okay, in virtually every single outlet, mainstream outlet that covered it, absolutely zero people understood what I was saying. They were like, hey, man, can we give you some money? You'll be the Joe Rogan of the left, please. This seems like a great idea. And I was like, that's not how this works. I said that in every single interview that was done. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, apparently there was another guy who in between sending sex tapes that he had sometimes consensually and other times unconsensually filmed, sending those sex tapes without the consent of other parties that were involved in the sex tapes, he was sitting around getting angry that he was not being presented as the Joe Rogan of the left. He's like, I'm right here. I love the Democratic Party. I will unconditionally defend the Democratic Party. Anyway. Funny too how they don't realize that if you got paid by the Dems, you would simultaneously lose all credibility and potential reach across the aisle anyway. I mean, it's not even I don't even care about that. Like, if the Democratic Party was doing, I've often said that I want to be the propaganda minister, okay? I want to be regime pilled. I want to be regime pilled. I want to be a loyal servant of this party. The issue, on the other hand, is in order for that to happen, they have to actually do something that's worth defending. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon, though. Could you be China pilled? I already am. If China did, I mean, if the American government did half of the good things, not the bad, because we're only doing the bad things that the Chinese government does in terms of like curbing free speech or, wholesale trying to ban applications that don't abide by American messages. Like, we're just doing, our institutions only take the bad of Chinese governance and try to apply it here, and none of the good stuff. What they also fail to recognize is a lot of the restrictive things that the Chinese government does only works if you're doing the good stuff as well. That's the reality of more controlling and more authoritarian. I'm not saying the Chinese government is authoritarian, but like more authoritarian, like overtly controlling governance is that the people know that they can't say certain things. So the permission structure of permissible speech is apparent. People know what you can say and people know what you can't say. People know that they're being propagandized to. When you know that you're being propagandized to, you will revolt if all the other stuff is not working. The American government is now going to do all of the bad controlling stuff, controlling speech stuff, and none of the good stuff that comes along with it.
Against Donald Trump, yes, who's like, the most dangerous evil man who's ever existed in American history. But they really did also run a campaign against their own base. And they ran a campaign to essentially demoralize their own base on behalf of this, like...
It's not a dumbass take to say all governments are authoritarian. What are you talking about? That's what the government is. It's a structure of authority. By definition, every rule that is written, whether it makes sense or not, is still restricting people that would technically want to, violate that standard, violate that rule. That's it. That's how it works. The point is, or the goal is rather, to make sure that the rules that are set are sensible. I didn't know you were an anarchist. No, my difference in opinion on the matter is that there are plenty of sensible rules and standards. I'm not inherently against it, is my point. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the big difference, I guess. And I'm not even inherently in favor of democratizing every aspect of that process.
An imaginary like tranche of voters that existed on their spreadsheets, and I think
Who is that imaginary voter?
Like the moderate the moderate voter or the Republican voter that's voted Republican their whole life but is uncomfortable with Donald Trump because of January 6th or Russia or blah blah blah. The list goes down. It's just like they campaign for anyone but. I don't know, like they're the base. They're like anyone like liberal or progressive or a young person in this country. They didn't give people anything to vote for. And why would anyone vote for Republican Light when the full fat version is on offer and half the price? So I mean, I think that's really what it comes down to. Like the Democrats didn't offer anything to anyone. They don't believe in anything. And say what you will about Donald Trump.
Can you prove any sensible rules, dog? There's no basis for authority to exist other than its own assertion. No, dude. Take a shower. Okay? Take a shower. Take a shower. Please. Right now. Turn off the broadcast. Go to your bathroom. Clean it up first because there's probably crust all over it. And take a shower. Chatters be like, I don't understand. Why is there any standards for what kind of meat in our meat supply is allowed? I would like to get trichinosis, please. Like, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean? Oh, sensible rules. There is no basis for authority to exist other than its own assertion. All rules are fascist. There should be no safety standards, I say. No, it's not an accidental libertarian. It's an anarchist. He's coming in from the anti-nap time coalition. An unjustifiable hierarchy has been presented on top of me. My maternal unit is enforcing the violent standard of which she maintains the monopoly on by forcing me to go to sleep. Sir, a second hierarchy just hit. It's my 4-year-old. He got a Twitch account somehow. That's good anarchist parenting, allowing your child to get a Twitch account. Donald Trump has signed an order redesignating Ansar Allah, the Houthis, as a foreign terrorist organization. This designation was placed on Ansar Allah during the Trump administration, but was lifted when Biden took office because it was impeding the delivery of humanitarian aid. After the October 7 attacks, Biden designated Ansar Allah as a specially designated global terrorist, which is a different designation from foreign terrorist organization. One of the key differences is that the FDO criminalizes material support of organizations designated as terror organizations. FTO is broader and more punitive, while the SDGT is narrower and targets financial and logistical aspects. Thank God. Thank God these goddamn evil demons are getting what's what. Anyway. Yeah, he ended DEI. This is a cool thing he said. Let's take a look.
Joe Biden ran and said he would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving your first time.
He thought.
So now you'd be in trouble if you interviewed a Houthi? No, I still don't think so. I mean, well, with this administration, you never really know, but no, I'm fairly certain that you're still like people interviewed Osama bin Laden. Anyway, that kid wasn't a Houthi regardless. I love that people still do this thing where they're like, oh, what if you were talking about your mutual love of One Piece with the Houthi? He's not a Houthi. But what if? What if I did that? What of it?
He heard that I was going to do it. I didn't want to do it. I was given the option. They said, sir, would you like to pardon everybody, including yourself? I said, I'm not going to pardon anybody. We didn't do anything wrong. And we had people that suffered. They're incredible patriots. We had people that suffered. You had Bannon put in jail. You had Peter Navarro put in jail. You had people that suffered. And far worse than that, they've lost their fortunes. They've lost their whatever, their nest egg, paying it to lawyers. And those people, and people said, and they wouldn't have even taken, most of those people, they wouldn't have even taken a pardon. This guy went around giving everybody pardons. And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is
I think there's something very strange about the reality that to this day, so many people still maintain the position that, like, directly interviewing a dude who, for the most point, like for most of his life, only knew genocide in the hands of the Saudi government with American weapons, okay? And me deliberately choosing to humanize them, especially after they openly admitted, when I asked them directly whether he was a part of the Ansar Allah movement or not, was just like unconscionable to do such a thing. In a time frame where the Ansar Allah movement wasn't even considered a part of the official terrorist list regardless. So much of this anger and resentment just genuinely comes from being like, no, this guy is scary and brown and Muslim, and I assume anti-Semitic. By the way, now people are saying you're pro-Trump for saying he facilitated the ceasefire. I am not pro-Trump. You know, it's interesting. Have those people been covering all of the awful shit that Donald Trump has been doing? Because that's what I've been doing. You know, what have those people been doing in that time frame? Yeah. Hutch, when he sees me wear a Trump hat, goes, oh, we finally got him. We finally got him. He's a real Trump supporter. Fucking idiot. It's just so stupid, dude. Why even wear the hat, though? Oh, because I'm a Trump supporter. Oh, no. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a political commentator who also engages in satire. Yeah, this is the other take they had. You're confusing the dumb people in your chat? Yeah, that's why I'm describing that I'm a political commentator who utilizes satire to push a message. Anyway, let's get to this DEI stuff. Chris Rufo says, this is personal. For 5 years, leftists have doxed my home, tried to get my wife fired, threatened my children, targeted my reputation, spread lies about my work, dragged me into lawsuits, and prosecuted my sources. We're going to abolish DEI everywhere, then salt the earth. To which Ryan Grimm had a take that I don't agree with, where he said DEI was an active impediment to the project of building a multiracial working class movement capable of taking on a corporate and oligarch power. Rufo did the left a favor in nuking it. Now, I understand where Ryan Grimm is coming from, okay? But the reality of the matter is that Christopher Rufo, lasering in on this like otherwise aesthetic initiative to try to make workplaces more diverse or more tolerant or more understanding or whatever the fuck, that wasn't actually done at the behest of like abolishing the identity standards in an effort to create class standards in its wake. No, he just used it doesn't have to be DEI. It could be anything else. It was just a representation. It was a representation of liberal politics in general. Okay? Noah says, I personally don't think Rufo did the left a favor by helping eliminate affirmative action under the guise of anti-corporate activism. What even is DEI? This is a rhetorical question. It's been evacuated of all meaning because its primary context, corporate workplaces doing the work of civil rights enforcement that the government neglects, isn't really in the hands of the groups or blue hairs. Like, yeah, it's cringe. It's vacuous, if you can even define what it is, but it's not leftist overreach, and it's always been a certain kind of test to me to see if you fall for what hucksters like Rufo sell. And that's my point as well. I 100% agree with Noah here. Okay? It's just another more appropriate way of saying the N-word. Most American politics on the right is just vice signaling. All of it is vice signaling. And most of it revolves around just saying fuck black people. Fuck women. You know, fuck Latino people. Whatever, you know? And that's all this is. That's all this is. The elimination of DEI, okay, is basically just, it's not like taking out some sort of legal standard because no such thing exists. It's simply the elimination of companies that don't even necessarily follow these protocols thoroughly, right? Or affirmative action in general, that simply want to say that they're doing something quote unquote woke for marketing purposes. Those companies must be punished. It's the same reason why I always say it's better to not exist. Like I've talked about this before with Target, right? Target doing like all of the you know, LGBT focused merchandise is silly, right? They do it to hawk product for 1 month. And it's better if they never do that, right? Than to do that and then somehow cave and capitulate to the right when they yell about it and remove those products like they've done something wrong. It's literally better if it never existed. If Target never actually did Pride merch. It would be better if they had never done Pride merch, because the only reason why you're doing Pride merch is not because you genuinely hold this political opinion and you want to help people, but you're doing it to cynically sell product to people and also pat yourself on the fucking back. And at the moment of first targeted hostility, you immediately show your belly and go, oh, I'm so sorry, you're right, fuck these people. That gives them more authority. That also makes it seem like you got caught doing something wrong. Okay? It's infinitely worse for LGBT people to just like do this silly aesthetic thing only to take it away after the Republicans claim that that's actually pedophile shit. Now you're basically admitting that it's pedophile shit. Now you're just saying that. It's not, but it doesn't matter. And it's endlessly frustrating to me. There's a difference between, for example, Target doing that versus Ben & Jerry's. Okay? It is obvious that Ben & Jerry's is run by two people that have a political opinion, a genuine one. And they are willing to even lose revenue to defend said political opinion. Okay? They're not doing that because they want to market the product. They're doing that because that's what they believe, right? So that's the difference. And while Ben & Jerry's is run by Unilever, okay, I know what you're going to put this out there to be like, oh, dude, they're still doing it for marketing. You're a fucking moron, because no one, regardless of what mega conglomerate owns their company, is going to actively try to abide by BDS standards when they're run by a mega conglomerate, and it actually causes that mega conglomerate to have massive amounts of legal trouble as a consequence of this. That's it. And now you will once again see the reality. If you were even for a brief moment, yeah, Ben & Jerry's is also suing Unilever, and you're over here being like, oh, they're run by Unilever. Shut up. They are a great example of a company that does actually care about the politics that it's representing. And that's why in certain instances, their politics might even come across as radical. Their politics certainly causes them to lose out on revenue, as a matter of fact. Now, what you have to understand is that that's fine. That's okay. Some companies can do that, and that's fine, and that's a good thing, right? But the reason why I think this kind of stuff is awful in general is because it gives easy ammunition, because the company's heart is not in it to begin with. Out of all of the corporations, the mega corporations that genuflected to the incoming Trump administration, the only one that said, yeah, we're not touching this DEI stuff, I don't care, shut up, was Tim Apple, okay? Because he's gay. And he was like, yeah, I don't care what Trump has to say about DEI shit. Like, that's well within our rights, and we're just going to keep it. And is it partially because of marketing? Yes. But it obviously also means that, like, they see they see DEI in that vein to not necessarily be a bad initiative, but a good one. Okay? It's so stupid when companies do this specifically for marketing. Companies that, who is going to agree with Ryan's tweet? Who is it for? Just barking into the void? I don't know. Maybe like some anti-DEI leftists or something. I don't know. The reason why some of these other companies like Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan maintain their DEI initiatives also is not because they want to, quote unquote, resist against Donald Trump or because they think it's good marketing. It's because diversity, equity, and inequality initiatives, or inequality, is that what inclusion initiatives are good. Okay. I don't know what those standards turn into for inclusion, sorry. Like, but I don't know what those standards turn into for all these other companies. But the reality of the matter is, for many of these corporations, it's good to have a diverse board of representatives, okay? A lot of the DEI is silly, and it's just a way for the HR teams to engage in busy work. But at the end of the day, making sure that your work standard, or making sure that your hiring practices don't immediately overlook like black or brown people, is probably beneficial for these companies, so they're keeping it. Okay? That's it. Absolutely insane email to EPA employees today. We're taking steps to close the agency's DEIA offices and end all DEIA related. The A is accessibility, by the way, which is also DEI. Like, they want to eliminate accessibility, dude. Stairs only, bitch. In a country where 60% of the population is obese, okay? We're gonna have so many people just die on the stairs because of heart disease. Ay, ay, ay. What a ridiculous way to operate. These programs divided Americans by race, wasted taxpayer dollars, and resulted in shameful discrimination. We're aware of the efforts by some in the government to disguise these programs by using coded or imprecise language. If you're aware of a charge in any contract description or personnel description since November 5th to obscure the connection between the contract and DEIA or similar ideologies, please report all facts and circumstances of the DEIA truth within 10 days. There will be no adverse consequences for timely reporting this information. However, failure to report this information within 10 days may result in adverse consequences. I guess NASA got the same one too. Like, what did they... DHS here, FEMA got the same message word for word. It's so psychotic, dude. That we're ruled by psychopaths, okay? Wife at OSHA also got it.
He didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. Let's talk about the moment you walked back in this office, this desk, this room, your carpet. How'd you feel?
Well, it was a lot of work. And as you know, I felt that we shouldn't have had to necessarily be here. Could have been done. A lot of work could have been, it would have been over. We wouldn't have inflation. We wouldn't have had the Afghanistan disaster. We wouldn't have October 7th with Israel, where so many people were killed. And you wouldn't have a Ukraine war going on. But with all that being said, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than if it were more traditional.
Only the second time in history somebody didn't have consecutive terms.
Yeah. Well, they say it's historically bigger. I don't know about that. But I can say it showed us a couple of things.
These are clips from the Sean Hannity interview that's going to air at 6 p.m. Pacific, and I'll be watching it when it goes live, of course. Wonderful stuff. I do like it. I do like that he just laid down that ominous message where he was like, well, Biden never pardoned himself, which is kind of cool. It'd be dope if he just like wanted to arrest Biden, dude. I'm not going to lie. After spending an entire year talking about how, the Department of Justice became political, I don't think he would do it because he didn't do it to Hillary either. He's too much of a pussy. But it would be so sick if he just arrested Biden. Low key.
Showed us that the radical left, their philosophies and policies are horrible.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
My lead source tonight is the independent senator from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders. And it's great to have you here, Senator Sanders. You were there at the inauguration speech yesterday. Out of the first 24 hours of the Trump presidency, has anything surprised you?
No. I think in terms of the speech,
Bernie got a haircut.
I suppose if you're a Trump supporter, you thought it was good. If you're a Trump opponent, as I am, you did not think it was good. But I think the main point, and kind of you inferred to that a second ago, we're going to see a whole lot of stuff. Every single day you're going to see all kinds of stuff. But it is terribly important, in my view, for the American people to stay focused on the most important issues facing our country. All right, for example, very few people deny that our healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. Did the president, in his inaugural speech, say one word about the healthcare crisis? In America today, we have a major housing crisis. Not just 800,000 people who are homeless, millions of people paying 50, 60% limited income on housing. Did the president say one word about the housing crisis? We have massive income and wealth inequality. The gap between the very rich and everybody else never been wider. But sitting behind the president, as you know, were the three wealthiest people in America, worth together over $1 trillion. Did the president say one word about income and wealth inequality? Obviously not. Those are his supporters.
What was it like for you to see those people, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all sitting behind Trump yesterday, and not just behind him, but sitting next to his cabinet?
Well, Caitlin, as you may know, I have been talking about my fears as to how the United States is moving rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society. And anybody who was in the room or on TV and saw the president of the United States surrounded by the three wealthiest people in this country, one of whom made hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions to him, at the same time when we have more concentration of ownership than we have ever had. The conclusion I hope that most people reach is that we are moving toward an oligarchy. We've got to fight back. We've got to protect our democracy. We need an economy that works for all, not just the people on top.
What would you say to Trump supporters or people who saw Elon Musk and them sitting there and thought, that's cool, these are people who have done a lot for the United States or an innovation, and said, actually, it's not such a bad thing that people should be criticizing? What would you say to that?
We will see how it plays out. But I think, Trump campaigned for president saying, I'm going to be a candidate of the working class of this country, right? Well, we will see if he addresses the healthcare crisis. We will see if he, in fact, is prepared to take on big pharma and lower the cost of prescription drugs. And certainly on issues like raising the minimum wage to a living wage, he's not going to be anywhere near where we have to be. In terms of housing, he's not going to do what has to be done. And the one thing he did say in terms of major issues facing our country is, in a sense, he talked about climate change. He said, drill, baby, drill. So at a time when we have had the 10 warmest years on record, last 10 years, when we have seen natural disasters in Los Angeles right now all over the world, what he says, hey, I'm going to make a horrific situation even worse, drilling for more oil, more carbon emissions. So bottom line here is, I think as Americans, we've got to appreciate what's going on in the country. We're moving toward oligarchy. 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Millions work for starvation wages. We need a government that works for all, not just for Elon Musk. We will see what happens.
Well, Elon Musk, he was not just there at the inauguration and obviously is playing a pretty big role in this administration. I saw him going into the West Wing yesterday. He's getting office space on the White House grounds. You voted against that law forcing TikTok to sell from its parent company, ByteDance. You didn't believe it was the right way to handle that. But when Trump says he would be okay if Elon Musk tried to buy TikTok.
Well, I mean, this is what oligarchy is about. You have Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Mr. Musk already owns Twitter. You have other billionaires owning the major media outlets in this country. CNN, if you look at who owns them, you're looking at
Bernie knows he'll fall in love with her if he looks her in the eye. That's such a stupid statement. I'm sorry. That's hilarious. Oh. Oh my God.
large Wall Street firms. So you already have a major serious problem in terms of ownership of the media. If Musk ends up owning TikTok, it'll only make a bad situation much worse.
What did you, and maybe you didn't notice this, we have a picture of it, but it's
Interesting Finkelstein take. Did you see this? Yeah, I did. I've heard this before. And also, I also think it to a certain degree. I think I play fast and loose with fascism and Nazism in general. In terms of like ideology, there are obviously markers and limiters, but like I don't make the distinction between like different variants of reactionary politics to that degree after a certain point. Having said that, Norm Finkelstein is not wrong. Here, let's hear what he has to say.
Here. Do you know why? Because there's no opposition. Historically, fascist elements came into power when there was a strong left. The institutions of what we used to call bourgeois democracy were in jeopardy, and the ruling elites acquiesced in a strongman coming into power in order to repress the elements on the left, which posed a real danger to their system. They wanted a socialist society. Some wanted a communist society. All of them rejected the capitalist society. We don't have a left here.
I both agree and disagree. I agree we don't have a left, but I disagree that fascism requires there to be a left. I think Norm's understanding or Norm's definition basically revolves around Norm's definition of this or understanding of the situation revolves around liberal capitulation to fascism rather than my understanding of it, which is that liberals are I mean, I don't actually know because he loves Stalin. He likes Stalin more than me, but I do think that liberalism is basically one step removed from fascism. It will always inevitably go back to fascism because liberalism is predominantly tasked with the maintenance and continuation of capitalism. So as long as you want to continue defending capitalism, you are inevitably going to go back to fascism. So therefore, I would say liberalism is early stage fascism and takes many different forms. I don't think that there needs to be in a country like the United States of America. I think Norm would say, understandably, that there is no real left. There is no left whatsoever. And therefore, liberals don't actually have a true fear, right? A true fear of the left that would inevitably, from the collapse of capitalism, inevitably create a totally new hierarchy, a dictatorship of the bourgeois handing itself inevitably to a dictatorship of the proletariat, to handing the reins of control to a dictatorship of the proletariat. With the absence of some sort of left politics and some sort of left momentum, liberals won't make these allegiances with fascists and allow fascists to restore control, to restore law and order. The problem is, I don't think that there needs to be. I think that without any common enemies, fascists have basically decided that liberals are the communists. You know? With no real communist there that remains after the desolation, after the absolute destruction of left politics in this country, they've just decided it's actually the liberals that are the communists.
So we don't need, if there isn't a danger of.
Anyway. Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds by overzealots. 3 times they allied to fight leftists. Ooh, I'm going to like this video.
Seeing some posts like this one pop up on social media pushing the.
Oh my God. Liberal response to fascism, the atomic bomb. Communist response to fascism. Oh my God. This is one of my favorite. This is literally the intellectual liberals. I'll have you know the Confederates were Republican take, okay? I love this World War II revisionism coming from liberals because as you know, liberals are somewhat well-read. Now, just because you're well-read doesn't mean you read the right things, okay? But it is funny that these supposedly elite intellectual liberals will operate in the same exact historic revisionism that they would dunk on Republicans for instantly if a Republican were to be like, excuse me, the Confederates were destroyed by who? Abraham Lincoln, who was a part of which party? That's right, the Republican Party. Democrats are the real racists. Now, it's the same exact thing. What they're doing here is the same exact thing. But of course, because so much of the intelligentsia is understandably liberal, this kind of misinformation goes unchecked. Let's take a look.
The idea that leftists like to team up with fascists, I guess. So I thought I would use these memes as a springboard to talk about some stuff. This video is not about liberals in the way North Americans think of them, in opposition to conservatives or whatever. This video is about capital L liberals, proponents of Enlightenment philosophies and liberal democracy.
Ryan Grimm tweeted this about a couple weeks ago. Everyone called him a tanky. Stalin signed Molotov-Ribbentrop after begging the UK and France to take Hitler serious and form a military alliance against him. They refused, and so Stalin was left to face him alone. So we cut this neutrality bargain to win. Time to ramp up military capacity, idiots. I like that this, which is like an accurate assessment of events, is considered to be tanky shit. And obviously, in the absence of like normal understanding of historical events that transpired, you can just kind of maintain this false position that claiming this actually means that you support everything that the USSR did. Okay. And it's so weird because it's anti-intellectual. Like, what you're doing is stunting intellectual curiosity. Okay? And it's insane because, like, these allegiances were done out in the open, whether it be the Munich Agreement or the period of appeasement, which is now obviously something that people are very critical of. As a matter of fact, they're so critical of it, they constantly use it in inappropriate historical contexts in contemporary foreign policy. Now, what's strange to me, however, is that the greatest thing that Stalin did, probably his greatest W of all time, like straight up, was defeating the Nazis. So that's kind of the whole story about World War II. Like what do you think happened there? You know what I mean? He just like the Nazis considered the Soviets and socialism to be the most significant enemy, okay? The most significant enemy. The first people that they placed in concentration camps were socialists, okay? Were trade unionists and socialists. They considered socialism to be a Jewish invention, okay? So while you hear that from the Nazis and you hear that from the Soviets, you try to like laser in on this one historical agreement that the West also literally did. And you just, I guess, forget all the things that happened after this? Like, what are we talking about? Bro, who the hell said W. Stalin? I don't know. People who were freed from concentration camps all the way in Eastern Europe. Maybe those people said W. Stalin. A lot of people used to say W. Stalin. It's what Stalin did after that wasn't so great, okay? In terms of its own, in terms of a lot of the mismanagement and you know, the affairs of the USSR. It's like, it is his greatest W. What are we talking about? What is the second event of this first month? It is, of course, the assertion of the power of Russia. Russia has pursued a cold policy of self-interest. We could have wished that the Russian armies should be standing on their present line as the friends and allies of Poland, instead of as invaders, but that the Russian army should stand on this line was clearly necessary for the safety of Russia against the Nazi menace. At any rate, the line is there, and an Eastern Front has been created which Nazi Germany does not dare assail. When Herr von Ribbentrop, German foreign minister, was summoned to Moscow last week, it was to learn the fact and to accept the fact that the Nazi designs upon the Baltic states and upon the Ukraine must come to a dead stop. That's what Churchill said. Anyway, I love Ryan, but why is Stalin relevant right now? Well, for us, the reason why Stalin is relevant is because we're quite literally talking about the, a revisionist history from World War II that liberals like to that they love to fucking point to. Stalin killed 30 plus million people, G. I know. No, he actually, that's not true. He killed 100 plus million people. And also, no, he killed a 200 plus million people, actually. Never mind. I just decided he killed 300 plus million people. He's so much worse than the Nazis. Notice how there is also, at least in Europe, there used to be a term called the double genocide theory. The double genocide theory dictated, brought about by liberal thinkers, that it was actually, well, it wasn't brought about by liberal thinkers. It was actually brought about by fascists in the aftermath of World War II to make the claim that Stalin was actually just as bad, if not worse, than Adolf Hitler. Okay? You understand that, right? So whenever you do the, oh, well, Stalin killed 100 million people, ain't nobody saying nothing about that. You're actually doing the bidding of fascists. The reason why you're doing the bidding of fascists, not realizing that you're doing the bidding of fascists, unless you're literally a fascist yourself, is that if you look at the numbers on the board and you look at all the people that Hitler killed in concentration camps, that's like what, 12 million, maybe 15 million. Okay. Stalin killed 100 million people. That means Stalin is much worse than Hitler, right? Maybe Hitler was just a little guy. Maybe he was misunderstood. That's the way fascists propagandized initially. Now they don't even have to do that because liberals have done the propaganda for them. Anyway. All right, let's move away from Stalin.
Democracies. In case you're unfamiliar with the difference, I'll fill you in real quick. Liberalism is seen as the ideology born of the Age of Enlightenment, which was a period between the 17th and 18th century where thinkers and philosophers started to heavily emphasize.
If you understand that Churchill was on the good side of World War II, despite the numerous famines that he contributed to deliberately by design in the colonies, okay? then you should also be able to understand that it is totally appropriate and perfectly valid to say that that was a Stalin W. World War II was a major Stalin W, perhaps the most significant, most consequential Stalin W of all time. It is not an accident that, yes, people like Mandela and many other people whose perspective has been whitewashed have time and time again reiterated every party member must raise his revolutionary qualities in every respect to the same level as those Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. You're crazy as fuck for think Stalin W? Yes, dude, I think that liberating the camps and defeating the Nazis was a W. It doesn't matter if it was Stalin who was doing it. It doesn't matter if it was Churchill doing it. And it doesn't matter if it was the Americans doing it. It's a W nonetheless. What kind of fucking ridiculous attitude do we have here? No, it's a good thing, okay?
Rationalism and empiricism in contrast to superstition and dogmatism. From there we saw an emphasis on personal liberties, separation of church and state, progress, tolerance, and democratic governance. Things that I think are great, by the way. This served as a turning point in history where the age of the monarch, the feudal lord, and the serf was to be left behind, and the age of the free man was to come. A lot of the ideas that came out of this Enlightenment period served to drastically improve the quality of life going forward. Since such an emphasis was placed on freedom and individual liberties, the economic system that was tied to this movement was capitalism. At the time, capitalism was seen as a way to maximize personal liberties, a way for anyone to work their way to a free...
Like, I would go so far as to have endlessly more charity to our founding fathers here in the United States of America than I do to Stalin in terms of the American Revolutionary War, okay? Like, those dudes were literally fucking slavers, man. What are you talking about? And I still give them that W for defeating the English, okay? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy that, like, that is not only permissible thought, but, like, the fact that you even bring up the founding fathers being slavers is, like, a big fuck you to American history. But God forbid you say Stalin W for killing fucking Nazis. Like, that's crazy. That's insane, dude.
...and happy life, and an improvement to feudalism, and all the unspeakable economic arrangements that preceded it. During this period, capitalism was a very progressive system, but the people of the 18th century had no way of knowing how dangerous this economic model would be in its accelerated form. They couldn't properly gauge the ecological devastation or immense capital concentration that was to come in the next couple of centuries. There were some Enlightenment thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau who had a hunch that this shit could go wrong, and he wrote about it in his work, A Discourse on Inequality, where he took aim at things like property and wealth disparities and argued that inequality was likely to lead to despotism. But for the most part, the ideas that emerged during the Age of Enlightenment served as a massive step in the right direction. Fast forward to the modern day, and we see that Rousseau's predictions were spot on. But this doesn't mean that all the ideas that came from the Enlightenment were bad or destined to age poorly. As someone critical of capitalism, I believe that by implementing a new and more equitable economic model, we can truly live up to the values and ideals of freedom thought of during the Enlightenment. I see libertarian socialism as the logical extension of Enlightenment principles, but I digress. So, when I use the term liberal in this video, I will be referring to people or states that claim to be proponents of the ideas that emerged during the Enlightenment. The US and other Western countries claim to be liberal democracies, regardless if the party in power calls themselves liberal or conservative. This video is not going to be me attacking liberalism as much as it will be a critique on those who claim to uphold the ideas of freedom and democracy insincerely, just to use them as a cudgel to bully others who may want to organize their societies differently. There's a long history of nominal liberals acting illiberally, siding with authoritarians and discarding...
No, you don't understand. That was good, actually. That was good because the alternative was far worse. The alternative was a democratically organized socialist society. So, of course, we had to put a fucking fascist despot in charge and rewrite the Constitution. Like, what? Excuse me. That right there is neoliberalism through and through. As long as market interference is done at the behest of private enterprise, it does not matter if it is a monarch, a God-ordained king, or a authoritarian fascist that is in control of the country. Because as long as Free enterprise flows, and as long as the market interferences are done at the behest of private enterprise, it's A-OK, baby.
Regarding the values that make up what they claim to believe in, just to destroy countries and people who hold ideas different from them. So with that out of the way, let's talk about the phrase...
Who's that? His name is Pinochet.
And a fascist bleeds. This is a common catchword in certain political circles, and you might have seen it on the internet. People who use this phrase are often referring to the proclivity of past liberal democracies to side with fascists in their attempts to destroy leftist movements all over the world.
Another kind of Stalin banger take was when he said social democrats are social fascists.
Some will argue that the prioritization of property rights and capitalism are so intertwined with liberalism that liberals perceive an attack on capitalism to be an attack on their very freedoms, which then leads them to siding with the illiberal to defend their economic model. Put simply, the argument is that liberals will team up with fascists if it means they can destroy leftists because leftists threaten capital. In this video, we will test that theory and go over just 3 of the many times this has happened in the past century. After the Second World War, when the Allied forces secured the W and whooped those fascists' asses,
social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. Yeah.
Went on to lead the world into an era of anti-fascist resistance, and they did everything in their power to defend the ideals of freedom and self-determination for every nation on Earth. No, I'm just kidding. They did the complete opposite of that. They actually teamed up with the fascists that they just spent the past half-decade fighting because the threat of communism was a much more significant issue in their eyes. Unfortunately,
this video is 1010 no notes, by the way, straight up. I had no idea what this channel was, but insta subscribe, insta like, 1010 no notes.
This has always been the case. High-level officials like the OSS's Alan Dulles notoriously endorsed a Nazi proposal to establish a separate peace between the Third Reich and the US so that the Nazis could turn their attention toward the Soviets, whom Alan Dulles perceived to be a bigger threat. The US specifically has been unhealthily obsessed with communism even before the Second World War. Brazen, bold-faced lies that ranged from the
Scratch a liberal and fascist bleeds. 3 times they allied to fight leftists is the name of the video from a channel called Overzealots.
Bolsheviks are eating babies, to they're nationalizing women were espoused by US propagandists well before World War II. Operation Gladio ensued in the immediate aftermath of the war. Gladio entailed stay-behind fascist militias organized by NATO.
This is why I'm not exactly fond of NATO. For all the people who are always like, wait a minute, Hasan, why don't you like NATO? I don't understand. Like, we're supposed to be progressive, and Russia, especially in its modern iteration, is not progressive. It's illiberal. It's an irredentist force of evil. It is currently expanding its empire. It's a capitalist kleptocracy, which is true. All of those things are true. And NATO is the only way to fight back against it. I don't understand. Well, you know.
NATO powers and Western intelligence agencies like the CIA and the UK's MI6. These stay-behind fascist paramilitary groups were propped up and supported all across Europe for the purpose of destroying left-wing movements when and if they arose. See, once the World War ended and the Cold War began, a struggle for dominance and hegemony between the West and its allies and the Soviets and their allies consumed the globe. NATO was a military alliance that formed so that Western countries could better fend off the Soviets if they planned to invade Western Europe or attack America.
Not every petty bourgeois could become Hitler, but a particle of Hitler is lodged in every petty bourgeois. I forgot who said that. I mean, right after we talked about Stalin, how are you going to come in here and hit a Trotsky quote like that? It was Trotsky who said that. Chatter.
The threat of a Soviet invasion was dishonestly used time and time again by the West to excuse their own murderous and opportunistic behavior. In reality, the Soviets were heavily militarily damaged after the World War, and the act of them invading Western Europe or picking a fight with the US wasn't really in the cards. To quote from William Blum's Killing Hope, there are available, in fact, numerous internal documents from the State Department, the Defense Department, and the CIA from the post-war period, wherein one political analyst after another makes clear his serious skepticism of the Soviet threat, revealing the Russians' critical military weaknesses and or questioning their alleged aggressive intentions, while high officials including the president, were publicly presenting a message explicitly the opposite. But that's another story. Remember the guy I just mentioned, Alan Dulles, the one from the OSS, which later became the CIA, who really wanted to cut a deal with the Nazis and direct all attention toward fighting the Soviets? So that guy made a good amount of Nazi connections while he entertained a possible peace agreement with them.
That's crazy. That's like, it's so shocking how that happens. It's a mere accident, I think, and totally not because they were simply less threatening.
One of these connections was not.
That's why I'm telling you, dude, FDR business plot, successful, the world would be so different, okay? Stalin doesn't get the industrial backing necessary to keep waging this war against Nazi Germany. America goes to World War II, most likely on the side of the Nazis. I'm not like a great man theorist, but I do personally think that FDR played a pretty formative role in at least putting a stay on putting a pause on America's inevitable fascist development, which we're in it now, like firmly. But I'm saying that but he pushed it back at least, I don't know, 40, 50 years. With that act alone.
Nazi General Reinhard Gehlen, who, knowing that the Nazis were going to lose the war, informed Dulles of his idea to form clandestine guerrilla armies composed of Hitler Youth and other fascists who would stay behind after the war to fight off communism wherever it popped up. Since Dulles was paranoid about a potential Soviet invasion of the West, he believed that he had to develop these stay-behind fascist militias and assist them. Dulles later went on to bring Gehlen and some of his other Nazi friends to Fort Hunt, Virginia, where they had dinner with a bunch of U.S. officials who came up with a little plan. I'll let Paul L. Williams, author of Operation Gladio, a great book on this topic, explain what this plan entailed. Gehlen would go back to Germany under U.S. protection and create the Gehlen Organization, which would receive full funding from U.S. Army G2 resources. The primary purpose of this organization would be the maintenance of the existing stay-behind armies and the recruitment of new guerrilla soldiers from the ranks of Third Reich veterans with staunch anti-communist credentials. These soldiers would be known as gladiators, and they would be commissioned to...
And it all happened because of Pearl Harbor, so honestly, W Japan. No, I think Pearl Harbor gave enough momentum in the eyes of the rest of the American public for FDR to do what he wanted to do already, I think. I think I think Pearl Harbor was the turning point that allowed FDR to be like, no, we got to do something. This is crazy. Also, that chatter is joking. He's not saying W Japan for Pearl Harbor.
to ward off communist invaders in the Great Theater of post-war Europe. The operation in which they were engaged was to be known as Gladio, after the short swords Roman gladiators used to kill their opponents. So not only did the Western liberal democracy fund literal Hitler Youth death squads and other fascist paramilitary groups...
This is 100% true. There were socialists and trade unions who died in the streets for the New Deal. It wasn't just FDR's generosity. I wasn't even talking about the New Deal. I was talking about FDR's actions during in the lead up to the World War II. It wasn't just about the New Deal. But you're right. You're absolutely correct in terms of the New Deal. It was pushed for by trade unionists and socialists who straight up died for it. And also, Pearl Harbor just offered FDR the broad recognition and permission to go to war at a time when there were plenty of Americans, like the German Bund movement, that actively was trying to keep America out of World War II and maybe even side with Nazi Germany.
All over Europe and directly work with Nazi officials to do so. But according to Paul L. Williams, the creative ways in which this operation was funded include illicit activities involving the mafia and the Vatican. If you want more information on that, then check out his book. It's great. It's important to note that by 1987, an estimated 6 million people had died due to covert CIA operations, according to the Association for Responsible Dissent. The CIA claims these deaths were a result of a war against communism, even though a good deal of these killings took place in countries that weren't even communist, just merely a threat to American business interests. Gladio is far from the only instance of supposed proponents of liberal democracies teaming up with fascists to destroy the left. It's not even the only time they've teamed up with a former Axis power to fight communists. Shortly after the Japanese surrendered in 1945, the US began using the Japanese soldiers who were still in China to help fight the Chinese communists. At the time, China was engaged in a civil war between the communists led by Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, and the nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek. Although the Chinese communists provided significant assistance to the Americans during the Second World War by offering intelligence on Japanese occupiers, rescuing and caring for downed US airmen, and more, the US ultimately chose to align more closely with
the Chinese communists were the most fucked over. Okay, number one most fucked over.
Chiang Kai-shek and his nationalists. The OSS, which later became the CIA, estimated that the majority of Chiang's military effort was actually directed against the Chinese communists and not the Japanese occupiers who wreaked havoc all over China. Once the war had ended, Chiang had incorporated Japanese units into his army and began working heavily with officials who had collaborated with the Japanese and served in their puppet government. You would think that, having just fought a bloody and brutal war against the Japanese, the US would steer clear of aiding Chiang's nationalist army, considering it was packed with their former fascist enemies, but no. Since Chiang Kai-shek was relentlessly anti-communist, the US had no qualms about supporting him and his nationalist army. In fact, in President Truman's memoirs, he wrote about using enemy Japanese troops to hold off the Chinese communists. Quote, "It was perfectly clear to us that if we told the Japanese to lay down their arms immediately and march to the seaboard, the entire country would be taken over by the communists. We therefore had to take the step of using the enemy as a garrison until we could airlift Chinese national troops to South China and send Marines to guard the seaports." The US transported nationalist troops all over China and Manchuria. About 500,000 of them were sent by ships and planes in the attempt to get them to important centers and ports before the communists. The American involvement in the Chinese Civil War quickly reached the point of having US Marines sent into China to guard railroads, mines, bridges, and more for the nationalists. This eventually escalated to US involvement in the fighting as well. US soldiers began attacking areas controlled by the communists. There are also reports of them indiscriminately shelling civilian villages. An interesting detail that caught my attention while researching this conflict was the fact that even after the US troops attacked Chinese communists and the villages they controlled, the communists would still rescue downed American airmen and tend to their wounds whenever they would crash. William Blum chalks this up to the fact that, at the time, the US was internationally respected and admired, and Chinese peasants, communist or not, may have still looked up to the Americans. After a while, the US troops who were stationed in China...
It's so crazy. The American motion, especially post-World War II, is kind of wild because virtually everyone, including revolutionary figures that America considered to be enemies of the state, like Ho Chi Minh, literally consistently looked up to the Americans as like titans of enterprise / incredible revolutionary figures. Like the amount of glaze that everybody had for America, and America just cast aside that goodwill over the course of the Cold War by just being the most horrifying monsters on the global stage. Straight up, bar none. You can talk about all of the awful mismanagement, death, destruction within the USSR all day, every day. If you want to talk about that, they rode tanks into Hungary to quash the counter-revolution. How dare you, Hasan? Whatever. Okay, fine. But it is nowhere near the generational fumble of goodwill, or rather, if you want to have my opinion on it, the abuse of said goodwill that American leadership post-World War II used, weaponized at the behest of empire and complete domination and complete destruction. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh literally wrote a letter to America thinking we took our Constitution seriously. He admired the sentiments of freedom, but were dismayed when he finally visited America. Even after, he loved the founding fathers. He was like, yo, these guys are great. America's great. It's the land of prosperity and freedom. Can you please help us? And the Americans are like, help you? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, we'll help kill you. Or, well, we won't be able to, but we'll die trying in the process and kill a shit ton of civilians in the process. Also, another direct analog between the Viet Cong, which at the time was before, this predates, I guess, the terrorism designation, technically, but the coverage of the Viet Cong was damn near identical to the coverage of, you might have guessed it, Hamas. Okay? The Viet Cong are attacking and killing collaborators through ruthless torture. The Viet Cong, how dare they attack our brave American soldiers for, simply napalming a fucking village. The Viet Cong do not care about liberation. They want to kill the southern Vietnamese and the puppet government that we installed that was ruthless and brutal in and of itself. And also, to make matters worse, incompetent. All of this was written about extensively in American newspapers. And you might be shocked to find out college students back then were also on the right side of history, where you would sometimes see posters talking about how the Viet Cong were heroes that are worthy of celebration. Viet Cong also had terror tunnels as well. Anyway. Yeah. Mass condemnations. Do you condemn the Viet Cong? Condemn the Viet Cong, please. I'll never forgive Jane Fonda for going and posting alongside the Viet Cong and an anti-aircraft weapon.
Began to question why they were still in Asia and not back home. The Second World War had come to an end, so it was reasonable for these troops to be confused. The official U.S. explanation for keeping its troops in China was that the U.S. soldiers needed to disarm and kick out the Japanese, which did happen eventually, but the real priority of the U.S. military presence in China was to aid the nationalists and fight the communists. A chilling quote from a U.S. Marine lieutenant in 1945 goes, "You can't tell a man that he's here to disarm the Japanese when he's guarding the same railway with the Japanese." Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist army was notorious for its oppressive practices, harboring former Japanese fascists and acting cruelly to the civilian population. In stark contrast, areas under communist control were often characterized.
By the way, the successful version of like openly collaborating with those who collaborated with the Japanese colonialists happened in South Korea. Just so you understand. In terms of like scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds 3 times they allied to fight leftists, it's actually not 3 times. It's virtually every time. America, historically, has never had an issue with aligning with brutal autocrats. Okay? Always. There is no issue there. As a matter of fact, one might even say it's the modus operandi of the United States.
Characterized by honesty, fairness, and strong civilian support. Despite this, the U.S., fully aware of Chiang's brutality, the world's worst leadership is what the head of the U.S. military mission in China called it, still chose to align itself with the nationalists.
Wait, hold on. I wonder where Chiang Kai-shek went to. Wait a minute. This video left out a key part of this story. What happened to Chiang Kai-shek? What happened? I wonder. I mean, I know he's not deliberately doing that. What happened to Chiang Kai-shek? Oh, he escaped to a little island, right? What was the island called? Unsubscribe? Wait, what do you mean? From Mr. Zealot? Yeah, a little island called Formosa. Because it keeps saying America aligned with Chiang Kai-shek's leadership. And I just don't understand how that leadership existed still. Oh, that's right. Cool things happened. Island where everyone got healthier. Yeah. No, definitely. Went to Taiwan to press the native Taiwanese people and declared it China too. Yeah, he didn't declare it China too. He declared it China, the Republic of China. And had grand designs for what the true boundaries of the Republic of China actually would look like in terms of like on a map. Both parties were interested in a unified China, but just under their own grand design.
Fairness and strong civilian support. Despite this, the U.S., fully aware of Chiang's brutality, the world's worst leadership is what the head of the U.S. military mission.
Anyway, here, let's look at the
World
Greek
War
Civil
II, the
War.
resistance was primarily led by the ELAS, the People's Liberation Army. The ELAS was founded in the early 1940s on the initiative of the Greek Communist Party, and its guerrillas successfully fought off the Nazi invaders and liberated large areas of Greece. After a good amount of the heavy lifting was done and the majority of Nazis fled Greece, the British Army arrived in the country in late 1944. It's important to note that Britain viewed Greece as its private playground, so when the ELAS liberated it from the Nazis and began to usher in a new way of life, Britain wasn't too happy. The ELAS were progressive in many areas. They emphasized education and fighting illiteracy. They were also known for their somewhat
Very, very unacceptable. That's the other side of like the current iteration of liberal politics on the global stage. Oftentimes, nowadays, when liberal countries, Western liberal capitalist countries want to dominate other countries, they set up shop with like civil society organizations and NGOs ahead of time. And these civil society organizations and NGOs are tasked with combating the social repression born about oftentimes by, being historic victims of colonialism and other matters of empire. Right? So there is definitely social repression. So the NGOs will now come in and talk about how woke, the country must be. And then they will create, decent propaganda to say like America's there to liberalize this nation by force and make it more socially progressive. Now, what's interesting about that is that at least historic communist movements have almost always been infinitely more progressive than their Western liberal counterparts. Literally always. Okay?
progressive views regarding women and calling upon them to act autonomously and independently of their husband's control. This proved to be a popular movement among the people of Greece as the EAM, the political wing of the ELAS, grew into the millions. But this new worldview and disruption of the status quo was too much for Britain. God forbid Greece exercise self-determination, I guess. Churchill, who did not shy away from praising the ELAS as they were fighting off the Nazis and aiding the Allied cause, was adamant about restoring the Greek king as soon as the Nazi threat in Greece dissipated. The British military in Greece got straight to installing a government committed to their goals. This government found itself packed full of monarchists and conservatives who despised the progressive ideas of the new Greek left. The new Greek army and police force were also stacked with these rightists. This resulted in the deaths and imprisonments of members of the ELAS and EAM. Eventually, fighting broke out between the ELAS and British forces. The Brits had backup from non-ELAS Greek fighters, many of whom had actually collaborated with the Nazis during the occupation. So now, the Greek leftists weren't just up against the British and their new right-wing government, but they were also fighting these right-wing militias that had worked with the Germans and were now teaming up with the Brits. As the fighting went on, the US jumped in to help the British and the new right-wing Greek government, because if there's one thing the US loves, it's fighting commies. Things were looking pretty grim for the Greek leftists. They were stuck in a civil war against much stronger enemies, and the Soviets chose not to support them because Stalin thought their efforts were futile.
Listen, this is where I diverge with a lot of people who are across the board pro-Stalin. Some might say that Stalin was a little too predisposed with obviously recovering from World War II and was absolutely terrified of now opening up a new war against the Western superpowers that actually did not, in comparison to the USSR, incur penalties that the USSR got. And over again, Uncle Stalin made these sorts of moves, thinking, it's okay. We have to recover. It's okay. We have to recover. We have to do everything in our power to recover. Let's not read theory. Yeah. Disbanding the Comintern at the behest of Western leaders. Always being the last guy to help. To be fair, 20 million of your youth labor force getting killed is probably very difficult to recover from.
So they turned to Yugoslavia for aid, which supplied them with arms and sanctuary. As the British became preoccupied with trying to rebuild their own country in the aftermath of World War II, it became increasingly difficult and unwise of them to continue the fight against leftists in Greece, especially since the ELAS persisted relentlessly. They were not giving up in their fight. This led to the US picking up where the British left off.
Turkish political streamer Hasan Piker says Russia should have invaded Greece. Yes, unironically. And then they should have invaded Turkey. What are you talking about? Yeah, the USSR should have both invaded Greece and Turkey. Hot take. Yes, my country too, please. Oh my God, imagine a communist Turkey. Holy fuck.
Little bit of liberal tag team. The government in Greece by this point was corrupt and still backed by the US and the British. It was known to terrorize leftists and torture them in island prison camps. Officials in Washington were fully aware that their client government in Greece was a human rights disaster, and even staunch American anti-communists were disgusted by it. By the end of 1947, American aid was entirely supporting the Greek military. This included weaponry, food, and clothing. Hundreds of millions of dollars of supplies and equipment was given to the Greeks by the US. The Americans even created a secret army reserve composed of those Greek Nazi collaborators I mentioned earlier. This freedom-loving harbinger of liberalism and democracy just couldn't stop teaming up with its old fascist enemies. The Americans became so wrapped up in the fighting in Greece that their involvement was no longer just funding and aiding the Greek military.
Wasn't all socialists? No. What are you talking about? Absolutely not.
In their fight against the ELAS guerrillas. The US military mission eventually took over the development of battle plans from the Greek generals and sent over 250 American army officers to the country to make sure Greek army divisions were complying with US directives. By 1949, the US had successfully defeated the ELAS and fulfilled its goal to keep Greece as its little puppet state. The US remained heavily involved in the Greek government, with Greek prime ministers coming to power only after US suggestions or demands. This caused Greek politicians to grow upset at the American influence over their country and the lack of Greek autonomy. The US did not appreciate these troublemakers drawing attention to how much undue influence the US had over Greece, so in 1967 it supported a coup and a subsequent military dictatorship. Their best bet was to just get rid of democracy altogether, I guess. The fascist junta that took over Greece in 1967 ruled the country brutally until 1974, and it too enjoyed the support of the US. George Papadopoulos, the de facto leader of this junta, was on the CIA's payroll for about 15 years leading up to the coup and was a Nazi collaborator during the 1940s under the German occupation of Greece. Like I said earlier, this video is not me attacking liberals. I don't see the point in that. But I do think it's important to shed light on past alliances between those who claim to be acting in the pursuit of spreading freedom and democracy when, in actuality, they were just bullies and murderers. The ideas of the Enlightenment, freedom, reason, empiricism, democracy, they are worth protecting and upholding, but historically, those who purported to do so lied. Before I go, I would be remiss to act as though the Soviets never flirted with the idea of working with fascists. From the German-Soviet Axis talks, non-aggression treaty, to the supplying of Nazi Germany with raw materials like oil in exchange for German machinery and manufactured goods, this is behavior that modern leftists would never forgive or try to excuse if carried out by any other country. It's almost as though Stalinism, although extremely nuanced and impossible to properly touch on as a footnote, was chock full of mistakes and deviations from socialist principles. Now, this does not mean that leftists have some sort of proclivity to side with fascists, as some may argue, from the aforementioned ELAS in Greece.
Especially because socialists historically have been the only game in town when it comes to defeating fascism. That's just the historical truth. No matter how hard liberals tried to take credit for it and have successfully designed society in the aftermath, especially of Cold War, or during the Cold War as well, to move away from that reality.
Greece, who fought off the German occupation, anarchists in Spain who resisted Francoism, Tito's partisan forces who liberated Yugoslavia from the Nazis, and many more left-wing groups all across Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Just because Stalinists entertained such a betrayal in the beginning of the war, although they more than made up for it on the Eastern Front later, does not mean that leftists haven't historically offered a natural, almost instinctive opposition to fascism time and time again. I bring this up because it's important to hold people who claim to be socialists to the same standard we hold others to. Resisting fascism should be a universal ideal, and that should not be a controversial thing to say. That's all I have.
True. Liberals speak to the individual particular in the name of the universal. All men are created equal means white land-owning men are equal under this law. Yeah. But yeah, if you're wondering how like America became so weirdly fascist with when you got like the reincarnation of Henry Ford literally Sig Heiling twice on the day of the inauguration to a crowd of fans that are clapping alongside him, it took a long time to get here, but at least elsewhere, and even in the United States of America as well, because we did import a bunch of fascists here as well, Operation Paperclip, America very quickly was like, oh, we need to find the communist killers. Who are the best communist killers? That's right, the fucking fascists. Let's work with them now to fight off. Let's work with them now to basically fight off the greater evil, much greater evil, socialism. Yes, I saw that he tweeted at me and he said, someone tell Hasan the Hun I say thank you, lol. Why didn't the U.S. ally with the Nazis against the USSR then? I already gave you the answer. I mean, you can say it's a much simpler argument to make for at least England, right? But for the U.S., there was a lot of people who wanted to align with Nazi Germany. I believe it starts before that. Manifest Destiny sets up to be insanely individualistic. No, I've talked about this before as well. You're absolutely right, Carter. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people much smarter than me have written about this, and maybe I've just never encountered it. But I've always had a firm belief that America was the proto-capitalist nation. Proto-capitalist nation before we even figured out what capitalism was because of Manifest Destiny. Like permanent land grabs in the creation of the American state created this mentality where it was like there was permanent conquest to be had. It was like capitalism was the state religion and is the state religion in the United States of America because it was so perfect. It's so perfectly applied to American historical materialist development. I believe it starts even before that. Manifest Destiny sets us up to be insanely individualistic along the entire founding of the country being fuck taxes. All this bullshit of no representation isn't true. It's all about fuck you, I got mine. This was a huge topic I studied in college called Turn of the Century. We were built to be neoliberal. Mormons treat the Constitution as a holy document. Yeah. Can you define proto-capitalist a bit more? I mean, even circa the Industrial Revolution, Americans were doing a whole bunch of stuff. Like, the settlers were doing a whole bunch of things that made it so, made them so open-minded to this way of thinking. This is my video. Thanks, man. Hell yeah, brother. Great video, by the way. Yeah, Protestant work ethic and the spirit of capitalism. Matt Christman argued that England was the proto-capitalist state as we understand it in Hell on Earth series about the 30 Years' War in the 1600s. Well, we are the continuation. If the Byzantine Empire is a continuation of the Roman Empire, and technically the Ottoman Empire is a continuation of the Byzantine Empire, then America is the continuation of the British Empire. Depending on how far out you are, like if you are looking at hundreds and hundreds of years of history, I'm almost certain that in the future, we will absolutely look at the American Empire as a simple continuation of British Empire. I mean, if we are alive at that point. That's how I feel about it. Oh my God. This is a great video that also defends that capitalism was born in England. Way too big to react, but recommend it. It's how capitalism conquered the world. 5 hours long. That's crazy. Okay, brother. Ottoman Empire is not the continuation. That was a joke. But I like saying stuff like that because it immediately shows the fucking Euro cucks that still operate with the sick man of Europe mentality. Okay? I like that though, because it immediately exposes people because they're like, what do you mean? They were Muslim. Of course they weren't a continuation of the Roman Empire. Even though ironically they did consider themselves to be that. I understand why no Euro cuck would ever actually suggest such a reality. They won't even claim the Byzantine Empire as the continuation of Roman Empire. I'm from Chile. I was just joking. Constantinople and Istanbul, second Rome, Moscow the third. Yes, Professor Wolf's take that capitalism began in the Netherlands with the stock exchange is the most common way that the history of capitalism is taught. That's why people saying it actually started in England. England is the original proto-capitalist nation is somewhat alternative history. This is the common way that people describe how capitalism was invented. Just FYI, Eric content is popping off on Red Nose, super popular. Damn. Maybe I got to get into it. If Germany gets to call itself the Holy Roman Empire, then the Ottomans get it too. Okay, to be fair, Germans have nothing. So that's why they kept inventing, famously, different mythos for their country. Okay? They literally have, they just have nothing. All of it is made up. All German mythology is just made up. Hitler did a great deal of that, okay? Because he was so goddamn embarrassed to be descendants of swamp people, okay? Descendants of swamp people that lived in fucking mud huts, that like most of German history is just that he was like, I have to make something up. This is so embarrassing. We are literally swamp barbarians. We are literally Shrek, okay? We're Shrek. I looked at our history. It's all just Shrek. It's a nation of Shrek. What the fuck? That is so embarrassing. We got to make shit up immediately. All mythology is made up, though? Yes, but at least the mythology that is made up is oftentimes made up of like long historical periods of like having some semblance of like empire or having some semblance of like a shared culture that spans across time and many different geographic locations. Germany, not much of that. That's why when you look, well, yeah, why do you think Hitler's doing a Roman salute, which already was an invention by Mussolini, who at the very least was understandably obsessed with Roman mythology because it's fucking Italy. You know what I mean? At least Mussolini had something to dive into, to mythologize. The Germans didn't, so they just made a bunch of shit up. We're like, oh yeah, let's pick some parts of Nordic runes. We were Vikings, and also we were Romans as well. Ironically enough, the greatest W of German mythology is actually pushing back the Romans for an extended period of time, but. Literally, Caesar's writings describe the Germanics, the Gauls, and the Britons as like the same people, but they made their huts from different mud. Yeah. Barbarians, barbarin. Yeah, they stole a little, they stole a little Hindu stuff too. Anyway. I guess when you think about it, America kind of does that too. I'm realizing. Because 200 plus years is not that long. You know what I mean? We definitely do that shit too. America also has nothing. In comparison to like think about it, dude. We shit on Iran or countries like Egypt or Greece, right? Poor nations, right? Poor nations now. But these are countries with so much history. Same with Turkey, Iraq, China. I mean, China is the most obvious one, right? Like thousands of years of history happened in these countries that they can tap into. It's an endless well. It's an endless well of culture, development, and moving history throughout time. And then, when you look at America and it's like, yeah, we just kind of came here and killed everybody. And now we rule the world. It's pretty cool. Yeah, why do we have the fucking fasci? Why do we have the fasci all over our like government buildings? The fuck? What does that have to do with America? Made up. We put that in there to be like, yo, we're descendants of the Holy Roman Empire. Actually, it's like, what? Like, why? Why do we have the fasci? What the hell? I guess that's technically no different. Yeah, it's the same shit that Hitler did. Literally no different than what Hitler was doing when he was like, yeah, we actually totally are also the continuation of the Roman Empire. Please. We were not living in mud huts in the swampland. Don't you dare say that. Anyway, let's get back to what's going on in the world. This is fascio, a bundle or a sheaf, or figuratively league, which also was, utilized by the Italians. But yeah, we have this imagery. It's just like totally a byproduct of being what is the term for it? Like Romanophiles? Is that what it is? Zelensky's preparing for a knife in the back. It was so obvious. Zelensky, we were deceived that they would take us to NATO. Zelensky has said that the West deceived Ukraine by promising to admit the country in the NATO one day. No. That's crazy. Some countries pursued not very transparent policy by making false promises about Ukraine joining NATO. President Volodymyr Zelensky said at a meeting with representatives at the International Media Council in Davos. It's funny because like he's also pushing the Trump line of saying like you have to increase your support. What are you talking about? Germans literally have houses that are older than the entire American history. Chatter. I was talking about German history and German mythology in comparison, or at least like the feeling of national embarrassment from the likes of Adolf Hitler in terms of what German mythology and German history actually looked like. And in a desperate attempt, yerim seni, sikerim ha, Almancı pezevenk. Also, I was making a similar joke about America too, so it was just false words. Yes, Ukraine will be in NATO, and I believe that there was a weak position between Germany and the United States because they had a dialogue with the Russians, and I believe that they lost that dialogue. They lost because they always appealed to the fact that they once had agreements with the Russians, the president of Ukraine said. When I said this, time and time again, that America was lying to Ukraine by even like dangling NATO in front of them. Okay. When I said this, everyone yelled at me and said I'm pushing Z. Okay. Everyone said I'm pushing Z. I'm such an asshole for saying this. Lo and behold, it turns out that's, right just too early as always. Okay. Right. But too early. Also, another thing that I was right but too early on, but I wish I was wrong on. Saudi Arabia says that its crown prince told President Trump of plans to invest $600 billion in the United States over the next 4 years. They're getting a nuke, dude. They're getting the nukes. Okay? They're getting the goddamn nukes. Did you say the West shouldn't or the West was lying? No, I said the West was lying. Even my own father was talking about how they were going to let them into NATO, and I held firm that that would never happen, so I get you. Saudi Arabia plans to enrich and sell uranium, energy minister says. Woo! Oh, brother. Remember when I said this is a bad thing and that it's not going to be good? And I jokingly said, oh, great. 9/11 this time with nukes. And then Fox News clipped me and said, this pro-terrorist streamer who is a rabid anti-Semite wants 9/11 to happen. The very same Fox News that is also pro-MBS and also most likely in favor of giving MBS and Saudi Arabia nukes. That very same Fox News. So you talked it into existence? Yeah, I said this into the void so it would happen. If the things that I say into the void were inevitably bound to happen, okay, if I manifested these things, we would be punishing billionaires. We would have high-speed rail, okay? What do you mean? Ukraine war soon to be over, you think? I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I've said that Donald Trump is Saudi aligned, and I think that in the interest of OPEC Plus, like continuing the war is not great. Having said that, however, especially for Russia, I don't think that Donald Trump is oblivious to the interests of the military-industrial complex and the interests of a lot of wealthy people in Ukraine. So I've maintained the position that was confirmed once again, or reaffirmed rather, recently when Donald Trump said that foreign aid was being halted for 90 days, except for except for, you guessed it, Ukraine and Israel. So I don't think that he's going to, I don't think that he is like going to have gay sex with Vladimir Putin in the way that like Rachel Maddow thinks, and then give all of Ukraine to Putin or something, or whatever liberals say he's going to do. I think that betrays America's actual interest in Ukraine, which is the continuation of some sort of war where you're still giving weapons. You're still dumping weapons into Ukraine. Wait, Valuetainment finds out that MAGA wants him deported. This is from a while back. This is from a while ago, but it was pretty funny.
Not your founding fathers. Guy posts a picture of the Shah of Iran, says that's your founding father.
Oh, so funny.
But that tells you what, you know, a part of this, there's a nationalist.
This was during the H-1B debate where Patrick Bet-David found the truth the hard way, that a lot of the people that he's been serving do not consider him to be, a lot of people that he's serving do not actually consider him to be an ally or even a real American. I wonder why they don't consider that. Oh, that's right, because he's fucking brown, dude.
And there's white nationalists. White nationalists, Vinny, don't want.
He said there's nationalists and then there's white nationalists. I love that even in this process, he's still like, no, you don't understand. There's like some people who are racist towards other people, okay, not me. And then there's people who are racist towards me as well. And that's kind of messed up, okay? That's kind of messed up, guys. Why are you racist towards me? I'm one of the good ones. I'm sure he stopped supporting them after this, right? No. What do you mean? That's how his bread is buttered.
People like us here.
I know.
They just don't. White nationalists are a very different model.
What do you mean, you know? What do you mean? People like, oh, what? Like Italians? People who are red? No, Patrick Bet-David, you're in a unique predicament, okay? Not the other guy.
You view me as go back to Iran. Deport Elon back to, what do you call it? South Africa. Deport Vivek back to...
Wait. I don't think the white nationalists want to deport Elon Musk back to South Africa. I think they... Nah, he's fine. Vivek, yeah, he's getting deported, but I think Elon is fine. Something tells me he's fine.
India, right? And
they just don't like. They just didn't like that he was like, yeah, no, I want Indian people to displace the white workforce.
You make those types of comments. All right, I don't think that's majority of America. I think that's less than 5%.
That is the far right.
America. Yeah, that's the far right.
Ultra-nationalists.
That's the far right. And the far left wants open borders and let everybody come in here. Let's legalize everyone. The far right wants, if you're not a white nationalist, get the hell out of here. The problem here is you as a consumer not knowing the position of the individual before they say it, and you think everyone is in that position. They're not. Not everyone's in that position.
The saddest part about that clip to me is how surprised.
Midas Touch Network. Hell yeah, baby. Is there more? Or is that it? I guess that's it. Yes, we have a thread of data from the Manosphere side of things that Bloomberg actually put together, and I'm going to cover that as well. Here it is. Bloomberg reviewed 1,000 hours of YouTube vids from 9 popular streamers and podcasters who cater to American men. We analyzed 2 years of guests and transcripts to see how they discuss political topics and understand their role as a new mainstream info hub. Okay, we don't have to watch it. What is this? This video is unavailable and it's private, so I guess I don't have to watch it. Yeah, I'm excited to look at this though. But I guess I can't until I create a freaking account. Also, I need to pee. So let's listen to Jon Favreau, the liberal equivalent of such, real quick.
We're just days into the second term of President Donald Trump, and Democrats are desperately looking for a path forward as Republicans now control both chambers of Congress and the House. Our next guests may have the answer. With us now, the co-founders of Crooked Media and the hosts of Pod Save America, Tommy Vitor, John Favreau, and John Lovett. Thank God you guys have the answer. I wanted to ask you so many questions about diet, about exercise. How do I get my social theory? So I got a couple things I want to ask you guys about to kick it off. But first, it's great. It's awesome. It really is that you all served in the Obama administration, because when people are saying all is lost, it's all over. Reminds me when we got elected in '94, Republicans, U.S. News had, it's like, is it the end of the Democratic Party? And I put it on, my coffee table in my office, threw that one away pretty quickly. After Barack Obama won, and I wrote this down, won by 7.5 points, 365 electoral votes. The House, Democrats didn't have a 1-vote majority. They had a 78-vote majority. The Senate, not a 3-vote majority. Democrats had an 18-vote majority. So you guys have to be laughing every day because, power is like vapor. It disappears pretty damn quickly. You guys have to be laughing when you hear Democrats going, it is the end. Republicans have a 1-vote advantage in the House. I mean, can you guys talk Democrats through that and explain how this does happen? Elections happen, and it's not the end of the Democratic Party.
I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put you through this. Is that Connery's pants on the top right? How dare you? Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, were descended of Aeneas. Aeneas brought his people to Italy from Troy, and Troy is in Turkey. Thus, rather the Ottoman Turks being the continuation of the Romans, I'd argue that Rome was founded by the Turks, and thus was a Turkic nation from the start. Romulus and Remus were even raised by wolves. This is true. I was about to mention that. I love mentioning that. Yes, Romulus and Remus were raised by wolves. You know who else places wolves as like a very important figure in their mythology? You guessed it, the Turks. Okay, that's why the ultranationalists do this. Okay, this is a symbol of ultranationalism in Turkey because it's the wolf. This is supposed to be a wolf. Both the Romans and the Turks were furries and are still. Turks are still furries. Not beating the Ponturanist allegations. No, not at all. I'm beating everyone in the head with Panturanist truths. Gift link. Thank you. Thank you for the gift link, chatter. So, as Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th U.S. president on Monday, he was surrounded by his family, donors, wealthy tech executives. Just a few feet farther away stood a political newcomer who has been credited with encouraging lots of votes, Joe Rogan. The fact that Rogan, the host of the world's most popular podcast, watched from the Capitol Rotunda as Republican luminaries like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis were confined to the overflow, speaks volumes about the new dynamics at play in Washington and the media writ large. Over the past 2 years, a set of massively popular podcasters and streamers cemented themselves as the new mainstream source of information for millions of young men, and according to new Bloomberg analysis, used their perch to rally those constituents in support of Trump and the political right. In an effort to understand the media diet of a generation, Bloomberg watched and analyzed over 2,000 videos from 9 prominent YouTubers. The YouTubers were Aiden Ross, Andrew Schultz. Well, Aiden Ross is a kick streamer, but the Nelk Boys of the Full Send Podcast, Logan Paul of the Impulsive Podcast, Joe Rogan of the Joe Rogan Experience, Theo Vaughn this past weekend, Sean Ryan of the Sean Ryan Show, and Patrick David of PBD Podcast, and last but not least, Lex Fridman of the Lex Fridman Podcast. Reporters reviewed nearly 1,300 hours of footage from their channels, mapped out the podcasters' guest networks, and quantified the frequency of key political messages that they distributed to tens of millions of subscribers each day. To hear them tell it, America's in a desperate place, destabilized by soaring inflation, migrants streaming across the border, and the beginnings of the Third World War. Gender politics have gotten out of hand, while schools and the medical establishment duped the public. All true, baby. All true facts stated. You know what I'm saying? The same messages were communicated in Trump's inaugural address on Monday. Now that Trump is back in power, the broadcasters are well positioned to help build support for his political agenda. Why did you read Patrick's name with an Indian accent? Patrick Bet David? Do you think that's an Indian accent? No, that's Patrick Bet David's accent. Anyway. Patrick Bet David. Iranian. Okay. No, Asmund, that list is invalid now. Asmund Gold is a newcomer to this. Okay. These guys have been at it for a while. Calm down. Asmund Gold, and I would say a lot of the anti-woke video game commentary sphere is complementary to this. They're complementary to this world, right? And they play somewhat of a formative role in the way that like people become more right-wing, but they're not like, these are the main guys. Also, these aren't even just the main guys, but like these are the guys that Bloomberg chose to cover. In the months leading up to the election, hosts had more politicians and pundits on their show and discussed issues more frequently. Of the broadcast videos that reached over 1 million views on YouTube during the time span Bloomberg reviewed, more than a third of the videos mentioned voting or U.S. elections, often with the host explicitly calling on listeners to vote. 37% of highly viewed videos mention voting or elections. Hosts and guests frequently discuss voting and the elections over the past 2 years. So as the election gets closer, they start talking about voting more openly. None of the broadcasters styled themselves as political pundits, and their conservative talking points were sandwiched between freewheeling discussions of sports, masculinity, internet culture, gambling, and pranks, making the rhetoric more palatable to an apolitical audience. The difference here is that this is not a complex and sophisticated propaganda operation. And if you were to think that this is a complex and sophisticated propaganda operation, you would be wrong, and you would actually misunderstand the more nefarious nature of how reactionary politics thrives. Just pointing that out there. Okay? This is a major point that I try to get across for a lot of people. I am not seen in the same vein as these guys, even though they have virtually the same level of political output, if not more political output than someone like myself at times. And the reason for that is because I am first and foremost seen as a political commentator, first and foremost am a political commentator, whereas these guys are not seen as political commentators, but mere apolitical vessels where politics seems to go through. But they happen to organically have a lot of right-wing adjacent social commentary. Okay? Although I'm basically on the opposite side of this spectrum, where like I do a lot of not inherently political things, even though my audience also fucking hates it when I do that, and complains constantly when they're like, why are you not doing politics? Because you're fucking stupid and you don't understand it, but there's a reason for it. One, because politics is lame and boring, and also two, because it's good to expand my boundaries. Anyway, we all know about the podcast election. Despite many of these podcasts position themselves as comedians or simply entertainers, they were actually regularly political. 30% of their top guests from the past 2 years were politicians or pundits. Donald Trump appeared on all of the channels. Andrew Tate appeared on 3 of the channels. Tucker Carlson appeared on almost all the channels. Elon Musk, Shane Gillis, J.D. Vance, Ben Shapiro, Dana White, Kai Cenat, Jake Paul. So like they wanted to show like how many famous people they had on. And out of all the, top famous people that they had on, how many of them were considered, they even have Destiny in there, as a right-wing political pundit. They put Epstein in there. Even more interesting, they and their guests often talk about the same topics and ideas, which mostly align with Trump's agenda. Voting is a topic, whether arguing the 2020 election was stolen or urging their audience to vote, came up in 37% of the episodes over the past 2 years. Broadly, for me, this piece shows how these podcast and streamers primed their audience for Trump and, therefore, were easily able to endorse him as a candidate and possibly swing their listeners to him. This past week, they attended the inauguration. Rogan was right in the Capitol Rotunda. Do you think Shane Gillis is right wing? No, not everyone here is right wing. I don't think HasanAbi is right wing either. Okay? They're just simply saying, like, out of the guests that they had, who were political in nature. Okay? They're not saying Destiny is also a right wing content creator either. They're saying Epstein was also a political guest that 3 of these people had: Patrick Bet David, Lex Freeman, and Aiden Ross. The ones that they have bolded out are political guests. This is a list of like some of the top guests that have been on almost all the podcasts. Okay, that's it. But let's get back to it. According to Edison Research, close to 50% of people over the age of 12 listen to a podcast monthly. Rogan's 3-hour interview with Trump in late October drew about 50 million views on YouTube. Zuckerberg, for his part, recently loosened Meta's policies on Facebook and Instagram to allow more of the type of rhetoric that's common among podcasts, such as disparagement of transgender people. He added Ultimate Fighting Championship CEO Dana White, who encouraged Trump to join as a guest on such podcasts, to Meta's board. Elon Musk, the owner of X, has made product changes to allow longer video streaming in support of podcasters and joined several guests himself. Google, meanwhile, wants to work through some Republican perceptions of its liberal bias and show that YouTube has already long been popular with conservatives, according to a person familiar with the company's thinking. This is not also surprising. What? What are you guys arguing about? Shut up. Anyway, YouTube has always been a fairly right-wing, like had a pretty robust right-wing media ecosystem. And therefore, it was always funny when people tried to make the false assertion that YouTube was woke or something. I mean, YouTube played a pretty formative role in the right-wing media ecosystem being created, and actually many people going down the right-wing rabbit holes and becoming more far-right than they previously were before they started encountering the YouTube videos of Joe Rogan, and then slowly but surely through a sequence of guests that Joe Rogan had on his podcast, become fans of the likes of Milo Yiannopoulos or Stefan Molyneux or Gavin McInnes or numerous other people. Over the weekend, before the inauguration, many of the podcasts were coveted guests of the parties hosted by YouTube, Spotify, and other organizations. YouTube declined to comment. Spotify said podcasts offer candidates a direct and influential way to engage with their audiences, noting that both Trump and Democratic rival Kamala Harris took advantage of the medium. I think that this is also an abdication of duty from the Democratic Party and the awful ways in which they campaign, that basically all of these websites are completely captive to the right-wing politics. And there was a lot more initial investment, a lot more upfront investment to pumping as much right-wing commentary and right-wing propaganda on these platforms as possible from the likes of institutional investors into mainstream media outlets, as well as independent media outlets like the Daily Wire. That's precisely the reason why you have the likes of Ferris Wilks, for example, an oil baron in Texas who was recently in some controversy by the Texas state legislature for virtually buying out Texas politicians, key Texas politicians like the Attorney General Ken Paxton, and also the Lieutenant Governor, and even the Governor Greg Abbott was being yelled at by the Texas state legislature in a bipartisan manner for his direct involvement in influencing Texas state affairs. That person is also the primary investor of the Daily Wire and Prager University, which is now owned by the Daily Wire, just so you understand. These guys also happen to be Republican Party mega donors across the board, oil barons. Now, that's what you need to understand, is that the same people, there is a cross-pollination between independent right-wing content creators and also right-wing mainstream media outlets such as Fox News. But that can only happen because the right-wing political operatives are aligned almost entirely with the political goals of the Republican Party. Okay? And the political goals of the Republican Party are completely aligned with the interests of the super wealthy. The problem with the Democratic Party not being able to recreate this exact same thing is because the Democratic Party presents itself as an anti-corporatist party, or at least is supposed to present itself as an anti-corporatist party, but it is a pro-corporate party in the same vein as the Republicans are. Having said that, however, the voters of the Democratic Party are not as pro-corporatist as the voters of the Republican Party are. And this is precisely the reason why there is a massive divergence with the interests and demands being made by the base of support within the heart of the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party actually ends up doing in the legislative side versus the needs and demands that are oftentimes culture war silliness made by the base of support at the heart of the Republican Party. Part of that is because the base of support of the heart of the Republican Party that are culture warriors, right, want things that are harmful to other social groups, but oftentimes simply marginalized populations, and don't actually disrupt the pro-capitalist hierarchical order. On the Democratic Party side, however, the culture warriors that want or demand things oftentimes want like diversity, representation, and the like, things that I don't have an issue with, things that I think are good. Having said that, however, they also want things that aren't necessarily great for capital owners, things that are not necessarily great for our corporate mega donors, right? Things that are inherently anti-capitalist, things that are inherently going to diminish profit margins, like free health care. So the Democratic Party will present itself as defenders of the working class without actually offering anything, any material benefits to the working class when they come into power. This creates a lot of resentment and hostility from the base. This is why I always say Republicans are afraid of their base. Democrats run away from their base. The Democrats despise their base of support. The Republicans actually love, hug, and kiss their base of support, no matter how radical the base of support might be. But ultimately, the radical politics of the Republican base are not disruptive to the capitalist order. They're not disruptive to the interests of the bosses, the interests of corporations. The Democratic Party's base of support, however, wants a litany of different things that are objectively good for improving the material conditions of the American labor force. And that's precisely the reason why the Democrats oftentimes spend more time disciplining its base and also purging its ranks with what they declare as radicals, people like Bernie Sanders. Or oftentimes they try to ensure that the progressive or radical members of the Democratic Party are made to be servile, made to be docile. They will, capture them and essentially commodify them. This also creates additional resentment within the base of support that goes, I don't want trans people to die, but I also want to make sure that everyone has health care. What the hell's going on? Okay? Anyway, let's continue. With the podcast's audience is skewing about 80% male on average, according to people familiar with the show's listener demographics, the host connected directly to a voting bloc that helped propel Trump back to the White House. Of the 903 podcast guests tracked by Bloomberg in the past, only 106 people, or 12%, were women. Men, and particularly white men, have long made Trump's core support base, but in November's election, young men swung especially hard to the right. More than half of men under 30 supported Trump, according to the AP Votecast survey of more than 120,000 voters, though outgoing President Joe Biden won the group in 2020. Exit polls have shown that Trump received more support from young men than any Republican candidate in more than 2 decades. We definitely help with the young male vote, Kyle Gerard, a member of the Nelk Boys, said in an interview. On the podcast, we just speak our mind, try to be true to ourselves, and say what we think. Above all, the broadcasters described American men as victims of a Democratic campaign to strip them of their power, a comforting message to a dispirited audience. These days, young men are lonelier than ever, with those aged 18 to 23 the least optimistic about their futures and having the lowest levels of social support, according to Equimundo's 2023 State of the American Men report. Trump and his allies showed up for young men in places where they were already spending their time and supplied them with answers. That's right. This is important to understand, and it's important to address. Young men are friendless and getting absolutely no pussy whatsoever. There is a genuine crisis. Some people think the no bitches mentality, that absolutely getting zero bitches mentality from young men is a consequence of their porn addiction. I certainly don't think so. I think that there is something far worse than just like being deeply and cripplingly addicted to porn. But then again, when I was growing up, porn was not as readily accessible. So maybe readily accessible and readily available pornographic material might have actually warped the brains of young men. But in any case, there is a coochie crisis for sure. Trump is expected to continue prioritizing the broadcasters once the administration gets underway, treating them like an alternative press corps, said Aaron Ginn, CEO of AI infrastructure startup HydraHost and the co-founder of the Foundation for American Innovation, a center-right think tank for conservatives in Silicon Valley. We are in this media environment where people want to authentically know somebody. And when they feel like they authentically know somebody, they feel like they can trust them more, Ginn said. So use women as bait, want to go get laid, go left. Wait, what? No, that's obviously not what I'm saying. And I don't think you are implying that I'm saying that. But I will say, whether you were genuine in that as a criticism or not, that is how a lot of people perceive the left. Like constantly in a state of misunderstanding people and weaponizing those misunderstandings in the most annoying ways possible. So the left does, and I'm not talking about the Democratic Party, I'm talking about the actual left here. The left does have a marketing problem. The left does have a branding problem. Now, I am of the mindset that the left's branding problem is marginal and inconsequential in comparison to the far more obvious problem that the left has, which is that it's the only group of people that are dedicated to anti-capitalist thought and anti-capitalist sentiment being expressed when, you know, Red Scare propaganda and the Cold War has purposely gutted the American labor force and also any kind of, political dissidents that might have even remotely anti-capitalist thought baked into their commentary. This is precisely the reason why I am one of the only people alongside like many other content creators that have very little impact in this space in comparison to the endless, unlimited faucet of right-wing misinformers. Anyway, so there's that as well. This report should have talked about the people on the sidelines that are sometimes accidental initial funnel into this world. For example, how Rage always praises and hangs out with the likes of Sneeko, how Kai always mentions that Aiden is the best streamer ever, or how even Speed, as much as I like him, regularly collabs with Aiden as well. This web, intentional or not, is much larger than this single circle, in my opinion. Yes, these guys are massive content creators and are inherently also seen as quote-unquote apolitical. That's the other thing. These guys are seen as apolitical when their political output, and dare I say, their political influence might even be more sizable than someone like myself, who virtually every single person would immediately consider as a political actor. Okay? That's it. That's another part of the puzzle as well. Anyway, I've seen the rise of people using the phrase idpol, and I wonder what to do with it, because I agree sometimes, but it needs to be done with so much precision. I think a lot of people lack. I mean, I understand why everybody fucking hates identity politics, because the most common way that identity politics has been used is basically weaponized against people that you are purposely misunderstanding the point of. It's rarely ever used against people who are actually engaging in the other side of identity politics: white identity politics, male identity politics, straight heterosexual identity politics, and things of that nature. Now, having said that, rad libs are fucking annoying. Okay? They are. And I say this as someone who is a man, okay? A heterosexual man, a heterosexual white man. So obviously, I draw the ire of a lot of rad libs in the similar vein, and they are poison for coalition building. That is just the fucking truth. Okay? It's just the truth. And many of them, when they hear me say stuff like this, will immediately go back to writing Twitter posts. But ultimately, they're no motion ass motherfuckers. They got no motion whatsoever. So it doesn't really matter. So I let them chirp all day, every day. Okay? Now, while they don't have any motion, they're still annoying. And people can fucking see them be annoying. And people actually say, well, this is how all of these woke lords are like. Okay? This is how all of them are like. This is just how they operate. And I happen to believe that a lot of that rad lib shit actually stems from a sense of powerlessness. Okay? That's where it comes from. They just know that they have no motion whatsoever and they can't make political changes. They can't make systemic changes. So what do? They constantly engage in cultural critique. Constantly in the most annoying ways possible. Okay? And inherently reactionary cultural critique. So it's fine. It happens. It's, just everybody knows it's annoying. Okay? Everybody understands it's annoying, but people still, try to do it. One example I will use of rad libs that used to have a lot of motion at the peak of the radical liberal anti-Trump resistance train in the first in the first Trump victory, in the aftermath of the first Trump victory, that kind of has died out, was the fact that there was a black lady on Twitter that said Indians are smelly. Then the white Cambridge University PhD olfactory writer person said, hey, this is really messed up. Don't call Indians sweaty. It's always shocking when I see other women of color put other women of color down and call them smelly. Okay? And then, lo and behold, the rad libs came after Dr. Allie Lukes and made her delete that tweet. She deleted the tweet and also apologized for engaging in misogynoir. It is not misogynoir to say, hey, don't say Indians are smelly. What the fuck are we doing? That is insane. The smell PhD lady was correct. Okay? It does not matter. Bro, why do you always have to talk about black women L's? Like, look away. It's embarrassing, please. Okay, I'm just using this as one example. Okay? The point is, that is the last time that's the first time in a long time where I saw that kind of like rad lib idiocy run amok. Okay? And it got a lot of motion. What is this? I don't want smell lady to comment or quote tweet on indigenous issues, people or smells. I think she's collecting information and sourcing free labor and then trying to facilitate conversation about race. Like, sometimes when I read stuff like this, I genuinely think, like, did a CIA officer write this? And then I realize, like, no, this is just how people are. They're just mentally ill. I'm sorry. Like, if you are hyper focused on, like, engaging in wrecker behavior, okay, in an already powerless left coalition that seemingly can't be put together ever, you are mentally ill, okay? So you both don't want her to comment or tweet on it, but also are commenting that you don't think she knows indigenous people exist because she hasn't commented on it yet. You're mad at her for both actions she could possibly take and are determined to get outraged regardless. Yeah, I think she's collecting information and sourcing free labor and then trying to facilitate conversation about race without really centering white supremacy as something she benefits from. Like, I'm just setting up that boundary because white academics do source here and they fiddle, they prod, and they mind. She seems nice and well-intended, but I'm not into it. Like, this is a modern example, yes. Like, people shouldn't do this. And another thing that I always talk about, for those of you who don't know, okay? Another thing that I always talk about, if you're new here, maybe you're unfamiliar, maybe you've seen clips of me talk about these things and don't fully understand. Maybe you got duped into believing that I'm like this as well, okay? But I get very mad about stuff like this. And as a matter of fact, my haters will often clip me responding to someone like this in a heated moment and then say that I'm against that marginalized group or something, like indigenous population would be the group now, or trans people would be the group if I were to yell at like a radlib who is, pro-trans and thinks I'm not doing enough or whatever. The thing that I get very frustrated about this kind of sentiment is because I can smell the fucking narcissism in it. A lot of people will literally just, in the left, that want to be kind people, that want to be open-minded people, will just will succumb to standpoint theory, okay? And we'll go, oh, this person could not be like narcissistic in an incredibly unproductive way because they are using emancipatory language. I think that there is a tendency for a lot of tender left, former liberals to basically think, oh, when someone is using emancipatory language and saying the right words and talking about centering their own, marginalized experiences, okay, that must mean that they automatically have something to say that's right. And people don't have the capacity to sift through this information and go, wait, maybe the person I'm talking about is just like selfishly trying to center themselves in the conversation due to a bunch of shit that's going on in their lives. Or maybe because they want to, they want to be fucking annoying. And people do this in my community all the time. And I yell at them all the time and I ban them all the time. That's just how it is. What is this? She done shit like this before. Were you also centering indigeneity when you accused Joyce Carol Oates of being too ugly to empathize with Marilyn Monroe? Wait, what? After the 2022 film Blonde, based on the life of Marilyn Monroe, faced criticism for failing to break away from the media's habit of fetishizing and re-exploiting women, Male Hot attracted controversy for stating that Joyce Carol Oates, who wrote the novel on which the film was based, a literary non-hottie who shouldn't have written the novel, and women who look and act like Oates have no compassion or love for women like Monroe. What? Like, that one lady, leftists tend to be too credulous of right-wing populists just because they use similar language. Like, I get it. It's a tricky environment. These are tricky waters to swim in, because if someone pops off at like a random, let's say black person, a black woman who is criticizing me for being a man, okay? For being a man, and also saying that like the labor movement was predominantly dominated by men, and we can't enjoy, we can't actually, there's no more coalition building with men. We just have to be anti-men. Let's say in this hypothetical, a black woman on TikTok said this about me, right? Now, you don't know anything about me in this process. You heard that person use emancipatory language, even though their perspective was anti-labor and inherently anti-solidarity and inherently reactionary, right? And I respond to that by saying, this person is all three of those things that I just mentioned, okay? Well, if you yourself are a black woman or a black man, you've heard white guys that look exactly like me, that sound exactly like me, say disparaging things about black people 1,000,000 times over. So it's understandable that you will go and look at that situation and go, that guy's a fucking misogynist. He's doing misogynoir. I get it. I understand. That's why I say these are tricky waters to swim in, especially when there is definitely an issue with a lot of leftist commentators, for example, online, and them not fully understanding like black liberation, black struggles, and black issues in particular, and oftentimes talking over black people, right? I try to do my best. By the way, the black woman example I gave you was a real person that really happened. But so I get it. I understand it. I understand how some people who come across as like-minded individuals can be totally blinded by their own personal privilege and actually say things that don't correspond to your lived reality, your lived existence, right? It makes sense. I get it. I guess the point I'm trying to make in this circumstance is that you should not succumb to the whims of radical liberal separatist politics, and instead try to operate on a Marxist framework that still abides by the class standard, where you don't actually cast aside different forms of oppression, oppression conducted through the basis of race, sex, gender, sexual interests or whatever, right? But ultimately, the thing that brings everyone back is supposed to be class-based. Okay? That's it. That's what that's the standard that I abide by. Okay? And I also personally understand that many people that have a lot of somewhat reactionary opinions have developed those reactionary opinions because of the systems that they exist under. Rad libs oftentimes will recognize before anyone else that America is a white supremacist nation that is heteronormative, that is built on the backs of slave labor and built on the principles of genocide. Is he talking about Jax? No, I'm not talking about Jax at all. No. As a matter of fact, my conversations with Jax are a perfect example of what I think is productive. Okay? This is a different TikToker. Jax and I have a disagreement, I think, on sex work. Okay? A difference in opinion on sex work. But that's fine, because outside of that, we agree on a lot of things. Like, we agree on the overwhelming amount of problems that American society is facing. Jax is also a TikToker, right? And the conversation between her and I led to a little bit of drama initially, right? Careful, Jax hates you again. Wait, she does? Oh, I didn't realize she hates me now. It doesn't matter. No motion, as I said. But initially, that conversation was seen from the outside world as me, a white man, basically bullying and yelling at a black woman and being fucking ruthless and doing misogynoir or whatever, right? But ultimately, we came to the conclusion that we have some disagreements, okay? So you're not saying marginalized communities can't talk about these identity issues? It's just that we shouldn't let it keep us from class issues and forming coalitions? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. And this doesn't mean you need to capitulate to racists or transphobes or whatever. Okay, the switch up. I don't care. I still don't care. I don't care. Because once again, no motion. Okay, you have to understand. It's purity testing being done all the time, and oftentimes being done to people who are like-minded. If you are a political commentator of my size, and I urge other political commentators that are large as well to not entertain these battles, okay? To not entertain these battles with people that are yelling at them, because it's stupid at the end of the day. Most people that have hated me throughout my, 5-year, 6-year career on Twitch have oftentimes come to recognize that maybe they misunderstood my perspective initially, or maybe realize that we might have minor disagreements on certain issues, but ultimately we're on the same side. Okay? That's it. Now, this does not mean What? Well, to be fair, you don't leash your dog. What? Okay. You can't, though. The entire slop depends on the drama. I know. What? Oh my God. Talking about black issues without having black women, more black men on the podcast is cringe, though. Dude, in a conversation where I'm talking about like rad libs engaging in wrecker behavior because the content doesn't suit their immediate purposes, being an inherently selfish thing that people engage in, and it's actually just a restructured form of narcissism that masquerades as real valid critique, real valid progressive critique, and you just proved exactly what I was talking about, is crazy. Like, I am a rich white heterosexual man, okay? I'm a rich white heterosexual man. Virtually every single issue I talk about does not immediately hurt me, okay? I guess I should just shut the fuck up about all of these issues and just become one of these other rich white heterosexual assholes that constantly talk about right-wing politics, especially when it's obviously materially beneficial. Do you not understand? This is at the heart of the problem. If you constantly push people, you can't expect them to always stay the course. Not everyone has a fucking strong tendency to abide by their moral compass. People do inevitably respond to people being fucking annoying and go, guess what? This is why I left the left. That's how it works for some people, especially when there are so many financial structures that benefit people leaving this kind of annoying leftist politics behind and moving to the right. This is not a threat, by the way, before people just immediately assume, here goes Hasan. I knew it. I was right about him. He's threatening to go to the right or some shit. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? I'm not saying that. And by and large, these sorts of subtle instances of critique that are inherently just people wanting to be recognized, wanting to be heard, that masquerade as like some broader, real, progressive critique of a progressive content creator are fucking annoying and also have a tendency to reassert the reinforce the problem that I was mentioning, which is wrecker behavior. To be honest, as a black viewer, I just watched knowing HasanAbi is not for black viewers, but to get white male marauders to understand what we already do. That's it. That's why I do what I do. My job, and the way I see it, is to get oftentimes white, okay, but sometimes not white, people to understand systemic racism. My job is not to teach trans people about trans existence. You know that already. You're trans. Okay? The way I see it, my goal is to use this to try to build solidarity. Do you really think you'd have an overnight audience if you overnight grifted to the right after all the years of what you've said? Genuinely curious on your take? No. It would take some time. I would have to slowly but surely, just like slowly but surely move to the right on certain issues. And then the backlash simply pushed me in that direction, that sort of shit. It's happened a million times over at this point. I mean, incredibly stupid people have been able to do this successfully, like fucking Dave Rubin and Tim Pool. You know? So, anyway. Yeah, I also do have a firm belief that if you fucking left the left because you got annoyed with the left and like what you're just admitting that you have no moral compass. Like your heart wasn't really in it, I guess. Okay? Jax has always been right. maybe, I guess. Yeah. If she was saying that I'm a, if she was saying that, like, this is a bit of a switch up from what you said surrounding if people and when people leave the left is not because of any kind of annoying people, but because they have no spine and no true basis in empathetic morals. I have no idea if I'm reading it right. No, I'm saying, I just repeated that. I am saying that. Yes. Yes. If annoying people are able to push you away, if annoying people that constantly egg at you are capable of pushing you away from your political trajectory, then yeah, your politics are not rooted within empathy. That's it. That's my point. Exactly. Delay, baby. Lamau, hit send on that shit before you explain that. Okay, thanks for the clarification. Yeah. She made a tweet about you with the Blake Lively situation saying that she was vindicated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's right. I fucking hate women. You know, that's me. A woman hater. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. I never saw it. And I never would have seen it if you guys didn't go and search it out. You know what I mean? Do you not understand? So, but that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the point, right? Like, there are certain things that people do that are, I think, completely unacceptable, right? Like, nothing is impossible to atone for, but there are certain things that if you do and you've done consistently and you keep doing, like, I don't know, fucking recording people without their consent while you're fucking them and then, like, sharing that with other people that you want to fuck, like, that's unacceptable, okay? That's ridiculous. But outside of that, and that's just one example that's top of mind right now because of the Epstein-y stuff. But what I mean is, like, people that go, oh, dude, I knew it. This guy was always a woman hater, and I'm just going to spend the rest of my understanding of his politics to look for any marker whatsoever that corresponds to that bias that I've cultivated, then yeah, you're going to think that way no matter what. And there's nothing I can do about it, okay? The point I always make is this. If I was such a fucking woman hater, or if I was such a transphobe, if I was so anti-black, why wouldn't I just say it? It's infinitely more profitable for me to be that way. You understand? Like, why wouldn't I just say it then? Why would I play this secret song and fucking dance? Do you see what I mean? Like, what? Is it the long con? Like, that's it. What? You might have BPD. Critique is annoying. I'm one of the good ones. Deflect the worst behavior. I'm not a rapist, so I must be a feminist. Some people are motivated by things other than money. Yeah, like you. You're motivated by the unimaginable amount of mental illness that you're demonstrating in the chat right now. Is that what I said? 15-month subscriber. This is precisely why I say, like, this shit sucks, okay? It sucks. You always get mad at me? Yeah, because you're fucking mentally ill and fucking annoying in the exact ways that I'm describing how people think leftists are. That's why. Because you proved the fucking example while I'm in the process of describing what's fucking annoying about the way people think the leftists are. Use your fucking brain. Radfem, I'm a misandrist. I don't care. I don't care that you're a radfem or a misandrist. Ultimately, what the fuck is a misandrist? Again, powerless. That's the point. You're powerless. As a misandrist in a patriarchal society, you have no fucking power. So what do? The only power you have is to annoy people like me. That's the only motion you have. So you just constantly unload. That's it. That's the point. That's literally, you are proving the example that I'm giving you. Like people who self-describe as being misinterest are so funny because it's like, dude, what are you saying? You're just coming across as annoying to people that are already hostile to you because you are a woman, okay? And then on top of that, now you're saying, no, like, I'm not just a woman, I'm also an anti-man woman. Okay, like, I get it. I get why you would be that way. But it's crazy to me. One in chat if misinterest? Okay. Anyway. And me too. I'm a misinterest as well. I'm dying. This has a parent yelling at his child in the backseat, be normal all over it. Yeah, I mean, that is a big chunk of what I do, really. But my point is, I am not your enemy. And if you think I'm your enemy, well, I might not be able to solve those problems. Okay? That's it. Like, if you think my output is inherently hostile to and you know, playing a formative role in making people be anti-women, for example, it's like, yeah, I guess you're right. What do you want me to say? You know? But regardless of how fucking annoying that person is, okay, that's not going to change my perspective. That's my point. Every single group online that carries the torch of whatever marginalized position that they come from, whatever marginalized background they come from, have yelled at me and said that I am insufficient or outright hostile to their objectives, to improving their lives. Every single one. And my position on none of the issues I talk about has changed. Now, the reason why it hasn't is because I still maintain the position that if people are being fucking annoying to you and you're not getting love from these groups that you advocate for, and that's all it takes for you to just drop that political cause, then you weren't actually, on board with it to begin with. But having said that, especially for the entry point of politics, I think a lot of people personally don't understand that in order for other people that are not like-minded and are inherently hostile to your worldview, in order for them to dip their toes in this kind of politics, you can't always be fucking annoying and inherently hostile. I get why you are, especially because the world sucks. And like, for example, if you're a trans person, you already encounter transphobia on a daily fucking basis. So you have a hair trigger, right? And I get that. I understand that. But, try to go against your judgment here in this environment, specifically so that we are more welcoming of people that aren't immediately open-minded to the way that you exist, because most people are not. But they're not that way because they're just evil. Even though their output towards you is obviously evil, they're not inherently evil. They're not unchangeable figures that are just bad people, right? They're victims of their social conditioning. And my job is to always try and work against that. My job is to approach the subject matter, understanding that most people develop their bigoted opinions because this is what they learn and they never actually think about it critically. Okay? But yeah, maybe that's why sometimes I come across as more angry towards radfems and radlibs alike than I do to like a person like Bradley Martin, right? Because I understand that, like, as long as someone has charity, as long as someone is charitable and willing to learn and willing to change their perspective, I would much rather tackle that problem than a fucking rad lib or a rad fem who already is mostly aligned with the way I see the world on most issues. Okay? Like, I don't care. Yeah, yell at me all you want. Say I'm fucking a hater and hate women. Who cares? Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Does that make sense? That's how I approach it. I used to think you were a racist, misogynist, etc. because I didn't watch your content, but saw others who would talk about you and call you those things. Eventually, I got tired of the LARPing and did my own research, aka downloaded Twitch, and I was surprised to find that you are none of those things. Yeah, I'm also not exactly inaccessible either. Like, sure, Twitch seems like a daunting task, right? 8 hours of content. That's crazy. No one's going to do that. But, like, you could just go watch my YouTube videos or something, you know? I kind of disagree that a lot of these people see the world the same way. They often have an extremely black and white view of people, do not see redemption as possible, and are fundamentally opposed to things like restorative justice. I know. But that is also American social conditioning. What you just described right there is just how Americans are. That's why there are so many Americans who are like, I'm a progressive. I'm the biggest progressive of all time. Also, we should kill people who have done crimes. I'm like, what? The fuck? That's crazy. I used to genuinely be a misinterest because of TikTok, and I started hating your content because I thought you were misogynistic, but I realized even though you may have some blind spots, you really do try to understand women and aren't against us in the same way that Andrew Tate is, lol. I can't expect everyone to have identical politics to me, and you're right. We generally morally align, so I need to chill for real. That's my hope. My hope is that people will arrive at this conclusion where it's like, you can have disagreements with people, okay? It's normal. It's, dare I say, healthy, okay? As long as you don't let those marginal disagreements become the only point of contention and the only thing that must be discussed at all times, because that spells disorder, that spells chaos, that is wrecker tendencies that a lot of leftists have. Okay? I used to literally mix you and tram race together and dismissed you. Yeah, there's also an entire infrastructure, an entire industrial complex of content creators who present themselves as like apolitical drama slop tubers that fucking despise me and will literally say, I am every bad thing combined. Sometimes in the same video, they'll say, I'm anti-white, I'm an anti-white racist, and then they'll turn around and say, I'm an anti-black racist. It does not matter. The entire point is to disparage me. So obviously, I don't fault people for, coming to those conclusions without actually, going through the content themselves and figuring it out on their own. But I do always maintain the position that as long as you stay in here for an extended period of time or watch a fucking full video about any subject matter that you saw a clip from, you will most likely realize that you were duped initially. That's why this community is now filled to the brim with people who were like, I misunderstood your position because of all the clips that I had seen. Yeah, D fans will start doing Berlin stuff under every mildly positive post about you. I know. They immediately will just be like, they found that one tap, that one vein to tap over and over again, where they'll just like fucking totally lie. Like you did with Candace Owens. Wait, what? Candace Owens? Candace Owens is a right-wing content creator that did a documentary about how George Floyd was not actually killed by a police officer, but instead was he actually died because of a drug overdose. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's a white supremacist. I remember that guy who made a cartoon about how socialists become fat cats at the height of your house controversy. And I was like, yeah, fuck Hasan. See, that's the other thing. A lot of that is just repurposed old school Red Scare anti-socialist propaganda that is being applied once again. And other people who think that they themselves are progressive-minded people literally fall for it. Okay? I used to occasionally watch another leftist account who didn't like you, so I was like, oh, I guess it's just an asshole, but I came here and agree with the vast majority of the time and think you're not bad. Thank you. Anyway. I literally saw someone on Reddit today describe you as an anti-Semitic sex tourist. Yeah. No, they say that. They used to say that all the time. They said that when I went to Japan. They were like saying I'm a passport bro. Like, dude, I'm sorry. But if you genuinely think that like I fit the mold of a person who has to go to a country that America has dominated to be able to like get laid or whatever, or need like a servile woman who I can dominate with a power structure, with an unjustifiable power structure over them, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. What are you talking about? Like, you can say that about a lot of people, okay? But saying that about me is fucking hilarious. Like, what are you talking about? No, I'm not a passport bro. Yes, you're right. I'm something much worse than a passport bro. I'm a fucking weeb. Anyway. Hold on. This is sick. I personally don't agree with every opinion of yours. I do agree with several points, mostly regarding the wildly bad America has done and still does, but I enjoy watching your stuff because it's always good to have another voice in the room to bounce thoughts off of. No, the Trump interview hasn't come out yet. We were waiting for it. Can you interview Trump? No. Let's get back to this Bloomberg article now. Okay. I think we definitely figured out why it's much more difficult for someone who is of sound mind and reasonable to build a sizable left-wing audience. I think this little wonderful sidestep showed exactly why most people don't want to do this shit, okay? And don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And a lot of apolitical people also stay far the fuck away from this kind of politics. You know? Because, I'm sorry, if you're not insanely committed to advancing these causes, to the outside world, we are so mentally ill and so fucking annoying. And I try to actively work against that by being normal in public all the goddamn time, but it still doesn't matter. You feel me? I don't think Mike from PA Caroline get as much flack as you, though. You're a particular magnet for this shit. Yeah, because I have 40 to 50,000 people watching me every day. Of course I'm a magnet for this shit. For people, I am literally the personal embodiment of socialism and socialist hypocrisy. That's just the way they approach it. Because a lot of people are also parasocial. You know? But that's it. Anyway, Bloomberg looked at most of these content creators, and the typical format of the show is a long-form interview with a guest. Reporters found that guests are often famous personalities with broad cultural appeal, including athletes, musicians, comedians, entrepreneurs, and internet influencers. The content is billed as entertainment for men. Okay? These are the different, like, the guests that people have is what they're showing. Trump's appearances drew significant viewership across the shows. His interviews were the number one episodes by view count for the majority of the programs tracked by Bloomberg in the past 2 years. Altogether, 9 episodes with Trump as a guest drew more than 100 million views. Joe Rogan making up 50 of it, by the way. Trump's personality and history are compatible with the program's messaging on masculinity, according to Alice Marwick, director of the research at Data and Society Research Institute. It's like, don't be ashamed of your base manly desires. Don't let anyone make you feel guilty. Don't let anyone take you down, she said. You should be proud and strong. You should also go after people criticizing you. On the shows, hosts connect to their audiences using humor and advice and provide a framework for viewers on navigating their world, including their relationships with women, work, and popular culture. They challenge institutions, reinforce old-fashioned gender roles, and glorify men who appeared to have fallen out of favor with the public. Ahead of the presidential election, the show naturally champions Trump, a convicted felon running for president who survived multiple assassination attempts. Trump's often combative messaging also aligns with what succeeds on YouTube. The easiest route these days of viewership is by creating enemies, said Mike Malak, a co-host of the Impulsive podcast. It's me against the world. I'm the little guy standing up for what's right, against corporations, against the government greed, against Chuck Schumer. If you want to find a white knight, look to me. I'm your fucking guy. A year later, Trump was a guest on Impulsive, calling immigrants terrorists and stating that if he had been president, the Russia attack on Ukraine would have never happened. The male-oriented podcast tracked by Bloomberg each have their own style of show. Theo Vaughn often discusses substance abuse issues and childhood experiences with his interviewees, while Lex focuses on expert opinions and tech topics. Sean Ryan chats with people associated with the military and law enforcement. I 100% think Sean Ryan is like a CIA op, by the way. Like, he just always seemingly has these, like, former government officials and current government officials, and they almost always correspond to, in a conspiratorial manner, for sure, but always correspond to like State Department attitudes and interests on any particular matter. I wonder why. And even the same goes for Joe Rogan. He went from being the conspiracy hub to a guy who talks to Mark Zuckerberg and does to a guy who literally to a guy who literally fucking does reputation laundering for wealthy billionaire defense contractors. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, programs, flagrant, follow the most typical host interview talk show format, discussing news and popular culture, all while challenging political correctness. Yet even as the podcasts have tried to brand themselves uniquely, similar themes and characters appear across the network. Bloomberg's analysis of 2002 episodes show reveal how closely interconnected the podcast's relationships are and how much the show's talking points overlap. Over the past 2 years, 152 guests have made appearances on at least 2 of the shows. Recurring characters are common, not just as guests, but as friends of the shows, including UFC CEO White and comedian Shane Gillis. The effect gives viewers a sense of being inducted into the virtual close-knit friend group from home. Yeah. Notice how I'm not on any of these. Notice I haven't been on a single one of these podcasts. By the way, I guess I've been on Flagrant. That's the only one out of all these podcasts that I've been on. Interesting. Appearing as a guest on multiple shows doesn't always mean successfully grabbing the audience's attention. According to Bloomberg analyst, the one-time presidential candidate anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy was the most frequent guest across the shows in the last 2 years, but it wasn't great for business. Kennedy ranked as the 25th most popular guest by numbers of views. Yeah, probably because there's a certain quality to Robert F. Kennedy that doesn't lend itself to the auditory medium. The top guest by number of views across the network reveals the kind of content resonates with most of the broadcast audiences. The professional kickboxer and self-proclaimed misogynist Andrew Tate, who is currently under investigation by Romanian authorities, holds the second highest viewership on the podcast overall, despite appearing on only 3 shows. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host who appeared on 6 of the 9 channels tracked by Bloomberg, ranked 3rd by numbers of views, according to the analysis. Yeah, Tucker Carlson is popping, dude. I hate it. Although politicians and pundits make up only 15% of all guests, they make up 30% of the most viewed guests. As the election drew closer, more politicians and pundits were invited on the podcast. Anyway, look, the way I see it is this, okay? These guys I don't think they're card-carrying right-wingers, okay? I think that they have a lot of their own personal brand of politics. Like Joe Rogan is now a card-carrying right-winger, has been for a while, right? Patrick Bet-David, card-carrying right-winger, has been for a while. Can't speak for Sean Ryan. I don't know what Lex Fridman's personal politics are. It's indecipherable. He is the most centrist man on the planet. Aiden, I think, is genuinely too stupid to have any political opinion, no matter how racist. Like I think he's one of the few people that's like unironically too stupid to be racist. Like genuinely, like that would require him to do at least like some level of reading, and he cannot do that. Full Send Podcast, they're right wingers, but it doesn't matter. They're fucking Canadian, but their output is definitely right wing, and they are right wing. Okay. Andrew Schultz, I don't think he voted for Donald Trump, even though everybody says he's racist recently. I'd be shocked if he voted for Donald Trump. Theo Von is another person that I think is like, Theo Von is another person, and so is Logan Paul. Okay. I'm not saying these people are good or bad. I'm not associating right-wing politics with bad or left-wing politics or liberalism with good. Okay. I'm certainly not doing that. But like Theo Von, I don't think is a right-winger at all. And neither is Logan Paul, shockingly enough. I think controversial opinion. I don't think Logan Paul is like a out and about, openly right-wing guy. Now, Jake Paul, on the other hand, definitely a right-winger. Having said that, you can say allowing right-wing political promotion on your platform is not really good, and I agree. Okay, I agree. Okay. The Sean Hannity Trump interview is live already. Logan was such a surprise to me because I've been following him for so long. It just seems so far off from who he was or claimed to be. Is the interview live already? It's crazy. I watch Fox News Live so much that the first thing that pops up when I type live in my
war going on. But with all that being said, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than if it were more traditional.
Only the second time in history.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't have consecutive terms.
Yeah. Well, they say it's historically bigger. I don't know about that. But I can say it showed us a couple of things. It showed us that the radical left, their philosophies and policies are horrible. They don't work. You look at crime, you look at what's gone on at the border.
Guys,
you look
I
at
think
what's
this
going.
guy's a right winger.
I mean, the crime that's going to happen, but I think we got there just in the nick of time. But we still have you covered better than anybody. We have terrorists in our country by the thousands. We have murderers in our country by the tens of thousands. We have numbers that came out, 11,000 people that murdered are now free and walking around in our country. And of them, I think 48%, they say, killed more than one person, and they're walking around. They came out of jails from other countries. And, people, they've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America, into the United States. Why not? And many of them did it. If you look at Venezuela, their crime rate is down now 78%. Because they took their street gangs and they moved them into the United States. And you're seeing that in Colorado and Los Angeles and other places. And we're going to take care of it.
So did Biden really say to you when you came up to the front of the White House, welcome home?
No, did somebody say that?
I read it somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I really don't know.
So you left him a letter. It was funny with Peter Doocy, and Peter said, "Oh, Mr. President, did Joe Biden leave you a letter?" Did he did leave you a letter.
He did.
And you had left him one, but you've never disclosed either one of them.
Well, a lot of people
Now would be a great time.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of people thought it was sort of like a setup with Peter Doocy and myself, and I have a lot of respect for Peter. But he just asked me a question about the letter. And then I remember that, it's like a custom, you leave it right in the drawer of that beautiful desk right alongside of us. And so I opened it up, and I actually gave the letter to Peter.
And did he got to read it?
I guess. I haven't.
You don't know if he read it?
I just sent it to him a little while ago.
All right, before we get into, there's so much substance. You are inheriting a lot of problems, a lot of things that actually scare me. And I want to get to all of that, but I will get to all of that.
All solvable problems, Tom.
I agree.
They're all solvable.
Not easy.
With time, effort, money, unfortunately, but they're all solvable problems. We can get our country back. But if we didn't win this race, I really believe our country would have been lost forever.
Were there moments, I mean, when you think of what they threw at you, and I know you signed this declaration about no more weaponization, and we know that the preemptive pardons came up on Joe's way out, but you were facing a civil trial, a criminal trial, conviction, sentencing, Jack Smith, D.C., Florida, Fonnie Willis. I mean, you fought through all of that to get back right here in this office. What people don't know is over there's a little red button you push. You scare people. People think it's the nuclear button, but it's really,
something else.
It's something you use it for a different purpose. But the question I have was, at any point, did you doubt you would be back here?
So it's a great question. It's something I don't think about. I never really thought about it. I don't think about, gee, will I be back? I just do it. I get it done. I get things done. I'm good at getting things done, and I set my mind to it. As you know, we had a great election in 2016. I had a much better election in 2020. And if I didn't have that election, I wouldn't have run. If I thought that I didn't get the number of votes, and it was reported that I got almost 75 million votes, and that was their numbers. That wasn't the numbers. That was their numbers. That was more than anybody has gotten in history, any sitting president had ever gotten. And you lost. Had I gotten like 50 million, or 40 million, or 60 million, I would never have run. But that was like a poll. So, but I had a different attitude. Too big to rig.
Poll came out just in the last 24 hours by Insider Advantage. That's Matt Towery. He nailed 2016, 2020, and 2024. Great pollster, as you know.
Right.
And he gave you a 56% approval rating. He also said of Congress, and I had a town hall with members of Congress last night, that 70% of respondents want Congress to unite behind your agenda.
I watched that show. It was a great show, and you had some great people in the background. Yeah. I know every one of them, and they're really patriots. I just saw the love, as the speaker, who was doing a terrific job. the speaker is answering questions, and I saw the acknowledgement and the love they had. And those are tough people behind him. You know, these are not easy people.
There are others that are tougher.
I said, well, I don't know. This is a tough group if they want to be. They're not, nobody much tougher.
Does Trump not know
But
his
they're
BDS?
very
I know, we should
unified. I think
cancel
they're going
him.
to do a great job.
But they have a small majority. You went through over 200 since we've got here, and we have breaking news today that we'll get to in a minute, and especially as it relates to the border and some other issues. But you're going to need to do some of these things legislatively. You will probably play the largest role in uniting them both
Why
in
is
the
he
House
looking
and
at him
Senate.
like that? Because they have sex, chatter. They literally, like, this isn't even homophobia. This is just, like, straight up, like, the truth. They have the craziest sex in the Oval Office.
I like the concept of the one bill. I guess I said one big beautiful, and that's what everyone faced. Actually, it's sort of a nice sound to it. But I do like that concept. It could be something else. It could be a smaller bill and a big bill. Right. But as long as we get to the right answer. Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything because a lot of money is going to be necessary for Los Angeles. And a lot of people on the other side want that to happen. And
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well, they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done with FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole nother discussion.
Do I think Trump is redeemable?
All it does is
No.
complicate everything. FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. You know, I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace and let that state. Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it, 3 times. Never been done. Ronald Reagan had the record, 56 out of 77. I got 77 out of 77. So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need. And then the federal government can help them out with the money. The FEMA is getting in the way of everything. And the Democrats actually use FEMA not to help North Carolina.
It makes no sense.
So I'm stopping on Friday. I'm stopping in North Carolina, first stop, because those people were treated very badly by Democrats. And I'm stopping there. We're going to get that thing straightened out because they're still suffering from a hurricane from months ago. And then I'm going to go to California.
Will you meet with Gavin?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. Look, Gavin's got one thing he can do. He can release the water that comes from the north. There is massive amounts of water, rainwater and mountain water that comes due with the snow, comes down as it melts. There's so much water, they're releasing it into the Pacific Ocean. And I told him, it's a political thing for the Democrats. I don't know.
Played the tape. You said it to him in front of him in 2018.
I said it to him in front of the media and everything else, and nobody talks about it. The media never picks it up. You put it out. I was so happy to see that tape because some people said, is that possible? They have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest, which has a lot of water. So much water that they'd have to let some of it go at some point. They don't need reservoirs. They don't need any. They're spending all this money on these reservoirs, and they're fake reservoirs. You know,
But the reservoirs were empty. The hydrants didn't work, and they're not practicing the science of forestry, which
the
is
sprinklers didn't work in the homes because they had no water. Think of it. We have sprinklers. Think of it with no water. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, believe it, hard to believe. The place has sprinklers. It's nice. But you don't want to lose this office. By the way, how do you like it?
I'm glad. It's great to be back. I'm not going to lie.
You know, I've had the biggest people in the world come here, and they come into the Oval Office, and they just look, and they want time to look. They're looking around. George Washington, Honest Abe.
One day, maybe we can do a tour. We had a conversation, and maybe I shouldn't disclose this, but I will. And it was after the 2020 election. And you asked me a question, and we've known each other for 30 years, so we have a friendship and we have a professional relationship. And the question you asked me, maybe in the end it will be better that if I came back in 4 years. And we talked about history. After World War II, Winston Churchill was thrown out, but they brought him back. Grover Cleveland is the only other American president that did not serve consecutive terms. And my answer to you was, I thought it would be bigger if you came back.
It's turning out to be bigger. And I think one thing is happening is people are learning that they can't govern and that their policies are terrible. I mean, they don't want to see a woman get pummeled by a man in a boxing ring.
No.
They don't want to see men in women's sports in other ways. They don't want to see them, and they don't want to have transgender for everyone. They don't want a child leave home as a boy and come back 2 days later as a girl. A parent doesn't want to see that. And there are states where that can happen.
Oh.
They don't want to see taxes go through the roof. Like, this is the only group of people they want to raise your taxes. They say, we want to raise your taxes. You know, if they don't work with us on the Trump tax cuts extending, that would mean it would go back to the taxes. We got the largest tax cut in history. That would mean the taxes would go up more than any tax hike in the history of our country. And normally you'd say, that's got to be the easiest negotiation in history, because if they did that, how could they ever win an election? But they'll fight us on that. They fight us on things. It's incredible.
Here, I ran into...
They don't use common sense. In my opinion, the Democrats don't use common sense.
And common sense won the day in the election.
Yeah, but you know the amazing thing? I'm watching now. Now it's time, and, you know, a few months have passed, and the election's over, and you see what happened, and it was a rout. I won all 7 swing states, and we won by millions of votes, the popular vote, millions. And nobody can even believe some of the numbers. And how about with African Americans, with Hispanics, with everything, how well we did? Nobody can believe the numbers. How about with youth? I won youth by 36 points. Now, maybe that's because I went on TikTok. I don't know. But I'm starting to have a very warm spot.
TikTok is going to be sold, right?
I think TikTok's going to be sold.
People like
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know, the interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones, and they make your computers, and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
I'm sure that'll be part of your discussions with President Xi, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. Let me go to the border. We do have breaking news today. I ran into Tom Homan as I was walking in today. And so far, 308 total arrests, 296 detainees, and the first deployment of military assets to the U.S. border. The deployment includes active duty troops in the National Guard.
Right.
And here's my biggest fear and concern beyond the Iranian assassination squads is we now know 14 million. We don't know how many gotaways. We don't know the total number. But we have known terrorists in our country. We have known murderers, rapists. We have violent criminals, cartel members, gang members. Now, I would imagine if you came from Iran.
Insane to me that they just like genuinely say that the Democratic government deliberately and knowingly, and the law enforcement agencies deliberately and knowingly brought these people into the country.
An attack on our homeland.
Like, it's such a psychotic take, but it's actually extra crazy that we don't even like think that's a weird thing that they're saying. Because notice how they just say it so much that it's now become the truth. That's what I'm so frustrated by. Where like, it's just completely insane. Under normal circumstances, when someone says something like that, you're supposed to go, what? You need to get lithium pronto, dog. What the fuck are you saying?
For years, and you actually make one statement before you say that. You say 100% certain.
I do.
That's a pretty big statement.
And then I say, I pray to God I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong too. And I won't comment, but I tend to agree with you. It depends. We'll see what happens. Look, we have a lot of great people right now. A lot of great people on this situation. This was a gross miscarriage of common sense to allow people to come in. And I believe the number is 21 million people, and a large percentage of them are criminals all over the world. This is not just South America. This isn't, you know, we talk Venezuela, that's a big abuser, but these are countries from these
Iran,
are the
Syria?
Congo, countries that you don't even think of. The Congo has emptied their prisons out into the United States. We're not thinking about the Congo, we're thinking about South America. It's much more than South America. But prisons from all over the world have been emptied out into our country by Biden, allowing it to happen. I don't even know if he knew what the hell was going on, but who would want this? I always say to people, you know, you always like to understand, like in a business here, you want to understand the other side. Why do they want something, you know, et cetera, and you figure it out. And there's usually an answer, almost always. I don't understand, why does somebody want open borders where, and they say the vote, okay, but I did well with the Hispanic vote, if you're looking at Hispanic. They say they do it because they want to think they're going to stay in power, it's going to be better for Democrats. I don't really believe that. Besides that, they cheat so much, they don't have to do that. They cheat so well, they're very good at cheating. The only thing they're good at really is cheating. But here's the thing I ask. Why would somebody say that open borders are good, where jails and mental institutions from other countries and gang members right off the streets of the toughest cities in the world are being brought to the United States of America and emptied out into our country? Why would anybody that even likes, you don't have to love our country, you have to like it. Why would anybody that likes our country, the Democrats, allow that to happen? And even now, I watch them on television, they're trying to justify it.
Again, false premise that is now completely just seen as the truth. That migrants are coming in with hatred for this country. Why the fuck would they come here, dude?
Oh, it's not stupid. You're either stupid or you hate the country.
Migrants that are coming in that hate this country, and the Democrats are letting them in, and they must also hate the country because they're letting in the people that hate this country into the country on purpose. And it's like, it's just so insane. It's such an insane thing. Like the notion that like all these people that are coming into America actually despise America. As someone who came to America, let me tell you, okay, I learned the cold, hard truth about America after I came here. I came here because I wanted to come here, and I was very fortunate, okay? I come from a relatively affluent background, and it was still a difficult thing to just like leave your family and your friends behind or whatever. But like these people are leaving so much else behind, and they're not coming in here with like a warm reception. Like I came here for college. I promise you those people don't hate America, okay? And neither did I when I first came here. I wanted to live here really bad. And I still want to live here, as a matter of fact. But the reality of the matter is, I definitely learned all of the problems that modern American society had fairly quickly, as a matter of fact. And also, that is precisely the reason why undocumented migrants, for that, and also because they want to avoid any sort of legal scrutiny whatsoever, are not responsible for a greater share of the crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. You understand? That's the point. New immigrants like America more than I do, and I was born here? Yeah. You always say conservatives have their lore down pat. The lore is repeated so much, they're believers. To their believers that everyone lives and breathes it like it's oxygen. Yeah. It's just crazy that like, it just sucks that you could just like repeat something that's a falsehood over and over again. And as long as there's no like active counter messaging against it, people will just believe it and it becomes the truth, even if it's just completely untrue. And no matter how much evidence is presented against it by the likes of someone like myself or maybe some other places, like it just doesn't matter. People are like, nah, I'm invested in the narrative, and the narrative has become the truth for me. It truly sucks. It's just, I don't know. Wasn't that Hitler's strategy? I mean, a lot of politicians do this. It's not just Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler did not invent the concept of lying as a political figure. But yes, specifically as it pertains to lying about certain minority groups being responsible for crimes and all of the evils of society. Yes, that is very Hitlerian. Yeah. Germany says Hitler was a communist. Yeah, no, they don't. That's the AfD that says that. And even they don't say communist, they say socialist. Wasn't there something we were going to watch it live at 6, or was that for another day? We're watching it right now. It's just the ad break. Which, by the way, reminds me that you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. In the middle of the hour, at the top of the hour, any point in the broadcast that you would like to subscribe, you can do so. Also, let me see if my new ad alert link works. 1 second, just because it hasn't been working all day. But that's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky as well. Subscribing will support the broadcast. Also allow you to avoid ad breaks if I do choose to run ad breaks in the future. And last but not least, you get to send me links and use the emojis all around the website of Twitch. Wait, hold on. Still doesn't show the dogs. Bender the Gray, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You ain't shit. Thank you. Wait, you're running ads again now? I need to know if debate operations can resume. No, I'm not running ads again. Wow, noticing no ads in the Trump era. Okay, I'm a Republican now. That's right. No ads in the Trump era. By the way, you guys want to see what happened when I fell on my hand? Can you tell? Can you see? Like all this is like purple. Bruised. That's what happens when you're a big boy and you fall as a big boy. And that softens the blow. You got to see this Japan stream intro before you leave. I already saw. I already watched it this morning. You've been jorging it so much, you got calluses? Yeah. Yeah. From Jorkin the Peanuts. Jorkin the Peanuts Vance. Get away? No. Drink milk? Secretary General of the Japanese Communist Party is... Oh, I'm going to be linking up with the Japanese communists, by the way, which is very exciting. Secretary General of the Japanese Communist Party is once again calling on you to drink more milk. Koike Akira shared a video message in which he called for more support for struggling dairy farmers and chugged a glass of milk. And no, the Kojima-san meetup is not happening. All right, let's get back to it.
They're aiding
Trump
and
is back.
abetting in the law breaking. Okay, they're going to get federal funds.
Yeah. We're trying to get rid of them. We're trying to end them, and a lot of the people in those communities don't want them. You know, California is a big
Would
example.
you cut off their money?
I might have to do that. Sometimes that's the only thing you can do. Look, California is a great example of it. If you actually polled the people, they don't want sanctuary cities, but Gavin Newsom does, and these radical left politicians do. And, you know, if you asked them why, they couldn't even. I watched Gavin Newsom try to answer that question. He was unable to even answer. He looked like an idiot. He was unable to answer. I asked him one other question. Why is it that you don't want millions of gallons of water a day pouring throughout California? You know, the farmland in California is, they say, the equivalent of Iowa, great land, but it's got no water. And you sit there, and it's literally, you can see it burning. It's on flame.
Sure.
All they need is water in that big farmland. And I ask them, why? How is it possible that you're not allowing this water? They divert it out to the Pacific Ocean, where it drops into the ocean. And you know what it's like? It's like nothing. To the Pacific Ocean, It's like 2 glasses of water. It's nothing. Millions of gallons of water is diverted way up north in California into the Pacific Ocean. That water, you know, they have the pipes in it. It's half pipes. You see them all the time, half pipes. People live in those half pipes now. You know, they have homeless living in those half pipes. But this is water that millions of gallons of water a week and a day in some cases, you know, depending on the flow. So much water they wouldn't know what to do with it. Your sprinklers would be filled. They can even, remember when I took criticism because I said you have to manage your forests? The head of a country that lives in forests, a number of them actually, Finland told me this, Austria told me this, the head of Austria, head of Finland, and it was beautiful the way they expressed it. They said, we live in a forest. We are a forest nation. That's beautiful, isn't it, to say that? We have trees that are the most magnificent in the world, far more beautiful than what they have in California, and much more flammable. Mm-hmm. He said, we don't have forest fires. We manage our forests.
You can get a degree in forestry.
Well, they'll do cuts, yeah. Can you imagine? But you don't need much. You have to clean the floors of the forest. You know, when they had forests, I go to see some of the sites I watched in California. They use billions of dollars of money. And they do say, you know, I mean, look at what happened. Los Angeles, that's like a nuclear weapon went off, what's happened to Los Angeles. And, you know, that thing went for 4 or 5 days. Nobody was even fighting it because they didn't have any water. Their fire departments aren't funded properly. And the firefighters were brave as hell. They were fighting without water. I mean, they turn on a fire hydrant, there's no water that comes out, and they're sitting, and the fires are rushing at them at 30, 40 miles an hour. Those firefighters were brave. What happened to that state is incredible. And then you listen to, I remember when Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom were debating on your show.
Yeah.
And Newsom's talking like, everything's great, everything's great, just great, just great. More people left California this year than ever have left in history before the fire. But look at it, take a look. And you know, the amazing thing, these are wealthy people. Many wealthy people lost their homes. I saw somebody on television, one of the wealthiest people, one of the most powerful people in the country, being interviewed as though he were a vagrant. His shirt was, and you have to know him, he's a mean, horrible human being. He's a tough guy, very tough guy, a horrible person. Yeah. But he's very rich. And
he's rich, but he's a horrible person.
No, he's a horrible human being. I know you have rich people that are very nice, but this guy's a terrible person. So I say, that's so-and-so. I said to Melania, I said, look at it. They were interviewing him as a guy that lost his house. He said, they took my house away. And he's literally in his underwear and his T-shirt. It looked like he just got out of the bedroom. And I say, that's one of the wealthiest guys in the country. Look at this guy. Take a look at him. Someday I'll tell you the name, maybe after the interview. Okay. But you won't even believe it. But he was on television as somebody that, and he was complaining they wouldn't let him go to his house, which was on fire. They wouldn't let him go because, you know, they don't want him to die. You know, some of the wealthiest, most powerful people lost their homes. And it looked like our country was helpless. This fire was just raging, and then it would catch to another air, another air, another air. There was nothing. It took a week and a half, and I've never seen anything like it. We look so weak.
Will you give, obviously Americans want to help the other Americans in need, okay? Yeah. Fair enough, we do that. We got to help the people in North Carolina. They've been suffering.
Well, you know, that's what I want to do. That's why I'm stopping there first.
You're going to stop in California?
I'm stopping in North Carolina.
Should the money
first
be contingent on them practicing the science of forestry?
Well, I think this. I'm going to put a statement out today, I think, and maybe it's already written. I said, I don't think we should give California anything until they let water flow down into their...
From the north to the south.
This is a political thing. I don't know what it is. You know, they talk about the Delta smelt. It's a little tiny fish like this.
I went out...
They say it's an endangered species. Well, how is it endangered? No wonder it's endangered. It's not getting any water. How do you... If you have a fish and you're stopping the water, isn't that going to hurt the fish?
I did a show in 2009 from the San Joaquin Valley, Devin Nunes' district.
Right.
And they wouldn't give thousands of acres of farmland water to protect that.
By the way, you see that now. I drove up the highway.
The
I was
Delta
with
smelt.
Devin Nunes, another Republican congressman, and I looked at these vast areas of land, and it looked like it was just burning. It was dark. It was dry. And then there'd be a little patch, little tiny patch of green, beautiful green. And I said, why? How come all this land has these little patches? They said, that's all that we're allowed to farm because we have no water. I said, are you having a drought? No. They've turned off the water. They turned off the spigot from up north in order to protect the Delta smelt.
Let me move on to the
And by the way, I don't really believe it's the Delta smelt because nobody could do that. It's not endangered either. They have it in other locations, et cetera, et cetera.
They're doing seemingly everything they could do, like New York is in many ways, to chase people away.
No, but can you imagine today?
It's crazy.
When people, and the press doesn't like, when I talk about the water that they're turning into the Pacific, the press never wants to put it on. The fake news. They don't want to put it on, Sean.
You do realize that you have permanently tattooed into the forehead of legacy media the term fake news. You do realize they spent 9 years, 9 years attacking you from the moment you came down that escalator, and they didn't stop. And here's the interesting part to me, is that all of the attacks, all the weaponization, all the FISA warrants, all the Russia, and we can go on, all the various venues, the J6 committee, which kept out a lot of pertinent
And
information.
how about the J6 committee? I call it the unselect. You know, they say the select.
But they didn't win.
No. What they did was criminal. That's why they got pardoned.
No, I'm saying
they deleted and destroyed all of the information that they collected
else
over
would they
2
need a
years.
pardon?
And you know
Hannity
why?
tries to
Because it
keep the
proved I was
conversation
right.
on the rails so hard, and Trump is just like not. He's not even remotely
They
having
deleted
it.
all of the information having to do with the 10,000 soldiers that I offered to Nancy Pelosi. And she's now
Hannity always
admitting
like, Mr.
it.
President, please,
I have
sir,
4
let's
of
get
the 5
back to
people
on
on
track,
tape.
please. I
General
beg
Miller
of
was
you. And
the
he's like,
fifth in
no,
writing,
fuck you,
all
dude.
saying that you authorized it in the days leading up. The Capitol Police Chief asked for the guard, was begging for the guard. Muriel Bowser.
How are we still talking about January 6th? Like, liberals talking about January 6th is annoying, but at least they're on the right side of being like, look at how insane it is that the former president tried to do an insurrection. When Republicans talk about January 6th, I unironically become the most libbed up person on the planet because I'm like, dude, you did it. And you're like, you're not even bragging about doing it, even though you did it, got away with it cleanly, and then released everyone that, you know, was arrested for doing some of the more heinous stuff. And you're still like talking about how Nancy Pelosi did January 6th, actually.
Than any person in the history of Congress. She lost by a number that nobody has ever lost.
Like the
by.
Republican
You know why?
January
'Cause
6th position
usually
is
when
so
you have a
insane.
poll,
It's
you're
done
down
by
like 40 or
Antifa. It's
50
done by
points.
Nancy Pelosi.
You're
It's done
smart
by
enough to drop
my
that.
most loyal
She shouldn't
servants,
have
and
dropped that.
therefore
She
they
wouldn't
must
have
be
that moniker.
released.
Before I go to
It
the
wasn't
economy
actually an
and foreign
insurrection, but if
policy,
it was, it was
as
done
long
by
as you brought
Antifa
up
and the
this topic.
FBI, even though the FBI was
Biden,
under my control at the time
Chuck
because I was a
Schumer,
fucking
Adam
president.
Schiff,
And also
who
Nancy
got a
Pelosi
preemptive
personally
pardon.
called off the
All these
National
people that
Guard,
got pardoned.
knowing full well how
Anthony
Antifa would operate, but it's
Fauci,
also
did he
my
know
fans
that
because I
NIH
released them
money
from
through the
prison.
Eco
It doesn't
Health
make
Alliance was
sense.
funding the Wuhan virology lab. There seems to be text and messages and emails that went back and forth. You talk about the unselect committee, as you call it, the January 6th committee. They had a predetermined outcome. General Milley, all these people, the Biden family members. Joe Biden ran and said he would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving your first time.
He heard that I was going to do it. I didn't want to do it. I was given the option. They said, sir, would you like to pardon everybody, including yourself? I said, I'm not going to pardon anybody. We didn't do anything wrong. And we had people that suffered. They're incredible patriots. We had people that suffered. You had Bannon put in jail. You had Peter Navarro put in jail. You had people that suffered. And far worse than that, they've lost their fortunes. They've lost their nest egg, paying it to lawyers. And those people, and people said, and they wouldn't have even taken, most of those people, they wouldn't have even taken a pardon. This guy went around giving everybody pardons. And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him. I mean, the money went to him.
Should Congress investigate that?
Well, I don't know. It's, you know,
Well, you ordered the DOJ.
I've always been, look, he didn't give himself a pardon. And he didn't give some other people a pardon that needed it. And I heard Schiff went to him and just begged him for a pardon, because Schiff is a crook. Yeah. Schiff is a crooked guy. He's a crooked politician. He made up the story about Russia, Russia, Russia. He totally made it up. You know, he's a storyteller. And then after he made it up, they found out that there was a tape of the conversation made by, you know, I guess, the State Department. I don't know. When you make calls, they make tapes sometimes, not all the time.
He was the one talking to the Russians.
So he, in the meantime, made up the conversation, totally made it up about quid pro quo. There was no quid pro quo, just there was a perfect call.
It's quid pro Joe.
Tim Scott was the first one to come. He read it. He said, "This is a perfect call." What are
No,
you doing?
that's crazy, man. Still talking about this shit, bro. This is crazy. Oh my God. The egg prices, man. Talk about the egg prices. What the fuck happened to the egg prices, dog? I thought you were going to lower the egg prices.
He went to Biden and he demanded a pardon because he thought he did something. He knew he did something.
Benny Thompson won the chairman of that committee.
Benny Thompson destroyed.
Yeah, someone also pointed this out in the chat, but like anytime I see this fucking doddering old fool ramble about phone conversations that he had that caused him to be impeached, I'm reminded that the Democratic Party lost to him, and I can never forgive them for this. Like, the Democrats lost to that, okay? Just remind yourself, every time you hear this old man ramble about nonsensical bullshit, remind yourself that the Democratic Party lost to that guy, not once, but twice, okay? Not once, but twice. And the second time was after he literally tried to do an insurrection. Oh my God. There is perhaps no greater damning indicator of the demise of liberalism at the global stage than that. There's nothing. You cannot, if you were to take liberalism out back and put a bullet in the back of its head, it would look like this, okay? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. And worst of all, they're still trying to be like leftists didn't vote hard enough or whatever the fuck they're saying. And it's like, it's day two, man. It's day two. I'm already losing my mind. It's day two. And holy crap, it's so bad. It's just so fucking bad. Oh, I saw this, by the way. I saw this. Inside former VP Kamala Harris marriage turmoil as Doug Emhoff scandals are blamed for losing the presidency. As a Doug head and as a obvious hater of women and a participator of misogynoir, I am Doug's most loyal soldier, okay? Put me in a missile and launch me at the suburbs, Doug. I am your Fedayeen, okay? I am a Salafist who reads only from the book of Doug. How dare she? How dare she? That's crazy. Doug just wanted to be gay, okay? He just wanted to be gay, but no, the Democratic Party had to force his gay ass to go and do a phony marriage with Kamala Harris. Okay? They ruined this man's life. They ruined this man's life. But now President Donald Trump has been sworn into office for sore loser Harris. It is now all about the blame game. And her target is flipped to her deadweight husband as she weighs it. Wait, what? This is crazy. One source exclusively told Daily Mail there's plenty of blame to go around as far as Kamala's concerned. I don't believe this. This is an insane thing to say. Doug did Kamala no favors during the election. Frankly, he looked like a hypocritical ass. After the bombshells that he got his child's nanny pregnant while married to his first wife and assaulted his ex-girlfriend on the heels of his I am woman crusade. What? What? Was that even a thing that Doug did? Like, what? Dog, this had no motion. No one, who wrote this article? Someone who is just like on crack? Did Doug do this stuff? And even if he did do this stuff, which I don't know if he did this stuff or not, but even if he did, I had no fucking clue. And I'm an active Doug head. So I don't think this actually made headlines at all. Like, guys, one thing that you need to understand here. I'm not saying that what this is untrue. This statement in of itself is untrue. But what I will say is that if true, these statements, the power that this had on Kamala Harris's campaign is greatly overstated. Okay? Greatly overstated. It's ridiculous. I didn't even know about this. Like this, did any of you know this? So obviously it had no impact on the election. That's my point. Okay, all jokes aside, Doug is so much a side character, so much of an NPC that apparently he was a monster and virtually no one cared to check. Because I had no idea that this was the case. And if I didn't know that this was the case, I'm certain most people didn't know that this was even remotely important, let alone consequential for the election. Milkshake Doug. Read my history. Lamau, someone who's friends with LA, it definitely made the rounds. And the story is true. It was her teacher. Damn, let's get Ella Emhoff on the show. I'm not supposed to talk about this. Get Ella on the show. Get Ella on the show. All right, here's Trump.
Is about people that were convicted or were involved in incidents where they were violent with police. Why did they get a pardon?
Number of reasons. Number one, they were in there for 3.5 years, a long time.
Right.
And in many solitary confinement, treated like nobody's ever.
Bro, you know what's funny? I know why his ass is tweeting this. I'm sorry. A lot of people said this as well, but I know why his ass is tweeting this. Okay? 336,000 likes. Seething.
Should not have been, this should not have happened. And the other thing is this, some of those people with the police, true, but they were very minor incidents, okay?
Wait, first of all, people saying you're being parasocial or whatever, I know for a fact, okay, on background, can't reveal my sources, but I know that he knows who I am, and it is because of the Grimes collab. I know that he knows exactly who I am because of the Grimes collab.
They had to be collected.
Make no mistake.
And then they go on television and act holier than thou about this one or that one. You had 1,500 people that suffered. That's a lot of people. You know, they were looking for new people 2 weeks ago. They were looking, wait a minute, they were looking to charge new people. They have a woman who's 76 years old that they said made a statement that was a little bit out of line years after the fact. This was a political hoax. And you know what? Those people, and I'm not saying in every single case, but there was a lot of patriotism with those people, a lot of patriotism. You know, they did a recording, and you know, they asked me if I do the voiceover, and I did. Do you know it was the #1 selling, whatever you call it nowadays, album, whatever, song,
CD,
whatever you call it. You don't know, it changes every year, right? But it was the #1 selling song, #1 on Billboard, #1 on everything for so long. People get it. They wanted to see those people.
American people were aware. You told them what you would do. Joe Biden.
He's talking about the January 6th choir chat. Yes, it's that stupid. Yes, this is the president of the United States of America. Yes, the Democratic Party lost to this man, not once, but twice.
Voted for me, and I won in a landslide. And that was only one of the many reasons.
Joe said he would not do preemptive pardons back in 2020. Chuck Schumer said it. Schiff said it. They all said it. The media said it.
The precedent that he set on pardons is amazing. That's a much bigger story, but people don't like talking about it. He pardoned everybody, but he didn't pardon himself. And remember this, those people that he pardoned are now mandated, because they got a pardon, to testify, and they can't take the fifth.
Should Congress investigate that?
I think we'll let Congress decide.
Would you want the Attorney General to investigate it?
You know, I was always against that with presidents and Hillary Clinton. I could have had Hillary Clinton, a big number done on her.
Have you changed your mind?
And I didn't want to. Well, I went through 4 years of hell by this scum that we had to deal with. I went through 4 years of hell. I spent millions of dollars in legal fees, and I won. But I did it the hard way. It's really hard to say that they shouldn't have to go through it also. It is very hard to say that. Joe Biden, remember this, Joe Biden got very bad advice because, like he has in everything.
Hunter's laptop.
He got bad advice on Ukraine. He got bad advice that war should have never started. He got bad advice on Israel. He got bad advice on the way he got out of Afghanistan. We should have gotten out with strength and dignity, not like a bunch of losers. Joe Biden has very bad advisors. Somebody advised Joe Biden to give pardons to everybody but him. They wanted to take care of. Yeah, but Sean, they wanted to. I don't care.
They're yelling at me.
This is more important because right now the economy is going to do great.
I want to know about
I'm here, so the economy. But you have to understand, he had bad advisors on almost everything. It's like in the old days when the Secretary of State said he never made a correct decision on foreign policy. Joe Biden got very bad advice.
You've been through, there are two would-be assassins. You came within a millimeter of losing your life in this whole process. I know you kind of are somebody that compartmentalizes because I've known you so long, but do you ever think, and you said this in your inaugural, that you really believe God saved your life so that this was your destiny? Explain that.
Well, I do believe that. I've had people that really know a lot about guns. And they said that gun, that particular gun, in that beautiful field, as I called it, in Pennsylvania, which it is, Butler, that gun's a very accurate gun, and that a bad shooter would hit the target 100% of the time.
You can't miss.
Okay, from that distance. Yeah, from that distance. I mean, to me, I don't know as much about it. They said it's like for a golfer sinking a 1-foot putt from that distance. And my son Don and my son, both of them, Eric, they're great shooters. Both of them are great shooters. And they said it's amazing, it's a miracle. I think it affected them because they can't believe that happened. I turned. If I didn't turn, when the turn was like split-second perfect timing. So something happened, and I don't think you can call it just luck. The chance was like 1/8 of a second, or we wouldn't be sitting here. Think of it, in a volume of time, 1/8 of a second, I was in the right position.
Do you believe that moment, people say to me, they see a change in you. Do you believe you've changed? Is this, for example, increased your faith in God?
Yes, I think so. I don't think I've changed, but I think that has taken place, yeah. Because when you look at statistically, I should never be here. I mean, if I don't turn I'm looking at an immigration chart, my favorite chart ever in history. Even if the numbers were bad, I would like it.
I mean, we're talking about assassination, and you're telling jokes.
No, can you
but
believe
it's
it?
terrible.
No,
I remember that day like
when I turned, and it had to be at an exactly 90-degree angle, and I said, throw down the chart or something to that effect, and they bring the chart, and I'm literally looking exactly at the right angle. I couldn't have even been a little further or a little bit less. It would have whacked, because it was 1/8 of an inch. The entire ride was 1/8 of an inch.
Will you investigate these assassination attempts? And you stated that you will release the files, all of the files, as it relates to the JFK assassination. And by the way, this is his desk.
Yeah, that's right.
This is where John Kennedy, little John Kennedy.
Bro, he's been lying about
there.
this shit. He's been lying about this shit since like 2016, 2017.
Parent, this was going to happen in the first
So many
term.
people have asked me to do that. And I did it with Kennedy to an extent. But I was asked by some of our government officials not to. And, you have to respect them. I was actually asked by Mike Pompeo, who's Secretary of State, not to. And I felt he knew something that maybe, when he asks you not to, you sort of say, why? And he felt that it was just not a good time to release him. And you might ask him why. Maybe he'll deny that even. But he did. He asked me. And some others also, though. They didn't want the Kennedy stuff released. And they're professionals, and I respect them. And they're working for me and the country. They're working for the country. And so I didn't release. But I'm going to release them immediately upon getting, we're going to see the information. We're looking at it right now.
More Hannity from the White House as we continue.
Maya knows how quality care can bring out a smile.
Aren't you supposed to be in Japan? Soon. Tomorrow when I go live, which will be later than usual for obvious reasons, I will be live from Japan's. I should probably get packing, though. I should get to packing. I'm not going to be able to finish this Suckfest, but it doesn't seem like anything new is happening in this Suckfest anyway. Okay? I am very excited to go on this journey. I love you all. And I'm excited to share some of these experiences with you starting tomorrow, hopefully. And like I said, tomorrow I'll be live later. But when I am, I will be live from Japan's. And I'm very excited about it. I'm already fucking stoked on it. Will and March are there already. But don't worry, we will not allow World War III to happen by me not fucking streaming for one day, because you know that's usually how it goes. But yeah, we have a lot of cool stuff lined up, so get excited for it. As I am certainly excited for it. And that's it. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East. And see you on the other side. Also, new video dropped on the YouTube page. Go check it out in the meantime. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie, a Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.